don't know. I'm not in Mr. Sledge's mind. I don't know his reasons for it, but that was an inartful question from the state because I don't think the truth is that Mr. Zachary has sold guns to different alleged members of YSL. I think the allegation is that Mr. Zachary was a straw purchaser. I wouldn't call that selling a gun.
Yeah, so I mean, it may be that if you want to get that in, you need to ask different, more specific questions. But let me hear the part about the meeting up,
Yes,
whatever he says about that.
we're gonna start at 1321. Is it playing? We're starting a little bit before.
About the whole situation. I really they told them, they said no one was there.
You know, Vera said he went clear, you know what's going on.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? The whole situation, whoever witness number one is this time OST. Cause he say, you remember when we talked on the phone, he's like, boy, you ain't know nothing about it, you was in the blind. They told them folks deep. After Lud got killed, all of them met up together and went down Old Brown. Them made that word. That's how you know it's deep.
So when y'all got to what Shannon said.
But that, cause they sent me back before Shannon, cause Shannon was still up, so they.
So the old boy's house that we believe he is talking about is Jeffrey Williams' house. That is the only house that he has testified that he went to. We have Mr. Zachary saying they met up at Jeffrey Williams' house. We have other people. It's not like we do not have a good faith basis for knowing and realizing that's who they're talking about because Mr. Copeland, my apologies.
Why is my client's name coming up in that conversation? There's no inconsistent statement that would lead to admissibility.
Why is that in the courtroom anyway? Is that somebody, what? Is that somebody who has a Rule 22?
Go back up.
So
the second part, Judge, just to orient the court, there is at 5, we wanted to play the part that the court asked about what he said about the witness, but to orient the court as to the question posed just now, we would need to go to 557, where Mr. Sledge references it being Lil D. So if we could
Hang on just a minute, because we got to deal with this one first. So I think it sounds to me like they're saying, here's what happened and we know X, Y, and Z because we were there. And so I guess the reference to Shannon is because he knows Shannon was there and he has said on the stand, I didn't know anybody other than Jeffrey and, okay, what?
I think, I don't have a transcript, but what I heard that little snippet to say is little D, and of course we have two little Ds. I'm going to assume for the purposes of this statement that he's talking about Mr. Zachary was saying things at the condo and putting Shannon there, meaning, and he also references Nard, who's Demise McMullen, there being the murder scene.
There being the murder scene?
Yes.
Honest to God, a transcript would really help because it's hard to tell what everybody's saying.
our transcript is of the quality. And
Okay, but y'all can retranscribe little snippets. Somebody who knows what the content is, you know, like what is being talked about. It's not, you know, it's not that hard to do.
We have not a formal transcript. We have what is being talked about in timestamp form that we can give to the court.
Okay, so is it your understanding that they're talking about the murder scene or they're talking about the condo right there, what we just heard?
They were talking about the condo when he said that they met up at old boy's house.
All right, if we don't even
We
know
st-
what's
we-
being said, then
We
I
do
don't
know
know.
what
Mistrial
is being
waiting to
said,
happen.
Your Honor. It is
Well,
not a
This is a mistrial waiting to happen.
Your Honor, if I may.
Potentially. Go ahead.
Judge, we were playing the clip. We put a portion in about Nard. We're not trying to get in anything about the murder scene or Nard. We are not going to cause a mistrial. We are giving to the court the portions of the call that we wish to play. I'm being specific about the portion because we started the clip a second before where someone was able to pick up Nard and make a whole separate argument about the murder scene does not take away the importance of the portion we're presenting to the court that we need to play, which is that I know it's Lil D because he told the police about us all meeting up at old boy's house after Nut got killed. So nobody is trying to put in anything about the murder scene. Nobody is trying to put in anything about that.
So let me hear the part you actually want to play. Just the part you want to play.
What was the
So, Your
objection
Honor,
of this?
is it at this time that we're allowed to play the portion I told you that gave some context to the
Keep in mind that depending on the objection, scratch that. Depending on the reason why a piece of evidence is trying to be entered, that determines whether or not the judge will allow it. Because I told you sometimes the same evidence may be admissible for one thing, but inadmissible for something else. Okay? I told you in law a long time ago, sometimes the same question can be yes or it can be no. It just depends on the circumstance. Okay? And I tell you, it was going to be a monkey when it comes to these motherfucking prior inconsistent statements and impeachment by contradiction. They got plea agreements in here. I don't know why this plea agreement was made unless they are trying to use it to, show his credibility or impeach him by contradiction. I don't know what the fuck is going on. It could be, I don't know. There's a lot going on in this case.
we had a specific part the court just asked us to play.
I don't
that
know what
we
they
played.
there.
There is a part before that we have said
I don't
multiple.
want the part before it. I want to hear what it exactly and only what you want to play before the jury, because that's what I need to rule.
Yes, Your Honor.
Nobody can hear it. Okay, they're just trying to figure out where to start. Why do we have food in court again? I didn't change that rule.
She on their ass, honey. The judge is on everybody's ass.
Food in court. Somebody please retrieve the banana and take it back to the back. Well, you can't have food in court either. We're in court right now. We're not on a recess. We're not at lunch. Put it back in your briefcase.
Oh, I take that.
That's fine. I don't care about a covered drink. That's fine. It's food.
This number one is this I know it deep. Cause he say, you remember when we talked on the phone, he's like, well, you ain't know nothing about it. You was in the blind.
Mm-hmm.
They told them folks deep. After Lud got killed, all of us met up together and went down Old Brown. Them men, that's how you know it's deep.
And John, that's the end of that portion.
Okay. If there is an inconsistent statement, this is where we're at, as far as I can tell. Mr. Sledge testified that he couldn't exactly remember who was at the condo. Okay. If there is an inconsistent statement that says D, which is of course complicated because there's two D's, is at the condo that night, then it seems to me it would be easier and cleaner if we just had him
Ask him
refresh his recollection.
specifically.
But that's how I know he told. That is, why is that coming
Right.
in?
I'm not sure why that's relevant.
Judge, the reason that is relevant, it's two things I want to respond to. The notion about we don't know which one it is. He makes a distinction in
Let's
the
not worry
call.
about, we don't know which one it is.
Okay, so the reason that it is relevant is because we know, Mr. Sharp knows, everyone knows, that what Quindarius Zachary told the police is specific information that will be
Let's
presented.
get to, how about if you ask Mr. Sledge specifically on the stand? You said the only people you remembered were blah, blah. Didn't you tell whoever this is, your girlfriend, didn't you all discuss the fact that he was also there or something to that effect? And then if he says no, then you confront him with this prior inconsistent statement, which he needs to listen to first without the jury hearing. And then he can say, oh yeah, actually I did. And if he still says, I don't know, then you can play that little part.
Also,
Oh, right. That is one way, and that was what I was getting at about the prior inconsistent statements, and then being able to bring the evidence in that way. Okay, because if he says he ain't do that, then extrinsic evidence can be brought in to prove a substantive fact. Can't be used to prove a collateral. Can be used to as collateral evidence. Okay, but it can be used to prove a substance. A substance. It can be used as a substantive evidence. Okay, so I'm gonna see what her argument to this is. Hold on.
Your Honor, we feel it is important that the jury hear what he says, because he said Lil D told on them folks. He told them folks. Earlier in the call, the portion we've not played, there's a distinction. I know I'll get there. The reason that is important is because he starts out talking about people telling. Yesterday, the court heard him say.
Yes, I don't want to go through all of that again. I can follow the argument, but he does not say told on us.
No, he says
He
told
says
them folks.
told.
Them folks.
Yeah,
Yeah.
which doesn't mean, Lord have mercy. We heard Kenneth Copeland say, I told 100 different versions of things. Telling somebody something doesn't mean you're telling on them or you're ratting them out or anything. And I know the state want it to be that, but you don't necessarily get that from, if you have something that says XYZ told on us, then yeah.
Your Honor, if Ms. Hilton and I were the only two people in a room where I ate someone's crackers, and Ms. Hilton comes out and she tells my boss, Ms. Love ate those crackers, and then my boss announces to the world, Ms. Love, you are dismissed because you ate so-and-so's crackers. And I say, well, I know it was Ms. Hilton who told, because
Yes, that is one version of how something like that could go down. But Miss Hilton could also walk out and say, Miss Love ate those crackers, and there weren't even any crackers in there to begin with, in which case she is not telling on you. So it is an argument, but it is not established just because you think that's what he means when he says that.
Your Honor, I understand the court's position, and I would just say that if the argument has been relevant, the very fact that we're here at the place where there is an argument that the court sees on either side makes it, to me, very apparent.
I said that you can get in the part about what I just, that little snippet you just played, if you confront him with it and he says, yeah, I totally still cannot remember him being there.
And just for the record, Your Honor, the evidence rules do not require that I play it for him before I impeach him with it. So in other words, he does not have to hear it. The rules, I will find it for the court. It's very specific.
Well, if you can recall it to his attention specifically enough without him hearing it, fine. But he has to be confronted with the prior allegedly inconsistent statement and given an opportunity to explain it or deny it or whatever, and then it.
That is absolutely right. So when you are bringing in extrinsic evidence to impeach by contradiction on a prior inconsistent statement, one of the rules of that is that you got to be the defendant has to be able to explain what he says. There's something else that goes along with that. I'll tell you exactly what it is. Explain what they say, and because I don't commit all this shit to memory. And what I did do, y'all can hear me grabbing my goddamn paper when I was going over talking to y'all the other day. I told y'all I wrote down my the points I wanted to cover. What is it? It is, I'll tell you right now what it is. Told you this was gonna be a monkey, but these prior inconsistent statements. Tell you written now. I tell you, duck and pull a truck, shut up and hook the mother sucker up. Okay, if he can explain the statement and the opposing party has the chance to examine the witness about his statement. Okay, so those are the that's what the judge is trying to explain to Love right here. But I don't know why I think Love maybe wants to introduce this evidence and maybe as a part of her strategy. So let's see.
Can come in.
And so telling him what he told her at this time on this call.
But you need to be careful about what you say when you are recalling that to his attention, because we do not need to get into this happened at a preliminary hearing, or you heard it from a police officer who was giving probable cause or anything like that. This is just, he somehow knows that this person who said that, and he's saying, oh yeah, it had to be him because he was there or whatever. Okay.
Your Honor, I want to make sure I stay within what the court is requiring that I do. So, Your Honor, the fact that Mr. Sledge hears a rendition of an account from a witness one that Mr. Sledge recognizes, in his opinion, came from Lil D. Does not the rendition,
What you claim to be trying to get in is that he said something to his girlfriend that makes it clear that he knew that Lil D was there.
when you say you're talking about Mr. Sledge saying something to me. What I'm trying to get in, Your Honor, is the fact that Mr. Sledge, in telling his girlfriend he knows Lil D was the one that told, knows it because he said he told police that we all met up at Old Boy's house after Nut was killed. That part, we all met up at Old Boy's house after Nut was killed, is the part that I'm talking about. And earlier in the call, and we don't even have to, I won't even touch the call before whatever break the court has, if it is not resolved, obviously. But earlier, he is talking about defendant Stillwell, and he is talking about at 5 minutes and
There's a part we haven't gotten to yet.
because
I'm willing to listen to that also. I'm just trying to resolve this one first.
Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
The state began this whole discussion saying that they want to impeach Mr. Sledge, the prior statement, because he said that he didn't recall who was
Right.
there. That's what this whole thing was about. Now we're talking about he told. And I'm going to go back to the same thing because I don't understand what's confusing about this. He was at the whole part about yesterday where Mr. Sledge said, no one told me what they told the police.
Right.
Mr. Sledge was at a prelim.
I know, which is why I'm saying
No, I
she
agree.
can't get into that part.
But it's not the prelim itself. It's also clear that he got this information from the officer testifying at a prelim.
Right, which is not inconsistent with him saying, nobody talked to me about what they said to the police. I said that yesterday.
Okay, I got you.
I got you too. I mean, I understand what the issues are.
So what she's trying to explain, because see, now if it's not a prior inconsistent statement, and if it turns out it is a prior consistent statement, then the rules change. Okay. God.
Well,
All right, so let's listen to the second one.
We're starting at 5 minutes and 58 seconds. There's a portion where if we don't clip it out, he's saying that they threw out his charges. We will not play that. We will not get into any of that. We will not get into what did they say about Shannon and 30D. We're not getting into that. It's about 3 seconds. But can we be allowed in Zoom? Here we go.
Because I put two and two together. Because Shannon lawyer,
So cause get what, when he said somebody from YSL, they stood there. I mean, he said they saved Moon. He said they had another person they saved Moon. He said that, and I was telling the OG. He said either D or DK. I was like, I don't think it's DK.
It's D, man, cause they said, you know, Shannon got a fade on you. So Shannon's lawyer like, yeah. So Shannon's lawyer like, how could a person that they stand and buy a gun from the YSL make a statement on? See, they were trying to hide these names, but he said that, and that's how I know it.
Okay, no problem.
Okay, so I guess next issue real fast is the portions of the plea presentation that Ms. Love forwarded and Mr. Atkins forwarded this morning.
And there's one more as well.
All right,
Judge.
any issue with the parts that she intends to play? All right, well, she gives a description kind of, I don't know that we, as long as it's just walking through those factual assertions, I don't know that you need, I think you can probably tell from just the description of where she's picking up, what she's talking about, but what's the other portion?
No, not another portion
Oh,
of the video.
Another
Issue.
thing to raise, okay.
Correct. So State's Exhibit 425Y, when we presented them on our, I think, admin day, I believe that the request was made to remove commentary, and there was a phone number on State's Exhibit 425Y that the court said the court did not find relevance, I think, in the post until it became apparent how it was relevant and so forth. Yesterday, when presented with State's 425Y with just the phone number and none of the context, the witness testified, I don't know what that was, but I'd like the court to see the full exhibit with all of it. So the first portion of this post, to make the record clear, this is a post with Mr. Sledge taking a selfie, literally looking up at the camera, holding his apparently recently born child in his arms. The first post by The Real Toonk, which the witness has said was his name, says, "I woke up like this." And then The Real Toonk tags AK2 Success and says, "My baby." Then The Real Toonk says to AK2 Success, "Thank you, sis." And then Katini says, "Such a good father. Keep up the good work, brother," at YSL Toonk.
Okay.
Then the real, you can publish it. I need the record to reflect it. The Real Toonk then says, at Kahenti, "Thanks, sis." And then he thanks someone else.
Okay.
After another person congratulates at YSL Toonk, Pizzle Dope says, "Say, Slime, what's your math?" Then The Real Toonk says, at Pizzle effing baby, "What the move, Slime?" And Pizzle Dope then says, "Trying to see now, send your number." And then The Real Toonk tags Pixel effing baby and gives his phone number.
Okay,
So the context is key.
okay.
So
Because he said, "I have no idea what any of my
Yes.
phone numbers were," and you need to establish that this phone number is clearly his phone number because he's the one sending it.
yes,
All right, there shouldn't be an issue with that now now he said he doesn't know his phone number. Anybody have an issue with that?
So, yeah, y'all see how the judge picked up what Love was trying to establish, whatever. It's kind of the same thing what I be going through, telling you what she's trying to establish, what she's doing, where she's going to set there, whatever. It's just something that you just, I don't know how to say it, because sometimes, people get their panties in a bunch or whatever. If you say, she's not, they're not talking to you, y'all, lay people, okay? And, you got to understand, and I know love, it might take a time or whatever, or take extra time or what have you. But I also, and it's just my opinion, I also believe they are using this witness to make up for the debacle that is named Lil Woody. Okay? Because with his testimony, it can go either way. All right? And I believe she is using this witness to try to bounce back from that shit show that went on with Lil Woody. That's just in my opinion. So I'm okay with her, taking her. I mean, now I can understand when she's going when you're like when you start getting to the fourth and the fifth um what I want to call it oh my gosh, I'm so sleepy, but usually 3 times, you would ask the same question 3 different ways. When you start getting to the fourth and the fifth and the sixth or whatever, I know the judge is saying, listen, you have more than established what you want to, you have, and if you haven't, by the fourth and the fifth gotten what you need to get from him or whatever, move on or what have you. I'm a little lenient when it comes to that because I'll be the same way when it comes to the defense, right? Okay. I just, you know, think that due to um due to everything that you need to accomplish when you're asking these questions, you got to abide by the law and satisfy their rules and regulations. You got to lay in a foundation to make sure you can even ask the next question. Yeah, it's a lot of it that you got to think about when you are um, questioning these witnesses. You also got to prove on what you allege in an indictment. You also got to make sure you deliver a story with context and all of that to the jury. And again, make sure it's done under the guidance of the law. It's a lot of work. And you only got one shot. So I'm okay with her taking her time. I'm okay with the defense taking their time when they get ready to do their cross, when they get ready for their case in chief. If anybody doesn't remember when I told you a case in chief is when each side presents their case. If the prosecutor presents their case, that's called case in chief. If the defense presents their case, that's called case in chief. Okay? Now I'm gonna go and wash my ass in chief and come back.
Whole thing coming in. Or you could just try to refresh his recollection with it first.
That's what I was going to suggest, Your Honor.
I'll try again.
Okay. And
I
then if
know I
that
did. I
still
did.
doesn't work,
And to be clear, we obviously did try to refresh his recollection with the phone number, but we'll see
Right.
if the context
okay.
further
Okay,
refresh.
that should be fine. All right. Have y'all had a chance to look at the portions of the?
They have the original, but I can
Mhm.
pass it over.
Okay. Coming back to the factual assertions, plea colloquy.
I have not. I didn't even realize there was an email sent until
Okay.
just
Well,
now. So if I could.
how far into how much longer do you think you have with Mr. Sledge?
I expect it to be through probably within no under 2 hours, probably an hour
Okay,
and change.
so by lunchtime.
Yes, yes.
All right, so maybe you'd be doing all of this before we break again, so we need to go ahead and sort it out now. Y'all need what, 5 minutes?
And I can,
Okay. All right. Yeah, we'll recess and let y'all watch it. I mean, I'm waiting for all of the attorneys to get back in. We've had way more than a few seconds. This colloquy.
So we have, Your Honor, the state has now sent to counsel for the defendants and to the court, I believe you just, the edited version so that there's no starting, stopping, or muting. It has the portions we referenced that we intended to tender as either a prior inconsistent statement, contradiction. It has what we referenced.
Okay, well, I wasn't able to access it because I don't have the permissions, but I mean, I can tell what
Did you see that?
parts, I think. Is there an objection to that?
So, Your Honor, we have not reviewed the edited version, so because we
All
will.
right, well, I'm going to assume that what Ms. Love says is in there and out is what's in there and what's out. So let's just take her at her word as an officer of the court.
Okay.
And
We, as I understand it, the state's attempting to introduce this as prior inconsistent statements. My response would be twofold. First of all, I don't believe that they're inconsistent with the testimony. Secondly, to the extent they are inconsistent with the testimony, Ms. Love has already read the factual acknowledgments and confronted him with them during her direct, is my recollection.
she
So-
actually hasn't. She's gone through, I think, some of number one, but the ones that like 7, 8, 9, and 16, she hasn't read those out.
Okay, well, that, my recollection is, and I'm not.
Have you,
saying I'm
Ms.
wrong.
Love? Yeah, she hasn't.
Okay. Is the edited version, has the law and crime been taken out? Okay.
So this is just essentially going to be him swearing to tell the truth, identifying himself. And then it's going to be the factual acknowledgements that he says, no, these aren't true. And then the sentencing understandings or whatever that he says, I didn't understand any of that at the time. And then the bottom, that's where he says, I have read and carefully considered all of this, and I've made any changes I want to, and this is all true.
What it has is, in addition to that, so it has the very beginning where he raises his hand and swears to tell the truth.
Right, I said that.
And then from there, I asked him if he understands the charges. It's basically from there, I'm reading and asking whether he understands his charges, the sentence, and the special conditions of his sentence. And then I asked him whether his attorney has explained to him the maximum and minimum for these charges. I stopped right there so as not to put in the maximum and minimum for the charges. Then I pick up at
Your Honor.
asking,
Yeah.
Well,
I mean, it's essentially what you sent and described in the first email of this morning, right?
yes,
Okay.
yes.
in Your Honor, I just want to be clear, to the extent, and you haven't ruled yet, and to the extent that this is allowed in on cross-examination, the state is keeping out the maximum minimums. Gets a little complicated because we need to, through cross, talk about what he has over his head, his bias, his motivation to work with the state.
Okay, well, I don't think he's working with the state from his testimony, but
Well, he,
sure, you
on
can,
December
yeah.
28th of 2022.
yeah,
And at one point, and the state drafted this document, not us,
yeah,
they said the state will be asking for the maximum. So at that point, the maximum, at least for the gun charge, is going to be revealed. I know that sometimes we don't like to say what charges carry that our clients are
Right.
facing, but the state said that they're going to ask for the maximum, and we need to articulate what the maximum is. I just wanted to be
all right.
clear.
That's y'all's choice.
Okay.
Okay. All right, so is there objection to the portions that Ms. Love is proposing to play?
We just have an objection to the extent that we don't feel that they are prior and consistent
All right.
statements, but we're going to.
All right, well, I'm ruling that they are prior and consistent statements, so this is in when tendered.
Clear so that there is no confusion for any record later on. The special conditions of his sentence are not portions that were asked about, but they are portions that give context to what he is saying he understands. So when I read the charges, for instance, his current charges, his negotiated sentence, and the special conditions that he shall abide by, all of that, it gives context to the fact that he said he didn't understand it. So I did not ask him, hey, is this a special condition? Is this a special condition? But I included that in there for context for the rest. So I need to be abundantly clear. What I am saying I'm playing is exactly what I have indicated in my email to the court and counsel. And the reasons for it have not changed, but I needed the court to hear that part.
All right, well, I mean, part of what he said yesterday that he didn't understand at the time he signed it was any violation of these provisions or any special condition will result in him being sentenced on count 30. And the DA will recommend serve the maximum. So he's, thank you for clarifying the record on that. All right. Okay, are we, anything else before we get the jury in an hour after I told them to be here?
And good morning, Your Honor. Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Your Honor, is the court stop the questioning of the interrogation by Detective Gaither of Mr. Sledge that we objected to when we left yesterday? I didn't understand the relevance, and then,
I don't expect her to
Okay.
go back into that.
Thank
'Cause I ruled that to be irrelevant.
I don't have an additional part of that that I'm trying to get into at this
Okay.
time. And if before I ventured into that, I would bring it to the court's attention, but I don't foresee it at this point.
Okay. All right, let's get the witness in and then we'll get the jury in.
And Your Honor, I believe that Mr. Wright may have apprised the court. He is in Coweta County.
He did not apprise the court of anything. And
Well, he
in
did-
fact, I told him and he assured me that he would be here
There's
through
a good part.
duration.
There's a good part. There's a good part. He has standing
Oh,
counsel
okay.
that he has, I should have started with
Hello,
that.
you should have.
That he has, I apologize, that he has, and Mr. Sledge has agreed and
Okay.
okayed.
All right. All right. And tell me your name, ma'am. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Judge.
And I shouldn't say he hasn't apprised the court because he probably apprised one of my staff. I just haven't had anything forwarded to me. So, okay, but as long as Mr. Sledge has somebody here to represent him, that's fine. I will go ahead and get the jury, please. You can come on up and take a seat. Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for your patience this morning. We started before y'all again, but we weren't able to get through everything. So that's just, how it happens in trials sometimes is we have to deal with issues that require y'all to be patient. So thank you for continuing to be patient. And we're ready to continue now with Mr. Sledge's testimony. Ms. Love, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. And good morning, Mr. Sledge.
Good morning.
Mr. Sledge, yesterday I showed you an exhibit, 425Y, to see if it refreshed your recollection. I'm going to show you what I will label as 425 Yankee Alpha and see if this exhibit refreshes your recollection regarding your phone number back in December of 2014 and in 2015. Okay?
Yes.
May I approach?
You may.
And don't read it out loud, but is the photograph depicted in 425 Yankee Alpha the same photograph that was depicted in the exhibit you saw yesterday?
Yes.
And is that you and your child in that photograph?
Yes.
Do you recall how old your child was in that photograph, approximately?
No, I believe he was just born. I don't.
He was just born?
Yes, I don't exactly know how old he was on that photo.
That's fair. When was that baby born?
Ms.
Mm,
Love, if what you want is the phone number, let's cut to the phone number, okay?
I'm asking for
Let's
another.
get a move on it.
Are you able to read this?
yes.
Okay. And based on what you are reading,
Try that other mic, maybe. Which I know has also got its own problems, but
do you recall making the posts that you see in the sidelines of this photograph?
They say my name right there, whatever the Instagram name was at that time.
Is this a post that was on your Instagram page?
Yes.
Does this post refresh your memory about what your phone number was?
Yeah, it looked like something I wrote.
Does it look like a fair and accurate copy of what you wrote and posted on your Instagram page?
Yes.
Are you able to now tell the jury what your phone number was?
It say 446628935.
404
Yes.
662
8935.
8935. And was
Yeah.
that your phone number?
I guess I don't remember the look, but I see it on the photo. It said I gave it to somebody, but for my personal knowledge, I don't remember. But from the photo, it's saying it's my number because I sent it to whoever that was.
Your Honor, given that, and thank you, Mr. Sledge. Given that Mr. Sledge does not recall the state tenders State's Exhibit 425 Yankee Alpha as a past recollection recorded.
all right, it's admitted.
Thank you. Your Honor, permission to,
You may.
and Your Honor, there is also the, thank you, Judge. Could you zoom in? All right. Mr. Sledge, would you read the first post that you made?
It said I woke up like this.
And then what's the next one?
My baby.
And are you responding to someone, tagging someone, saying that?
Yeah, I said, it said thank you, sis.
All right. And is that at K2 Success that you're telling that it's your baby?
Yeah, it do. It say thank you, sis.
All right. And what's the next line?
Such a good father. Keep up the good work, bro.
And then who is that person talking?
They said, thank you, sir.
Is that person writing to @YSL_Tunk?
Yes,
And is that Kahenti, Kahenti, that made that post?
yes,
In response, do you then tell @KAHENTI, thanks, sis?
yes,
And then do you tell someone else, thank you?
yes,
Does MDBNELL congratulate @YSL_Tunk?
yes,
After that, does Pizzle.dope ask, say slime, what's your math?
that's a number thing, I don't know. I see the pound sign number for a number
Do
on
you
my
see?
side.
Okay.
If you pay,
Right here, do you see say slime, what's your math?
oh, okay, I see it on now, but it don't show right here.
You don't see say slime, what's your math?
Okay, right there, okay.
Okay,
I was looking right there.
that's okay. And then, do you respond to @Pixel effing baby, what's the move, slime?
Yes,
And then does Pixel.dope respond, trying to see now, send your number? They
Yes.
use a hashtag.
yes,
And then do you respond to @Pixel effing baby 404-662-8935?
yes, but yes, go ahead. Yes, I respond to that.
You're able to say
No,
whatever you need to
go,
explain.
I respond to that.
Okay. And was this post made around the time that your child was born?
Yes.
All right. Now, can you tell us when your child was born?
I just remember December, around December or something.
December, what year?
2014, I want to say.
Thank you.
Open, you so damn crazy. Mo, leave Love alone. She is doing it. She's not doing it because she's slow and trying to deliberately drag it out. She's doing that because she has to establish her point. Okay. The defense is probably going to do that at some point when they get to put on their witnesses or whatever they have them. She not and I can't believe the judge is rushing her like that. I can't believe that. This case is insane. Let me dry off real quick, y'all.
Yesterday, we talked about what happened on January the 10th of 2015. Has any part of what you told the jury yesterday changed regarding what you recall happening January 10th, 2015, after you learned about the murder of Donovan Thomas?
You gotta refresh my memory. I don't remember. Yeah.
Do you remember what happened after you learned about the murder of Donovan Thomas?
No, could you refresh my memory?
So is it your testimony you do not remember what you told the jury yesterday?
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying I don't remember right now. If you could show me, then I can. I don't remember right now.
Did you testify yesterday that you got a call around 10 something PM, or you got a DM
Yes,
that indicated you and someone else were responsible for the murder of Donovan Thomas?
yes.
Do you now remember what you did after you got that DM?
No, I don't think I said, I remember saying that I went to Mr. Jeffrey house.
And do you remember what you said or who you said was at Mr. Jeffrey's house?
Yeah, whoever, I don't know if he the cameraman or he just do the videos. I'm not for sure about that.
And is it still your recollection that only Mr. Bean, you, your child's mother, your child are the people that you recall being at that house on 10th Street?
I told you it was other people there, but I don't know the other people.
Did you also testify that none of the defendants in this courtroom were there?
I said, I don't remember seeing none of them. Now, that's what I said.
And thank you for clarifying. You said that yesterday. Is that still your memory today?
If you have anything to refresh my memory, Ms. Love, you can show me and then.
I appreciate that.
But I don't remember.
Okay, so that's still your memory today.
Yeah, that's my memory too. I don't remember.
And what about when you went to Mr. Williams' second residence? Today, do you have any further memory about who all was at that residence?
No, if you have anything that can refresh my memory, you can show it to me, but I don't remember.
And do you not remember any of the defendants in the courtroom here being at that residence?
I don't remember.
Objection asked and answered.
Okay. Do you remember being at Rice Street in November of 2015?
November, yes.
And while you were at Rice Street in November of 2015, do you remember calling and speaking with your child's mother at various times?
I talked to her a lot of times, so you have to refresh my memory.
Would showing you a rough transcript of that call refresh your memory about what was said during, or let me ask you this, do you recall talking to your child's mother on November 19th, 2015 at 8:03 p.m.?
I don't remember the dates, Ms. Love. I talked to her most every day, so I don't remember the exact dates.
Would showing you a rough transcript of a call refresh your memory?
Maybe if you show it to me, yeah.
All right. Your Honor, we will label this states 448 Yankee, and it will not be for the purposes of admitting for the jury, just to refresh his recollection. And Your Honor, yes, I was going to ask if the defense could look at it first.
Yes.
Now, Mo, you got to be fair because you don't say nothing about the defense, the two little and I like defense. Don't get me wrong, I like defense. I think it's a wonderful dream team sitting over there. But you don't say nothing about it. Every opportunity they get, they try to exploit a way to get this case thrown out. Now, you know, we know that they doing their job. We know Miss Love is doing her job. But they try to use everything to get this case thrown out. They're gonna try to use Sylvia ass in a minute because listen here, the one of the other attorneys is the one that introduced that whole debacle about the about Sylvia and the jury and all of that. It landed in the defense attorney's hand, and they brought it up. Okay, so it would be different if the judge brought it up and addressed it or what have you. But the defense brought it up because they're looking, they want to get it on the record. And the two, I don't know, I forgot what the attorney said, but it's always gonna, they always want to try to get it thrown out or some shit like that or whatever. And I understand that's what they're supposed to do. But Mo, you ain't being fair. She's done this intentionally throughout the entire trial, even when it isn't necessary. That's why the judge is over. She's gotten on the defense. But listen, the judge shouldn't be telling her when she should. Okay, if it's going on and on and on and on and on, and it's just repetitive and this, that, third, whatever, and she's everybody's satisfied that the point is established, right? I just don't think that the judge should be interfering like that because one, it could send if you're not supposed to do this is against the rules. It could send a message to the jury as if saying that she doesn't know how to do her job. And that she oftentimes need critiques and shit like that. And I'm surprised. And when the judge was telling her how to, ask the questions, how to do this, whatever, that's giving advice. That's guiding. You're supposed to do that. I wouldn't be surprised they won't use that in a post conviction motion if he's convicted. Like, God damn, honey, this shit here is crazy.
All right.
This trial's going to 2025 without all of that, right? The bare bones on they are bare bones. The longer they take, the greater likelihood is yes to go for it. All the way out. Have some cross out dragons. They are trying to get it thrown out, but Fanny and the crew haven't made it easy for them to do so. Oh! I'm an equal opportunity hater on this trial. The whole thing is a nightmare. It is. It is. That's why I have sympathy for them. And I don't even know if I have the wherewithal to go try to track down where the people that were severed at, the ones that already took the deals, whatever, what they were charged with, what have you. I'm just trying. Do they even know for sure who killed the people? Do they know that portion? Does anybody know that? Anybody can contribute to this, the knowledge. Anybody? Who are they saying killed them? The one, just the prosecutor struggling with the job. Hold on. Hold on. I thought the lead attorney was plan when he said that.
Yes.
Are you serious?
There's one more.
I was like, when I heard the league say that. I hope I don't knock out y'all. Trevor, hell, I'm falling asleep. That water done hit me too. Oh. Somebody call and wake me up if I go over 12 hours. Not over 12 hours, I'll go close to 11.
Well, I didn't think it was going to take this long.
Your Honor, Mr. Sledge asked if he could have a moment to read that with his attorney.
All right.
He said he doesn't read as fast as I do.
Okay. Well, if y'all want to go back to the jury room, you can, but I doubt if it's going to be that much longer. And by the time you get back there, I'll be calling you back out again.
Your Honor, may we approach with a member of the defense about a correlated matter?
Sure.
Do I start here?
Yeah.
Trying to be pro.
I think that's a good idea. Go ahead.
Trying to be proactive, Your Honor, based on our outside of the jury conference earlier this morning regarding that jail call. We went ahead and clipped the portion that the court determined could be relevant and had that sent over to the court and to counsel in the event that it became necessary to play simply that snippet. We sent that so that if there was any disagreement that that was the portion the court acknowledged may be relevant, counsel could let us know. So we weren't offering it at this time. I don't know whether the transcript we've provided is going to refresh Mr. Sledge's memory or not. He's having a conversation with his attorney.
I was under the impression that we litigated this morning and that the state, and then you asked the state to play it, and the clip they played was talking about what Shannon's paid lawyer
Right.
said.
That, I don't think that's this. I think what she has just sent us is that first part we talked about. That is the transcript that he's looking at now.
Okay, I don't know how that could be 28 seconds, but
I mean,
listen.
I don't think it should be 28 seconds either. So I'd like for us to,
Can we play it for the
yeah.
court?
whole situation, whoever witness number one is, this I know it's D. How he say, you remember when we talked on the phone, he's like, boy, you ain't know nothing about it, you was in the blind. They told them folks D. After Lud got killed, all of them met up together and went down old boy house. Them made that work. That's how you know it's deep.
Them folks, after Nut got killed, again, we're backdooring the fact that D said something to the police that's problematic. If Mr. Zachary takes a stand, I will deal with it and I will cross-examine him and it won't be a problem anymore. But I don't want there to be any insinuations, any references, any reference to D telling on people until he takes the stand. And so I don't know why we have to get into what Lil D told them folks to get the fact that he was at a condo.
Do you have the transcript or does he have Mr. Sledge have it?
Mr. Sledge has one copy, I have one.
And if Mr. Sledge needs to hear that outside of the presence of the jury to get context to understand what he said previously, I don't have a problem with that. I just don't want the jury to be hearing Mr. Sledge's phone calls to his girlfriend about what other people told the police. Right.
I think you could accomplish the same thing if you just cut out the witness one because part. I mean, what you're asserting that you want to get in is, I heard that he said these things and we know it's him because of exactly what he's saying. So we don't need the witness one part for that, so.
So, we will have Mr. Makins take out witness one.
Because,
That-
and just start with he say,
Yes, Your Honor.
and
I don't have the transcript in front of me. I don't have the call memorized, but I did hear
we can
he's,
play it again.
he's telling them.
He
folks
works my
what
nerve.
He told them folks.
Yeah,
The whole point of this is just, was Mr. Zachary at the condo that night or not? And I really don't care what the answer is. What I don't want is a bunch of references to what was said at a prelim and D is telling these folks this and that.
nobody's gonna know who them folks is from this.
Well, them folks is
Them folks could be anybody.
Your
Them
Honor,
folks could be anybody.
respectfully, Your Honor, them folks in the street is police. That's slang for the police, and I believe the jurors are
Well-
going to be able to put that together.
Well, I don't know whether they will or not, but that's what he said.
I understand that's what he said, but I don't believe that just because he said it, it's admissible. Him talking about what Lil D did, respectfully. If Lil D takes a stand, we'll deal with it.
Okay, well, maybe he'll just remember that Zachary was there after all.
And Your Honor, again, we gave that to him to refresh his memory about who all was there. What I started the questioning with today was, do you have any different?
I
memories?
understand. I was here. All right, I'm gonna hand this back to you. But if he,
That judge got a hot mouth, honey. She slick out the mouth. She a
he's
hot
presented
mouth.
with it,
She's a hot mouth
a
helper.
transcript, and he claims to still have no memory, then I'm gonna permit this in as a prior inconsistent statement.
Told you.
Yes.
this once, but I'm
It's
going to say again,
expensive.
I would suggest someone just play Mr. Sledge's recording and then see if that refreshes his recollection outside the presence of the jury.
I asked him, did he want to, I asked him, you want me to play it for you? You want to get the transcript? He said, I just like to read it. I just like to see more time. That's what just happened back there in the presence of his lawyer and chief investigator.
Okay, can I
Can you
go talk to the witness and ask if he wants to hear the
I
recording?
appreciate it.
Oh, only this. I guess only the state gets stuff.
Well, y'all are the ones, you are the one, Mr. Shard, in fairness, that asked for a bench conference
You're right.
and suggested that Mr. Sledge be apprised and that his lawyer be apprised as to maybe what should and shouldn't be said from that transcript. And that is why Ms. Love went out and gave them that transcript.
And Your Honor, I was under the impression that this whole thing about the call had been settled. Apparently, I was wrong about that. But if he needs to listen to the call to refresh his recollection, I don't have a problem. I'm
Well,
just
you
trying
know
to.
what? If he comes in and he says, yeah, that still doesn't help me, but if I could hear myself say it, then maybe that would, then we'll take it from there.
Okay, thank you.
Do we think maybe he's ready, or is somebody gonna let us know, or I mean, his co-counsel could do it. She's still here. That way there's no kind of, one side gets to see Mr. Wright more often than the other side. You can go ahead and take that screen share down for now, since we might not get to that. Yes. 5 more minutes. Anybody else need to use the bathroom? Okay, can you do it quickly? Because I don't want it to turn into another 20-minute recess. We've had about, what, 5 minutes of actual trial time today so far?
There was no objection to the plea video, right?
Hmm?
There was not an objection to the plea video, right?
No one has voiced one. I mean, other than they don't think it's a prior inconsistent statement, and I ruled on that. to get the jury back. We're ready.
Yes, sir. I've instructed him, may I ask his counsel?
You can do it right now while we're waiting on the jury.
Mr. Sledge, have you had enough?
Hang on. We're waiting on a juror.
I'm sorry.
That's why we're all
Y'all
still
were waiting
standing.
on me. I'm so sorry.
All right. Even Ms.
My
Love wants to
apologies.
move the case a little bit now.
I thought they were waiting on me. I'm sorry. I feel a little self-conscious. Mr. Sledge, have you had enough time to speak with your attorney and to review the exhibit label states 448 Yankee that I gave to you to refresh your memory?
Yes,
All right. And is the attorney with whom you reviewed that document the same one that you had on December 28, 2022?
yes,
Were you able to ask questions and gain answers to every question that you had regarding this document?
yes,
All right. Does reviewing States Exhibit 448 Yankee refresh your memory about a phone call that you had with your girlfriend, with your child's mom on November 19, 2015?
yes.
All right. Your Honor, I'm going to place this here as not admitted but for the purposes of the record.
All right.
Mr. Sledge, having read States 448, do you have any more memory about who all was at Mr. Williams' condo, or with whom you might have met at the condo after Donovan Thomas was killed?
Could you repeat that, Ms. Love? Repeat it one more time.
Yes, sir. Having refreshed your memory about the phone call that you had with your child's mother,
Yes,
do you have any more memories about who all you met up with after Donovan Thomas was killed?
yes, I think.
All right. When you say you think, who is it that you think you remember you met up with after Donovan Thomas was killed?
I didn't, who I met up with, or who I was at the condo, you losing me right now.
Let's go with the way you first said it, or the last said it. Who all was at the condo?
I still don't remember who I was there, Lord. I'm trying to think. I seen the paper, but I didn't see any name really that was on the docket saying who was all there.
Do you remember whether Quindarius Zachary was there?
I think Quindarius Zachary was there when I got there.
Do you remember whether Shannon Stillwell was there?
I still don't remember if Shannon Stillwell was there because I didn't see him personally with my eyes, so I still don't remember if he was there or not.
Do you remember whether Diamante Kendrick was there?
No, I think Mr. Kendrick was not there when I got there.
And when you say you did not see Shannon Stillwell with your eyes, is your testimony today, you know for a fact that you didn't see Shannon Stillwell or that you don't recall?
I don't recall. When I got there, I didn't see Shannon Stillwell there. When I first got there. That's what I'm saying.
At any point, were you, Shannon Stillwell, Diamante Kendrick, Quindarius Zachary, Defendant Williams, in a room at one of his condos the night Donovan Thomas got murdered?
I think we was. I think, yes.
Which one? Which condo?
Not the first one.
The second condo?
Yes.
All right. What were y'all doing?
Nothing. Mr. Williams getting himself together.
At what point did, and let me back up and ask you this. Would you characterize your being there as y'all all meeting up at that house?
I don't think we all arrived at the same time.
That's not what I asked. Would you characterize you all being there as y'all all meeting up at the house?
Yes.
All right. And what purpose did you all meet up at the house for?
They was going to the show and the video shoot with him. From my understanding.
Were you working as head of security for Defendant Williams at that time?
No, I don't think so.
And Kenneth Copeland, was he also one of the persons that met up with you, Shannon Stillwell, Diamante Kendrick, Quindarius Zachary, and Defendant Williams at Defendant Williams' condo?
Yes, he was there.
Okay. He was there and he was one of the ones y'all met up with. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, he came down to the condo.
All right. Now, what did y'all talk about at the condo when y'all all met up?
I don't basically remember the conversation that we was having, but I don't remember the conversation. I'm gonna say that.
Is it still your testimony that you went to Defendant Williams' condo solely because you got a DM accusing you of Donovan Thomas's murder?
Yes, that's one of the reasons. That's the reason, yes.
Was there any other reason?
I don't remember. If you have anything that can fresh my memory, you can show me, but I don't remember or the reason why.
That's the only reason that you remember today? Okay.
Yes.
Given that that is the only reason you can think of that you went to Defendant Williams' condo, did you talk about the fact that you were, one, that Donovan Thomas had been murdered, and two, you were one of the ones accused of Donovan Thomas's murder.
Sustained.
Thank you. Did you talk about with the people you met up with the fact that Donovan Thomas had been murdered?
Yes.
All right. Now, about what time did you all meet up at Defendant Williams' second location, his other condo?
I don't remember the time.
Do you recall whether it was before or after midnight?
No, I don't remember.
Based on what you said yesterday, is it safe to say it was definitely after 10 o'clock p.m.?
Yeah, it was after 10 o'clock, if I'm not mistaken.
All right. Do you remember how long you talked about Donovan Thomas's murder with the people that you met up with?
It couldn't have been too long because I ended up dropping Copeland off, so I don't remember how long it exactly was.
What was the atmosphere in the room while you all talked about Donovan Thomas's murder?
What you mean atmosphere? Could you explain that to me?
I can. How did you bring up Donovan Thomas? Well, who brought up Donovan Thomas's murder when you all met up?
I already had spoke about it to Mr. Williams.
Right.
So I don't know who started the conversation at the second location.
Do you remember what the conversation was?
I just know the conversation with me and Kenny Copeland was the one responsible for it.
And was there anything said by anybody else that you remember?
Not really. I just remember Mr. Williams telling me that we ain't had nothing to do with it. Go down now.
Who is the we?
Me and Kenny Copeland.
And do you know how it is that Mr. Williams is able to tell you that you all don't have anything to do with it?
He wasn't directly like trying to tell us what to do. He just was basically saying, don't go to the show and go down there and clear our name.
Now, to your knowledge, did Kenneth Copeland go to Miami?
I don't know. I think he called me and told me he was in Miami, but I don't personally know was he in Miami.
And is it your testimony that you didn't go to the show because, well, you wanted to stay and make sure your family was safe?
Yes.
All right. But is it also fair to say that you weren't trying to clear your name? You did not go to the, did you, I'll rephrase. Did you stay back from the show in order to clear your name?
Sustained.
Did you make any efforts to clear your name?
Sustained.
Your Honor, I'm not suggesting the answer. I'm just asking one that's yes or no.
Ask it a different way.
Yes, Your Honor. Did you take Mr. Williams' advice?
I can't hardly
What you say?
hear. Like why they won't fix some defense mics? Is he objecting to leading? Is that what he's saying? That must be had to be the objection because she said she's not suggesting the answer. So like I can't hardly hear. I don't understand that. Y'all know sometimes when they speak back there, you can't hardly hear what they're saying. And I got it, pretty jacked up on my side over here. I can't hear shit. Like somebody, Sylvia, go tell them people nobody can hear that stuff. Oh, he said it wasn't. Oh, okay. Okay, because I can't hear it. Now, Mo, you the Secretary of Information. What was the question I had? Oh, shit. I'll come back.
Okay.
Sustained.
What did you do after you were told to not go to the show and clear your name?
I dropped Copeland off and I went on about my business.
Do you make or recall anything else, anyone else in that room said about the murder of Donovan Thomas?
Objection asked and answered.
I'm asking if he recalls anything else. He seemed to remember something.
Go ahead.
Do you recall anything else anyone else in that room said about the murder of Donovan Thomas?
No.
After you dropped Mr. Copeland off, did you ever go back to the condo that night?
We talked about this yesterday, Miss Love. I told you I went to the hotel room.
I understand. Did you leave the hotel at any time and go back to the condo?
No.
Did you see either Defendant Williams? We'll start with him. Did you see Defendant Williams anymore before he left for Miami?
You said that night?
Between the time you said you left his condo and the time that he left for Miami, did you see him at any other time?
No.
Did you see Defendant Stillwell at any time after you left Defendant Williams' condo?
No, Miss Love.
Do you know whether Defendant Stillwell went to Miami?
No, I don't know that neither.
Do you know whether Defendant Kendrick went to Miami?
Well, I think Mr. Kendrick will call going because he's supposed to be in the video or something like that, if I'm not mistaken. He was gonna help perform that night.
Do you know whether he went?
I don't know personally because I didn't see it, so I can't say personally that he went.
Do you know whether Mr. Zachary went to Miami?
No.
Did you speak with Mr. Williams at any time that he was purportedly in Miami?
I think he called and checked on me. I'm not for sure. I don't remember that. I think he called and checked on me, but I don't remember.
Did you speak with Kenneth Copeland at any time that he was in Miami?
Well, he told me him, his daughter, and himself or something went down there, if I'm mistaken.
Is that a yes?
Yes, I guess, yes.
Did you speak with Defendant Stillwell at any time during a point where he was in Miami?
No.
Did you speak with Defendant Kendrick at any time while he was purportedly in Miami?
No.
Now, when you spoke with these gentlemen that you love that are YSL members, did you always talk with them either in person or on a telephone line, or did you have any other ways that you communicated with them?
We never really talked on the phone that much. Me and Mr. Stillwell probably talked on the phone more than anybody.
And do you count FaceTime as talking on the phone?
Yes.
All right. How often would you say that you FaceTimed with Kenneth Copeland?
Not, I can't answer. I don't know.
Did you FaceTime with Kenneth Copeland before he met with you at Defendant Williams' condo?
I don't recall.
Did you FaceTime with Defendant Williams before you went to his condo?
I don't recall. If you had anything to refresh my memory, you can refresh my memory, but I don't recall. I was talking to Mr. William before I went down to his condo.
What about Defendant Stillwell? Did you FaceTime with him before y'all met up at the condo?
No.
Did you FaceTime with Defendant Kendrick before y'all met up at the condo?
No.
Are you able to give us just a rough estimation of how frequently you spoke with Defendant Williams on FaceTime?
I can't give you that. I don't recall.
Did you, between the time that photograph in 425 Yankee was posted, so around December 2014, and January 10th, 2015, was that the same number that you would have used and FaceTimed with?
I don't know, Ms. Love. I can't answer that question. I don't know. I don't recall that. I don't know.
Okay. Are you able to say with any degree of certainty about how often you FaceTime with defendant Stillwell, since you said that's who you talk with the most?
We used to FaceTime a lot. So
And the jury, and I don't know what a lot means for you, so could you please tell them what that means?
I can't give you a number of how much we FaceTime. I can't give you that number.
And thank you. I don't need a specific number. Was it every day?
I say yes, probably yes.
Was it multiple times a day or just once a day?
We talked like big brothers, little brothers, so I don't know how many times a day that me and him talked on the phone, but we talked a lot on the phone every day.
Defendant Williams and you, how often did y'all talk on FaceTime?
Me and Mr. Williams didn't talk on the phone as much as me and Mr. Stillwell did.
All right. Your Honor, at this time, I believe that the instruction that the court has that should precede what will be marked as State's Exhibit 442Y that we have sent would be appropriately read.
All right, so this is gonna be about his plea in this case.
Yes.
Okay,
In this case.
all right. So, I'm gonna again instruct y'all, and this time, everything I'm gonna say is gonna be applicable to this plea in this 2022 case. All right. So, you are about to hear, and you actually have heard evidence that this witness, who was a co-defendant in this case, has pled guilty to some of the charges in this indictment. I caution you that the co-defendant's guilty plea conviction itself is only admitted for a limited purpose. That guilty plea is an admission by this witness only that he committed the criminal acts to which he pled. You are not to consider this co-defendant witness's guilty plea as evidence that any other defendant is guilty of committing any of the criminal acts alleged against them in this indictment. Each defendant is entitled to have the issue of his guilt determined solely on the basis of the evidence against him and not on whether another person has been convicted of the same charges with which the defendant is accused. If you find that the co-defendant witness provided testimony on the stand that is inconsistent with his guilty plea admissions, and they are going to be admissions in this case, this wasn't an Alfred plea, this was a regular guilty plea, you may consider the witness's prior inconsistent statement, that is his guilty plea admissions, including to the allegations in the charges to which he pled guilty, as substantive evidence, which you may consider against any defendant currently on trial for whatever bearing it may have to the issues on trial.
Thank you, Judge. And we are going to play that. I wanted to ask Mr. Sledge a few more questions. Mr. Sledge, yesterday.
So when she said, so you know what she did right there, right? When the judge gave the jury that information, right? When she read that, okay? That is called limiting instructions, right? That means that the whatever evidence she's fixing to offer to the court is only for whatever the judge just said. It goes to just only to this particular witness and not everybody in the case and so on and so forth. So they should only consider that evidence for whatever the judge just told them. Okay. And she said that it should be, I think she said it should be considered as substantive evidence, which is evidence that proves a fact in the case, proves a point in the case, right? And it doesn't need any additional information, any additional evidence to prove that particular fact in the case. All right, so there's a lot going on. remember, I told you that, a word, one word could mean several different things in the legal arena. So I don't beat y'all down about what substantive mean when it comes, substantive law and procedural law. And now here we go with substantive evidence. So there's a lot going on, but this is a great study.
Am I correct that you testified that you know of an Antonio Sumlin?
Yeah, I know of him.
And did you testify that that's the person that you called Obama?
You never asked me, did I call him Obama? Not,
Okay. Did you call him Obama?
yes.
All right. And how well would you say you know him? You said you know of him. How
Yeah, I
well?
used to see him around, but me and him never really hung out together.
To your knowledge, did he ever claim YSL?
Yes, I heard, yes.
Okay. And when is the last time that you talked with Obama?
I don't know, Ms. Love.
Did you talk with him in 2022?
Yes, probably. Yeah, I probably talked to him in 2022.
Do you know how often? Generally speaking, I don't need a
No,
exact number.
when I seen him, I talked to him.
Okay. Did you ever FaceTime with him?
No, I never been on the phone with him.
All right. Was the last time that you saw him in 2022?
Yeah, in person.
Okay. And do you recall if you ever spoke with him around April 2022?
April 2022?
Yes, sir.
No, I don't recall that.
Do you recall speaking with him around the time that this indictment came out?
I don't remember calling talk to him when the indictment came out.
Okay. Did you ever share any bills with Obama?
What bills? What kind of bills?
Any bills? I don't even care what kind. Any kind of bills with Antonio Sumlin.
What you mean by bills? Could you be more
Understand
specific? I'm asking you to be more specific.
money that you owe to somebody else?
No, I don't recall that. I don't recall that.
Did you ever have to pay any rent with Mr. Sumlin in 2022?
Mr. Sumner never paid any rent with me.
Did you ever have to pay any with him?
No.
Do you know of anyone else within YSL who is referred to as Moncton?
No.
Have you ever had any reason to charge money at a door for a light bill?
Not that I know. He never gave me no money for the light bill.
That's not what I asked. Have you, Mr. Sledge, ever had any reason to charge money at a door for a light bill?
No, overruled. Go ahead.
Could you repeat it?
Have you, Mr. Sledge, ever had any reason to charge money at a door for a light bill?
I don't recall. I don't remember, Ms. Love, but I know if you came to my house and stayed for weeks and months, eventually I want some money for you staying there.
I imagine so. Have you ever had any I take it back. Have you ever had any reason to charge money at a door along with Mr. Sumlin for a light bill?
You already asked that question, Ms. Love.
I'm gonna object to relevance at this point.
Your Honor, I have a very good faith basis for asking this question.
Okay, well, you're asking him, basically, has he ever charged money at a door for a light bill? Charged anybody money at a door for a light bill, right? Just maybe ask
Yes.
that and
I,
then,
yes. Yes.
because if he has no recollection, then he has no recollection whether he was with himself or somebody else. So
Yes.
if you want to make sure that he understands the entire universe of people. Have you ever charged them? Go ahead and ask that. But then if he doesn't recall, let's move on.
Thank you. Have you ever been upset that people were hanging out with you? Or
I would
at
agree
you
with the
and
objection and the judge's decision on that. Now she's doing too
a
much with this.
spot you may have shared with Mr. Sumlin and not paid bills?
I didn't share with him. He just he probably stayed a couple of nights, and when the bill came, I told him to give me money on the bill. That ain't.
And when you say stayed a couple of nights, where would it have been that he stayed?
He probably stayed in my room because I went home.
Okay. And was that your room on Boulevard or somewhere else?
Somewhere.
Was it a house that you lived at?
I stayed there when I wanted to.
What street was that house on?
I think it was out Brown Mill. I'm not for sure. I think it was out Brown Mill. I'm not for sure.
Did you have a nickname for that house?
No, I didn't have a nickname for no house.
To your knowledge, did anyone ever call that house the Web?
I never hung it. I never been there when they called it the Web.
Do you know of a place called the Web?
I heard of it.
Do you know where it is?
It was off Brown Mill somewhere, but I never been to it. I just knew it was off Brown Mill.
Have you ever seen it?
I didn't know exactly what house it was whenever they was calling the Web, or I never been to this at that time, so I don't know.
Who is the they that you're referring to that called it the Web?
The streets. I heard people like at the gas station. I'm about to go to the Web. So I don't know.
Were those people YSL?
I guess.
Did you ever hear anybody other than YSL members talk about going to the Web?
Yes, I done heard females say they was going to the Web.
Do you know or have any idea how far the Web was from the place you said that you were at off Brownsville Road?
No, I don't know exactly.
Do you know the last time that you talked to Kenneth Copeland?
I can't tell you the last time I talked to Kenny Cole.
Do you recall whether you talked to him in 2022?
I don't recall.
Do you remember talking to Kenneth Copeland at all while Kenneth Copeland was in prison around that time? That time being 2022.
I don't know if I talked to Kenny Cole in that time. I'm not for sure, my lord. I don't want to say the wrong thing, so I'm not for sure.
Right today, you don't remember?
Yeah, I don't remember.
Okay. Do you remember whether you talked to Demekion Garlington?
When?
When was the last time you recall talking to Demekion Garlington?
I'd probably say 2022.
Did you ever talk to Kenneth Copeland or Demekion Garlington, either of them, about a RICO indictment?
You saying did I ever talk to them about it?
Yes, sir.
I don't remember, so if you have anything, you can refresh my memory.
Do you have any memory of having conversations about a potential RICO indictment before this indictment or its predecessor was ever brought forward?
I don't remember, Ms. Love. I'm being honest with you. I don't remember.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Your Honor, at this time, the state asks permission to publish 442 Yankee. I'm sorry. We tender 442 Yankee as evidence.
All right, that has been admitted and.
Thank you, Judge.
We're on the record in the matter of the state of Georgia versus Antonio Sledge in 22 SC 183572. Good afternoon, Mr. Wright.
Good afternoon, Judge.
Good afternoon, Mr. Sledge.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
And good afternoon, Councils Love and Hilton. Okay, Councils, I understand this is supposed to be a negotiated plea. Is that correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Yes, Judge.
All right, Mr. Sledge, can I get you to raise your right hand as best you're able?
Yes.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the evidence you shall give in the matter now in hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so be God or so firm?
Yes, I do.
All right, you put your hand down, sir.
Mr. Sledge, please state your true, correct, and legal name.
Antonio Sledge.
And are you the same Antonio Sledge, also known as Moontum, who is listed in indictment 22 SC 183572?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you at this time taking or under the influence of any alcohol, drugs, or medication?
No, ma'am.
Is there any medication that you normally take that you have not been given today?
No, ma'am.
How old are you and how far have you gone in school?
I'm 41, 10th grade.
Are you able to read, write, and understand the English language?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that you are charged with the following offenses?
Yes, ma'am.
Conspiracy to violate the Racketeer Influence and Corrupt Organizations Act,
Yes, ma'am.
as well as possession of a firearm by a convicted felon,
Yes,
as
ma'am.
listed in count 30 of this indictment.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that you have the right to plead either guilty or not guilty to these charges, and that if you plead not guilty or remain silent, you may receive a jury trial?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you had enough time to speak with your attorney, Mr. Derek Wright, about all of the facts and circumstances known to you regarding the charges in this indictment?
Yes, ma'am.
Any potential defenses?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you need more time to discuss this case with your attorney?
No, ma'am.
Are you satisfied with his services?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you waive a formal reading of the indictment?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you waive any and all defects in the indictment, including any with respect to your name?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you been arrested on these charges?
Yes, ma'am.
The state is unaware of any outstanding warrants related to these charges. Do you, Mr. Wright, know of any outstanding warrants that are related to these charges?
I do not.
Mr. Sledge, has your attorney advised you of the minimum and maximum sentence for each charge that you are pleading guilty to
Yes, ma'am.
today?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that this is a negotiated plea of guilty,
Yes, ma'am.
which means that the state will recommend to the court the following sentence:
Yes, ma'am.
as to count 1, 15 years to serve on probation, subject to the special conditions contained in the plea agreement that I have in my hand that I will show you in just a moment. And on count 30, although you are pleading guilty, sentencing will be withheld until the completion of the initial trial of this case. After the initial trial of this case, provided defendant you have complied with the special conditions outlined in sections B, C, D, F, and I of section 3, special conditions of sentence of this plea agreement, the state agrees that the defendant shall be allowed to withdraw his guilty plea on count 30, and the state shall agree to null pros count 30. Do you understand that the court does not have to accept that recommendation? And we will read into the record the terms of the plea agreement in a moment. Do you understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that the court can sentence you to the maximum on each charge and can run those sentences consecutively or one after the other if the court does not accept that negotiated plea.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm showing you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 1AS. Do you recognize the document in State's Exhibit 1AS?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that your signature on page 7 of 7 of State's Exhibit 1AS?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, actually, and Mr. Sledge, have you had an opportunity to review each and every provision within State's Exhibit 1AS?
Yes, ma'am.
As reflected on State's Exhibit 1AS, the current charges that you face are count 1, conspiracy to violate the Racketeer Influence and Corrupt Organizations Act, and count 30, possession of a firearm by a convicted felon previously convicted of a felony involving the use or possession of a firearm, OCGA 16-11-133. The negotiated sentence as outlined in State's 1AS is count 1, 15 years on probation, and count 30, sentencing withheld until years on probation, and count 30, sentencing withheld until years on probation, and count 30, sentencing withheld until years on probation, and count 30, sentence.
We might need to skip forward 2 seconds. Try that.
The agreement is not captured. I'm going to object to skipping forward. I'll
Let's-
see.
Let's see.
Your Honor,
I'm not saying to skip anything substantially. I'm trying to
Right.
see if they can skip over the part where it's just repeating
skipping,
itself.
yes. We're sharing through a different screen, and we're going to go ahead and pick up On at these 6:40 charges. At 6:40 where we stopped. It has complied with the special conditions outlined in section B as in boy, C as in Charlie, D as in Delta, F as in Frank, I as in Indigo of section 3 special conditions of sentence of this plea agreement. The state agrees that defendant shall be allowed to withdraw his guilty plea on count 30, and the state shall agree to null pros count 30. The special conditions of the sentence, as outlined in section 3, are that defendant shall abide in full by each and all of the terms of this negotiated agreement. Defendant's failure to abide by any term of this agreement shall constitute a violation of the agreement. Defendant shall testify truthfully about all matters relating to this case upon which he is questioned at any trial or judicial proceeding stemming from the facts alleged in this indictment. In accordance with testifying truthfully about all matters relating to this case, defendant acknowledges that each and all of the statements contained within the defendant's factual acknowledgments section of this agreement are true. Defendant shall testify truthfully about each statement contained within defendant's factual acknowledgments and any matters related to this case when asked to do so in any proceeding related to the facts alleged in this indictment. Defendant shall possess no guns unless his right to do so is restored. Defendant shall commit no criminal acts. Defendant shall submit to random drug screenings by the Department of Community Supervision and any agency designated by the court in this case. Should the defendant test positive for any Schedule 1, 2, or 3 drug, defendant shall within 30 days of said positive test undergo drug rehabilitation as designated by the court or the Department of Community Supervision and shall successfully complete said rehabilitation program. Defendant relinquishes any Fifth Amendment right related to any statement contained within defendant's factual acknowledgments contained within this plea agreement. Section 4, defendant's factual acknowledgments. Have you initialed each and all of the defendant's factual acknowledgments contained within section 4 of this document?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that initial AS your initial?
Yes, ma'am.
The factual acknowledgments are as follows. Number 3, while associated with YSL and to support and express loyalty to YSL, defendant and co-defendant Demekion Garlington and Quindarius Zachary appeared in a video with another person, AS, where defendant brandished a weapon used in a drive-by shooting, and where on behalf of YSL, defendant threatened to harm a person named Kel, a rival gang member who had begun a relationship with defendant's ex-girlfriend. Number 4, on or about April 28, 2015, as reflected in Fulton County Indictment 15SC 138994, defendant and fellow YSL associates Demekion Garlington and Quindarius Zachary committed a drive-by shooting using the firearm defendant wielded in the video referenced in Part 3 of this section, targeting family members of a rival gang. Number 5, defendant and his fellow YSL associates committed the drive-by shooting referenced in sections 3 and 4 above on behalf of YSL and to increase the notoriety, reputation, and fear of YSL. Number 6, defendant admitted committing and was convicted of aggravated assault and participation in criminal street gang activity, among other charges, for his participation in the drive-by shooting referenced in sections 3, 4, and 5 above. Number 7, defendant was told by another YSL associate that immediately after the murder of Donovan Thomas Jr., YSL associates met at the McDonald's on Cleveland Avenue in Atlanta, Georgia, to discuss the murder. Number 8, defendant personally knows that one or more YSL associates committed the murder of Donovan Thomas Jr. on behalf of YSL. Number 9, on January the 10th, 2015, after the murder of Donovan Thomas Jr., defendant and other YSL associates gathered at the home of Jeffrey Williams, aka Young Thug, who gave defendant and other YSL associates cash money to lay low. Number 16, defendant has personal knowledge that he and other members or associates of YSL have either participated in or directly committed at least one of the following crimes in order to increase the notoriety and reputation of YSL: murder, armed robbery, aggravated assault, attempted murder, theft, illegal gun possession, and illegal drug possession and sales. Mr. Sledge, have you had an opportunity to go over each one of the defendant's factual acknowledgments and make corrections where necessary?
Yes.
And do you now acknowledge under oath that each of the factual acknowledgments that you have initialed in this section are true and correct and accurate to the best of your ability?
Yes, ma'am.
Part 5 of this plea agreement, Your Honor, states that defendant's sentencing acknowledgments are as follows. Defendant understands fully that if he violates any provision or any special condition of this plea agreement, the district attorney can and will use the contents of this document and agreement during any judicial proceeding. The defendant understands fully that if he violates any provision or any special condition of this plea agreement, his probation for this sentence may be revoked in its entirety, and the district attorney will recommend that defendant serve any remaining portion of this sentence in confinement at the Georgia Department of Corrections or prison. Number 3, defendant understands fully that any violation of any provision or of any special condition of this plea agreement shall result in defendant being sentenced on count 30 of this indictment, and the district attorney will recommend that the defendant serve the maximum sentence allowed by law. Number 4, defendant understands fully that if prior to the conclusion of the initial trial of this case, defendant fails or refuses to testify to any fact that he acknowledges in this plea agreement, such failure or refusal nullifies any promise made by the district attorney to null pros count 30 of this indictment. Number 5, defendant understands fully that defendant's violation of any provision or of any special condition of this plea agreement prior to the conclusion of the initial trial of this case shall nullify any promise made by the district attorney to null pros count 30 of this indictment and may result in defendant being, and Your Honor, there is a typo that is in this document. It's the word should be being, and it's spelled B-E-G-I-N. I'm going to ask that defendant just strike through and initial that word B-E-G-I-N to B-E-I-N-G.
Through. Change it to E. Then initial right there.
And Mr. Sledge, is that your initial above the strike through of the word begin to change it to being?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And may result in defendant being sentenced to serve as much as 35 years of confinement in the Georgia Department of Corrections or prison. Number 6, defendant understands fully that no promises, agreements, or conditions have been made other than those set forth in this document. Mr. Sledge, are these your initials on each section under defendant's sentencing acknowledgements?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Sledge, do you agree that the following statement is one that you have read, fully understood, and signed your name acknowledging? I, Antonio Sledge, have read and carefully reviewed this agreement. I have reviewed and corrected where necessary for accuracy each statement contained in defendant's factual acknowledgements, and I acknowledge the truth and accuracy of each and every statement listed therein. I fully understand this agreement, and I've had an opportunity to discuss this agreement and each of its provisions with my attorney, Mr. Derek Wright. No promises other than those contained in this document have been made to me in furtherance of this agreement. I freely, knowingly, and voluntarily enter into this agreement without force, threat, or coercion. Is that the statement that you acknowledged in this agreement?
Yeah, ma'am.
And is that the statement to which you sign your name underneath?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, the state tenders as evidence, State's Exhibit 1AS.
Any objection? States 1AS is admitted for purpose of plea.
Mr. Sledge, I'm showing you, and Your Honor, I'll show defense before I present it to him, what was admitted during that session as 1AS. If anyone wants to see it, if not, I'll go ahead and approach the witness. All right. Mr. Sledge, would you please take a look at 1AS and tell me if 1AS, which was admitted for the purposes of your plea, and the document we have been referring to, yes, thank you, as states 444 Yankee, and And I will now add back the first two sheets. Would you please look at those two documents and tell me if states 444 Yankee is an exact copy of States Exhibit 1AS that you signed on December 28th, 2022?
Look at the whole thing, or just the
Yes,
first
sir.
two?
Please look at the entire thing.
Yes, I remember this one.
And is States Exhibit 444 Yankee an exact duplicate of the document labeled States Exhibit 1AS?
Yes.
Right. Thank you, Your Honor. One moment.
All right, is there a cross-examination of Mr. Sludge? All right, go ahead, Mr. Sharp. Yes.
Mr. Kokomo's in need of the Zoom link.
It's the same it's been all week. Can you look at maybe a prior day's email? Or the state will forward it. Thank you. He's got it. He's in.
Mr. Sledge, good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Max Shard. I represent Shannon Stillwell, okay?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to be asking you some questions about that document that you were just reviewing. Do you have that up there with you?
No, she took it.
Okay. If I ask you specific questions about that document, do you think it might be helpful for you to have it in front of you to refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yeah, I think it's right up with the court reporter.
He's probably gonna try to establish that
Okay.
I'm not.
you don't understand.
Okay.
We'll get there.
Okay.
Maybe.
And just please listen to my questions and then answer truthfully, okay?
Yes.
Ms. Sledge, I'm going to ask you to go back to December 28th of 2022, okay?
Yes,
Now, that is the day that you pled guilty, correct?
yes,
And that's also the day, as I understand it, that you initialed that document. Is that correct?
yes,
Initialed the factual acknowledgments within the document, correct?
yes.
All right. Let me ask you one question before I get there, though. What day were you arrested on this case?
I want to say May 27, 2022.
May 27th, 2022. Well, that works out well for my limited math here. Okay. So May 27th of 2022 to December 28th of 2022. That seems to me 7 months. Is that correct?
Yes, 7 or 8.
Okay. So on December 28th of 2022, when you initialed those documents, you had been locked up for 7 months.
Yes,
Okay. You had previously moved for a bond in this case, correct?
yes.
You moved for a bond on October 13th, I believe, 2022?
I don't remember the date, but yes, I know.
It was in October,
Yes,
and the state opposed your release on bond, correct?
yes,
And Judge Glanville denied bond, correct?
yes,
Okay. So on December 28th, 2022, you had been locked up for 7 months and 1 day, and you did not have a bond.
Objection, asked, answered, and compound.
Sustained.
On December 28th, 2022, you did not have a bond, correct?
Sustained.
Let me ask you, when you were locked up, we're saying locked up, where were you living? Where were you held?
at the Fords County Rice Street.
Okay, that's Fulton County Jail?
Yeah, jail.
Okay, and we're not, generally speaking, is that a nice place to be?
Objection, roll.
Overruled.
No.
Is that a dangerous place?
Yes,
Is that a filthy place?
yes,
Okay. On December 28th, 2022, there were some things going on in your life, correct?
yes,
Okay, you've already shared with us that your mother was ill.
yes,
Certainly, on that date, you wanted to get home to your ill mother. Isn't that correct?
yes,
You are also a father, right, Mr. Sledge?
yes,
You have 8 children, is that correct?
yes.
On December 28th, 2022, I don't need to know the age of every child, but what was the age ranges?
23, the youngest 9.
The youngest was 9.
He 9 now.
Okay, so about 7.
Yeah, about 7 then.
And do your children live in Atlanta?
Yes, all of them.
Okay, do you spend time with your children?
Yes,
Sustained.
Do you attend to your children's daily needs?
Sustained.
Your Honor, may I be heard?
You may.
It goes to his need to get out of jail.
All right, we'll get to it.
Okay, do you attend to your children's daily needs?
yes,
Do you drive your children to school?
Let's move along a little bit.
Okay. Did you have a significant other at the time?
yes,
Overruled.
yes,
And I don't even need to say her name, her initials are DB.
yes,
Okay. On December 28th, 2022, did you miss DB?
yes,
Did you miss your children?
yes,
You indicated that Derek Wright is your attorney,
yes,
and he's represented you in the past,
yes,
and you hired him on this case.
yes,
When you testified, I want to make sure I'm correct on this, you paid him a certain amount of money, and I don't need to know the amount.
Objection, relevance.
He's testified that he did not his understanding was he did not pay his attorney. You didn't, the money that you paid your attorney, you knew it wasn't enough for him to go to trial on this long case, correct?
Yes,
That was your understanding.
yes,
That was his understanding.
yes.
You did not have an attorney to take this case to trial.
All right, no, now that we all know that that's not true, that anybody who can't afford an attorney is entitled to get an
Well, I'm
attorney
gonna get
without
there.
cost to them.
I'm going to get there. There were people in this case that couldn't afford an attorney, correct? People weren't, people still don't have
Hang on,
attorneys.
hang on, don't talk over each other. That is not relevant to the question that you're asking him, nor to this trial going on right now.
Your Honor, may I be heard?
Yes,
If he knows he's going to
you
sit,
may, yes. You know what? Let's break for lunch, because I know that this is gonna take more than 30 minutes for you to do your cross, so let's just break for lunch right now. Huh? Time? Oh, right, well, I've got some, we have to deal with some other matters, let's say 1:30. Is Let's take up this objection.
so Your Honor, and I say this not in a pointed fashion. You weren't here in the beginning of this case.
Yeah.
And I know that you're not presiding on the case with the other individuals. The reality is, people were severed off this case because our public defender system did not provide people attorneys. People were sitting in jail for up to 2 years. I'm not even sure everyone has an attorney to this date. These gentlemen that are not sitting here, that are sitting in 901 Rice Street, 2 years later, I don't even know if they have attorneys now, but I do know when we started this trial, people were severed because the public defender's system had not provided attorneys. Mr. Sledge knew that. Mr. Sledge, and this is the reality, and I don't think we should hide it from the jurors. The reality is Mr. Sledge had two options: plead guilty or wait for an appointed attorney to try this case, and he would have been sitting in jail and he'd still be in jail today.
All right, all of those cases are ready to be tried right now. Everybody who's been severed out other than, for that reason, is ready.
Okay,
And,
well,
I
right,
mean-
and they're still in jail. And
well,
and
so are
that's-
all of these defendants,
Well,
but we're
I-
not gonna get into that, are we?
Well, at this point, I really probably wouldn't mind, but I'm not going to speak for everyone else. But it goes to his mind state. He had two options: either take this plea or end up in the same bucket that Demekion Garlington and Demise McMullen and other people were in, which was be unrepresented, sit in Rice Street until the state gets about. So when we say we know people are appointed attorneys, yes, I know theoretically under the Supreme Court precedents and under our Constitution, appointed indigent individuals are supposed to be appointed attorneys, but in reality, that did not happen here.
That may not have happened immediately, but
It
it
didn't
just
happen.
happened, and
It didn't happen until very recently.
I mean,
Your Honor.
that does not need to be what is there are so many collateral issues in this case. So if you want to ask him much more pointedly what his understanding was, but we don't need to go through every co-defendant who may or may not have had. an
Oh, I
attorney.
wasn't going to do
You seem
that.
to be going down
No,
that
I was
road.
just asking if he knew. I was saying he was aware that attorneys were not being appointed to represent the other people he was with, and he didn't want to be in that situation. And, you know, Miss Love was objecting, and I never got a chance to
Well,
get to it.
I mean, you know, for all I know, Ms. Love's now going to want to cross-examine him on his actual financial affairs, which I think would be fair, because I'm not sure, you know, that
don't have a
that
problem with
wouldn't
that.
be fodder for redirect at this point.
I mean, I don't really have a problem with her cross-examining him at this financial affairs. Mr. Wright might.
Well, I mean, why don't you propose a couple of questions that you think will get to the heart of the matter?
Well, I've already established that he didn't hire Mr. Wright to try the case. He was aware that other people that had been arrested that could not afford attorneys were unrepresented, remained unrepresented 7 months later. And he didn't want to be in a situation where he was sitting in 901 Rice Street without an attorney to represent him.
You are not going to be able to ask him about not, well, I see what you mean. Okay, well, let's not give it the impression that it's indefinite and still going on right now, because we all know that's not accurate.
Well,
That's not accurate. I can pull up all 19 of the co-defendants, I
Well,
guess, and look and
all
see,
represented.
but
and
they're
we-
all represented. They have been for quite a while,
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
a few
Gone to
months.
several hearings with them and their attorneys.
They're at like final plea stage, aren't
Well,
they?
Yes,
at
they're
the-
actually pushing for trial. in the middle of this
Except
trial.
that, yes, which needs to happen, but that's a whole other issue. Okay, so you get about one more question on that and then
I
move
propose
on.
to.
Okay, what are the two?
That he was aware that on December 28th, 2022, there were people on this case that could not afford attorneys. They had not been appointed attorneys by that date, and he didn't want to be in their situation. I guess that's three, if we're not going to make compound.
May I respond?
You may.
Judge, I would object to Mr. Sharp's assertion, number one, that he's established that Mr. Sledge did not have the ability to secure Mr. Wright for trial.
So he said on direct that he didn't. He said, I couldn't afford Mr. Wright for trial, and that's why I pled.
Okay, we'll get into that. Also, I object to the speculation regarding, as speculation, his question regarding whether or not anyone else could afford or had an attorney or would be appointed an attorney or might have to wait for an attorney.
Wasn't asking for
It's not-
speculation. I said on December 28th, you
What-
knew that other people didn't have attorneys yet. We were all in
Yeah.
court. We
I
were all in
mean-
court. We were all talking about it openly in court.
Yeah.
There were people there that did not have attorneys.
Yeah.
They all sat right there and looked sad, and we all
Okay,
openly
yes, Ms.
discussed
Love.
it.
Thank you.
I mean, that
It
is
is
true,
an
right?
improper-
That on December 28th of 2022, there were at least some co-defendants without an attorney yet because there are so many conflicts.
There were
Okay.
still on December 28th.
All right.
We would object that Mr. Sharp's line of questioning is an improper attempt to elicit sympathy from the jury. He has already asked and established that Rice Street is just the worst place in the world.
I know.
And
He's
he
not
wanted
going
to
into
get
that
out.
anymore.
Also,
He may be trying to establish sympathy, but I think what he's legally trying to do is establish motivations for testifying, and that he's allowed to do.
motivations for you
For
mean entering
whatever
court?
he's doing, for whatever this witness is doing.
Okay.
That's a legitimate.
Would the court indulge and ask Mr. Sharp just to repeat so that I can write it down exactly what those questions are that he intends to ask and that the court is about to rule on?
Do you mind repeating those?
I'm going to try to do it as consistently as possible. I was kind of making them up
Off the cuff. I
off the
know.
cuff. You were aware that other people arrested on this case had not hired attorneys. on by December 28, 2022. On December 28, 2022, you were aware that other people arrested on this case had not hired attorneys.
Okay,
On December 28, 2022, you were aware that some people that had not hired attorneys had not been appointed counsel and remained unrepresented,
okay.
and you did not want to be
One of those people.
one of those people at Rice Street without an attorney.
Okay. And Ms. Love, if you want to voice what your objection is, if any, to those questions for the record, you may.
I'm getting that last compound one down. Remain unrepresented. And
Had not been appointed counsel and remained unrepresented.
so I have, you were aware that other people arrested on this case had not hired attorneys on December 28, 2022. And the second one is you were aware that some people who had not been appointed attorneys remained unrepresented on December 28, 2022, and you did not want to be one of those people? Did I get it
Well,
right?
that was my phrasing of it. His phrasing
You did not
was
want to be
unrepresented and in Rice Street.
correct.
So, Your Honor, I believe that the second question, in as much as he did not want to be unrepresented and in Rice Street, is fair to establish that point. But I believe that Mr. Sledge's awareness of other people or lack thereof or speculation about whatever their status was, it would amount to speculation, number one. It would
Hang on,
amount to hearsay.
wasn't Mr. Sledge a defendant in this
He
case?
was.
of
He
the-
was.
of the
I don't know if
time?
Ms.
So that's not speculation.
I don't know if Ms. Love was here, but we
What?
had court hearings where
Okay,
unrepresented
I'm going to
people also
permit,
right
so
there.
is that a relevance objection or?
It is
something else?
there is a relevance objection to it. Yes, there is a relevance objection as well.
I'm going to permit all of those over objection.
Thank you.
Anything else you think we're going to need to hash out outside of the presence of the jury?
It also suggests impermissibly in my mind that the plea that Mr. Sledge gave was, and I mean, this may be something that we just argue, wasn't given knowingly, voluntarily, and willingly, when Mr. Sledge has already said that he pled guilty knowingly, willingly, and voluntarily.
You've got the video in evidence where he says that and
Right.
acknowledges it, so. All right, so are there any other issues we think are going to need to be taken up outside the presence of the jury while we're doing this?
Mr. Steele just
Cross.
sent over a Dropbox link and we don't know what's in it yet, so we have to review it and we don't know yet whether
All
there's
right,
something
Ms.
else.
Jill, is that your potential cross? Okay. All right.
And Your Honor,
Yes, sir.
I plan on you, I'm sorry. In Your Honor, I just handed the state one proposed exhibit that I'll be using, DS-36. It's actually from Discovery, but I've taken out all the commentary. It's ironically something that they're seeking to admit.
Okay, well, then they should not have. an
Yeah,
issue.
you would think that would be the case, but it's pictures of Kelvin Watts, Miss Entrevia Smith, and Mr. Sledge. And I'm going to ask him if he knows who those people are.
Any issue with that?
No,
Okay.
not to this. I haven't seen the rest of what's
Okay,
new in the
I
Dropbox.
know, nobody's seen Mr. Steele's stuff in the context of its use. Obviously, they've seen it in Discovery, but yes, sir. Okay. Okay. All right, thank you. Great, thank you. You want to go ahead and do that right now? Okay. only 444Y in here. And it should be 44Y, well, 410, 424, 48, which are photos. The photos up here that were submitted. And also I have not gotten a copy of the video, it's just that on the jump drive. Okay?
The video that we played today, that we edited.
This is for the live video.
Okay, we will provide that to you on a jump drive and via email. Yes, ma'am, we have the photos. We have another copy of them. I don't know why they're on there. I thought they were in there yesterday.
I mean, if y'all want to maybe do that offline, I don't know if y'all have any dog in the Rule 22 or not, but. I don't know. Is there a Jason Whitaker here? He was one of the people that, if not, then we won't bother with that part of it. If he can't show up for it, then. Okay. They're what? Okay. Well, they can come in here beforehand. Are you Jason Whitaker? All right. Hello. How are you? Come on up to the podium. So I know you have just very recently filed a Rule 22, and I think we were going to have a hearing on Monday, but you maybe didn't get notice, so we had to move it to another day, because obviously you need notice in order to be here for
I
it.
was actually sitting right back there
Oh.
when your assistant called me. I was sitting there.
Okay, well, anyway, we tried to reach you, and that's why it wasn't earlier, is because
I
we
will let
thought that you didn't have notice, so sorry, maybe. I thought I even asked out loud, but anyway,
It's perfect.
here we are now.
We're here.
And I know that you want to film in some way. Here's the thing, is that we have already got a whole lot of people filming. And I'm gonna have Sylvia Parks in just a minute. I don't know if she's here right now. What I am gonna propose is essentially the same thing that I proposed with regard to Ms. Bumpus, is that you all kind of be pooled media,
Okay.
because we just already have so much going on.
Not a
So
problem.
that work for you?
Can I express what I was seeking to do?
Sure.
I actually didn't want to, well, first of all, my name is Jason Whitaker.
Hello.
I'm a member of the community. I'm a Morehouse graduate and actually a former classroom teacher at Cleveland Avenue Elementary School,
Well,
one of the schools they've been
Thank you
talking
for
about.
that.
I do a podcast and
Okay.
we've been live streaming and discussing this case. And I did not want to actually record anything. I
Oh,
wanted to
okay.
just be able to, if possible, because I had the Rule 22, be able to use my phone and just update on things that have happened in court. That's it. Nothing more, nothing less. No filming, no picture taking, just being able to keep up with the community that's watching this. Actually, I stream it from home, so they're watching it out from my house, and they just be able to say, hey, this is what happened. Or if the audio goes out, say, hey, this is what you might not have heard, or anything of that nature.
We
So
don't
it's
say
not,
anything exciting when the audio goes
no,
out.
nothing exciting happens
No,
when the
I
audio
know.
goes out. So that's actually it. Judge
Okay,
Whitaker.
well then you'll sit in the media row?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, because there are kind of different rules for the media phones and
I
other
will
people's
follow all the
phones.
rules that are
Okay.
given to me.
That's fine.
That's
You
fair.
may do that,
Okay.
yes.
Do I need to give you back this to get it signed, or does the deputy just need to know?
We do it all electronically, so I'll just sit, but my understanding then is that you just want to be able to use your phone
And my
to
laptop,
post
just
essentially, but not to record in any way.
nothing's recorded,
Okay.
nothing's pictured.
All right, we'll get one filed that gives you that permission.
I appreciate it. Thank you
All
so
right,
much, young lady.
thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Miss, is it Parks? Will that work or just Miss? Okay, come on up. All right, so I know that you have been live streaming pretty much this entire trial, and I'm sure probably the pretrial proceedings as well. And it came to both the court's attention and defense counsel's attention recently that you had been on your, what do you call those things that you do? It's not a podcast, or is it, do you still call it that?
It is a podcast,
Okay.
but it's
A video podcast. Okay,
podcast.
anyway, we'll call it a podcast. That you had been, and I know that you say in your letter that you didn't reveal any personal identifying information. And I think that you did not reveal enough to actually identify any of the jurors, but you were referring to where different people sat and their race and gender. And that is personally identifying information. And then you were giving them derogatory names. And you say in the letter that you provided to me this morning that you have always operated with great integrity, that the content you share represents factual reporting, and that you do your reporting with these are all quotes from your letter, the utmost respect and integrity for all involved. Do you believe that any of those three statements that you made to me this morning is actually true about the names you were given those jurors?
I just want to give you the names or movies that I like. And, you know, SpongeBob is my daughter's favorite cartoon.
Do you think that those
I-
showed respect and integrity to the jurors?
Well, I didn't think it were bad names at all. Glasses, nose. No, I didn't think it was bad names. I show you all
So-
the names.
The utmost respect and integrity?
I think it's depend on the individual. Well, to me, I felt it was utmost respect.
Well, I do not feel that. That seems like the kind of thing that a kind of mean person does on the playground in grade school.
You think so?
I do. I don't think that shows the least bit of respect or integrity to the jurors or to the court system. So if you are going to, and let me ask you this, you talked in your letter about being media and freedom of the press. Do you consider yourself to be press and media and journalism?
I consider myself being a content creator. I create content for the community
Okay.
and give information. As far as journalism, I didn't go to school. I've taken
Well, and I
some
mean, you don't
classes
have
and things
to,
like
but-
that. But I mean, the information I believe is very vital for the community.
I don't disagree. I mean, this is court. It's one of the most important things we do in our country. But you say my role is to deliver news and information. So, I mean, do you, to that extent, consider, and you say you want to represent factual reporting. So do you to that extent consider yourself to be media, even if it's non-traditional media?
Yeah, I would think I would because I've taken courses of like
Okay.
etiquette and things like
Okay.
that. But as far as
Okay.
and then and the other thing too with my channel, it's more like some sort of like easy going friendly type of thing where people don't feel like it's just
I'd love for you to keep it friendly.
Okay.
That would be great.
Okay. And I will never use the names anymore if it offend anybody because that was never my intention to offend anyone.
Okay.
I was just using names of movies that I like, Twister, SpongeBob,
Alright. Well,
and
let's-
Ghost, things like that.
I mean, I realize that if you're trying to create content that fills, the entirety of every day, that sometimes you probably have to reach out somewhere to whatever pops in your mind at the time. But I would ask that before you do that, that you actually do keep in mind that this is a court proceeding. And I know a whole lot of people seem to be watching this as entertainment, but this is not entertainment for any of the people involved here.
It's real
This is
life.
very serious. And it does a disservice, I think, to everybody when the coverage is flippant in the way that I think that was, okay? And I know you've got every right to do that if you want to. I would just prefer that you not.
I won't.
And I am gonna give you this, it's a code of ethics that the Society of Professional Journalists follows as a guideline.
Okay.
And I mean, you're not required to abide by it. It's not the law, but it might be helpful for you to take a look at it
I
and
definitely
just,
will.
use it as a guideline.
I definitely will.
Okay,
I
so
definitely
if
will.
you can do that for me and try to be respectful and treat this with integrity, then you may come back in and continue to live stream.
Definitely.
All right, I appreciate it.
Thank
I'm
you, Your
gonna
Honor.
hand this up to you.
Okay.
All right, I don't know if y'all have had an opportunity now, we can get back to our issues with, or potential issues with some of the exhibits that may be used during the cross.
Yes, Your Honor. And
All
with
right.
the court's permission, may I maintain my seat there because I'm looking at.
You may.
So in the Dropbox that we received from Defendant Williams, included are what appear to be, and I'll just take them in turn.
I don't know, y'all. I don't know. This ain't nothing towards nobody, what have you. But I'm a 99 graduate. That was a long time ago. On my Juris Doctorate, right? Just on that. I've never seen all of this before in my life. I don't want to see nobody get in trouble. And I definitely don't want to see no one defeated because some idiots decide to, harass her or have it. I like Sylvia, I pretty much like, people out here. But you also got to keep in mind that you don't want to do nothing that will give someone ammunition against you, especially when you know they're on your ass. Don't give them anything to use against you.
Turn exhibit number 15 Alpha for Defendant Williams appears to be a video of LeBron James dabbing up someone and wiping his nose and saying slime.
Okay.
We object to that.
On what basis?
relevance grounds.
I suspect the relevance is gonna, well, I don't want to speak for you, Mr. Steele. What's the relevance?
It just shows that this is not unique to YSL
Okay, well, I
or
mean,
in a gang. Also, Your Honor, it's already in evidence.
it's already in evidence anyway.
That's-
It's already in
That's
evidence.
possible. It
It's
probably, it
already
may
in
have gotten,
evidence.
that may have been the
All right,
case. And if
and
that's the
if
case.
it's not, I
I'm
can see, I'm
Okay.
gonna overrule the relevance
Okay.
objection to the extent it's not in evidence.
All right.
Any other?
And yes, there are apparently, so I'll name them again, 16 Alpha from Defendant Williams is a person unknown to the state, a random person in what appears to be a TikTok video. And this person they're singing.
Okay.
Apparently they're singing Defendant Williams' song.
Okay.
And they're saying, and he's saying slat, 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 slat. They're lip syncing to it. It's a young female wearing a skull cap, lip syncing to Defendant Williams' song.
Which number is this?
Okay, in the beginning, there's no skull cap. She's
Oh,
just got
okay,
her
then she
hair
puts
straight
one
down.
on.
And then later on, there's a young lady in a skull
Okay,
cap. We object on 2 grounds, relevance and in as much as it is Defendant Williams' statements, his statements, we would object as self-quotations.
I don't understand
you
this.
know, there is no
Right.
objection
Or
that is, our evidentiary objection that is
Let me-
self-quotation.
self-serving hearsay. It's hearsay, Your Honor, and there's no exception for it. So I'll leave it at
Okay.
that.
It's non-hearsay. I'm not using it for the truth. I'm just
Mhm.
showing what exactly now Mr. Sledge said that slime is just used, slat is just used. He said it's used by people all over the world. He said people can say YSL, they're YSL. There's no initiation. I don't know though, Your Honor, if
All
he
right.
has seen these before. So
The
I'm just,
what? You don't know what?
I don't know if I could lay a foundation. I don't know if he's seen these before, so I would show it to him beforehand.
So, I mean, if this is an exhibit that's showing somebody lip syncing to one of your client's videos where he uses whatever this terminology is, that doesn't establish anything other than he put these things in a song and people sing his songs. That doesn't establish that she or anybody else would have used that terminology otherwise. So I'm going to exclude that. That does not show what you allege it to show.
I think that goes to potentially weight, but I understand the court's ruling.
Additionally, Your Honor, 16 Bravo from Defendant Williams is a video that I think it's safe to say has not been tendered previously. And it is, as it's loading, it's a young man whom we don't know the identity of, who is, I think, either singing or lip syncing. He's lip syncing Defendant song.
All right, let me say that anybody who is just some random person lip syncing or singing a song that Mr. Williams put out does not establish anything other than once he puts out these songs, people like the lyrics and sing the lyrics, and that doesn't establish anything other than that. That it is now in common parlance in the music business is probably not even an issue.
So I think that that is the case for 16 Alpha, 16 Beta, 16 Charlie, 16 Delta, 17 Alpha, 17 Beta, 17 Charlie, 17 Delta.
No, that's wrong. So it
So
would
we're
be
still
under
going through them.
16 A through F would be
Okay.
consistent with this honorable court's
All right.
ruling. I will not attempt to introduce it.
All right.
17A through E, some of them have already been admitted. Other ones are similar. It's just people who are using the nose wipe, if you know what I'm talking about, the finger across the nose.
Okay.
And that's what those are.
And those are already in or?
No, not all of them,
Alright.
but some of
And
them.
do we know when these came into existence?
Yes. Mr. Trontavious Stevens and Jeffrey Williams exhibit, or JW exhibit number 17A
Uh-huh.
is already in evidence, and it's already marked 7 through E.
Judge, can we confirm that? Because I don't have that same memory of 17 Alpha. in
Sure,
this.
and I guess
and-
at some point, we really do need to sit down and sort out the evidence that came before me, but yes.
All right, so we do not have that same memory, and to the extent that it is not, if it is not, we would object on relevance grounds. It is an unknown person.
All right, do you know when it came into existence roughly?
We have the exact date. It's also 15, I think I said 17.
You did.
15A,
15A is LeBron James, right?
already in, and Mr. Kumo is getting the date, if that's okay.
So you already talked about 15, if it's,
So 15A is not LeBron James lip syncing, is it?
it's LeBron
January
James.
2nd, 22nd, 2024, it was admitted into evidence.
Yes, so-
January 22.
Is he
2000.
also lip syncing one of Mr. Williams' songs?
Mr. LeBron James is coming into a locker room.
Uh-huh.
He has teammates. He's a basketball player.
Yep.
I know you know that. but,
I know, you're setting up for the record. He's one of the most famous people in the
yes.
world. Yes.
is greeting his teammates.
Okay,
And as he's greeting, he's doing different type of greetings. And one of them is the wiping of the nose.
okay,
That's what it is.
okay.
Other people in there, and I have to look to get the exact numbers, but is a baseball player on the Padres. Last name is Musgrove, Musgrove. He throws a pitch on the diamond. He strikes out the batter. It's a New York Mets, and he wipes his nose. Another one is Stephon Diggs. He's a football player on the Buffalo Bills. At that time, he's now on the Texans in Texas. And their quarterback, whose name I can't remember, Josh Allen, they both greet. It's the same type of thing. They greet in the huddle, and Josh Allen's going around other people. They wipe the nose.
And these are all in 15A?
No,
They should be 17A, then 17B, then 17. I separated them all.
Okay.
so Your Honor, what we'd like to,
17D and 17E, and they just go consecutive. And the next one is CD Lamb. He's a football player on the Dallas
Okay, well,
Cowboys.
we're
It's the
probably
same.
getting cumulative at this point, but, so are these all from like the 2023, 2024 era?
I'd say so. 20, maybe a little earlier, but yes.
Judge, so our objection is that, one, as we look at starting at 17A, these videos that Mr. Steele or Defendant Williams is seeking to have admitted are nothing more than people imitating a hand motion or lip syncing words that Defendant Williams appears to have made popular through his music and his songs. Defendant Williams has SLAT tattooed on his index finger as he wipes his nose, and is photographed in pictures and publications with that index finger, nose wipe, and word SLAT. The fact that his music that he has circulated that people have taken to it and emulated it has absolutely no bearing whatsoever on whether or not either defendant in this case, and specifically Defendant Williams, committed any crime alleged in this indictment. It has no relevance whatsoever. It is a circular argument to bring about something that someone else is doing now because Defendant Williams did it. I don't believe anyone, and I can't speak for everybody who's going to get up there, but I don't believe that anyone is going to be able to say, unless they bring in the people who actually put these videos up, when these videos or created, when they were done. There's no foundation, I think, that can be laid. And I don't think that any of them are relevant to any matter in this case.
Okay, well, I mean, the reason I asked about when they came into being is because the fact that something that a performer of the fame and magnitude of Mr. Williams has brought into more common parlance, if you will, within society doesn't really establish anything more than that. Why don't you pick 2 or 3 and let's just go with that, and that will, I think, establish your argument that this is just something that doesn't mean gangs at all. It just means, you know, this is what's cool in common culture right now. They'll let you do that. That will not prevent the state from arguing maybe what it is now, but that's not what it originated as. It's not what it means to the people in YSL. Y'all can argue that in front of the jury. But we certainly don't need, 15 or 20 of these. So pick like 3, okay?
Also,
All right.
I believe that 222 Alpha XX from Defendant Williams is a compilation that we've not yet. Okay, these are flyers of Defendant Williams that we object to.
Okay.
Based on relevance, they are self-serving, they are hearsay. So we object to 222 Alpha through XX. We have not yet looked at all of them because we didn't realize it has so many exhibits contained in the one. So I'm still sorting through them. They appear to be Defendant Williams flyers.
All right. And what would be the relevance of those?
So this, I couldn't get these. The state gave this to us in discovery. This is from Mr. Williams' Twitter account. And he advertises.
No, this is
From
This is
222 Alpha.
220 Alpha through XX?
Yes.
Okay.
So he advertises his shows.
Yeah.
And what I did was listening to Mr. Sledge, he may know about these shows.
Okay.
So-
In which case?
So then the state is saying that Mr. Williams is on Cleveland Avenue and Mr. Williams' notoriety has to be increased because of a drive-by shooting. And I'm saying the opposite. Mr. Williams is extremely busy. He is always in a studio. There's been testimony like that. There'll be more. And he's constantly performing around the time of the 2014 going into 15, which is the relevant time period for Mr. Sledge's testimony.
And is that what all of these are
Yes.
from?
Yes. So that's why I put them together. Now, it is extremely relevant because what the state is trying to show that Mr. Williams somehow is so interested in this gang that is on Cleveland Avenue and selling drugs from a convenience store. And I want to show the truth of what he's actually doing and how busy he is. So that's why these are here. They're not anything to do with hearsay. And this gentleman may not have personal knowledge of these events and shows because he was going with Mr. Williams as he testified to. And that's what I was going
And
to do.
are you going to hand them to him
Yes.
as like an exhibit that's a composite of a bunch of flyers?
I already did. I gave it, well, I didn't hand it to him. I gave it to the Honorable Mr. Wright, who I assume, because I know Mr. Wright has gone through it with his client. And then I have a hard copy and I have the thumb drive, by the way. For
And they
the,
go from, it looks like they start in September 2014 and go through June of 2015. All right. You don't intend to display each one of these separately, do you? Because that's
I would try to get them into evidence and then use them at the appropriate time.
like a few, like a smattering,
That's what I think.
not 57 of them or however many there are. Okay.
Well, I was
I
going,
know, I mean, the jury will have a, whatever inch thick
Yes.
composite exhibit to look at.
But I will only, yes, I'm not going to go through
In
every one
terms
of them.
of court time, okay,
I will be.
all right, I'm gonna
cognizant.
overrule that.
So, Your Honor, the response that Mr. Steele gave regarding it showing that Mr. Williams has a show or he's busy at shows and he can't be on the corner selling drugs. One, these are liars that he created. These are not photographs of Mr. Williams at the show. It doesn't even say
Yeah,
that
the
he went
point
to the
is,
show.
He should, okay, well, I mean, then I guess maybe you can make that argument, but he's got all of these things lined up on his schedule.
And then as to defendant Williams exhibit, and of course that would be, I guess, as the court says, subject to a proper foundation being laid, assuming somebody, he can even talk about these, but exhibit 255 Bravo, Your Honor,
All right,
is a,
so we're going to a different exhibit now?
yes,
Okay.
it is. And would the court give us a number? Like, I know the court said a smattering, but is there a number? All of these flyers?
No, if you feel like he's getting beyond what's reasonable and that it's getting to be a waste of time, then you can make that objection and I will rule on it.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, let's look at 255. What's our issue with that?
So, Your Honor, 255 Bravo appears to be a collection of tweets from people that we do not know and have no knowledge of the identity of, saying and lie to their sister, baby, mama, and granny, and get on the stand and tell the God's honest truth. I just don't get it. These appear to be tweets from 2023,
Yeah.
which are after defendant Williams put his,
They looked at me like they're from 2013.
I'm looking, I don't see, okay, so. Okay, so as my team
Oh,
is telling me, as
I
we look
see.
through them, some,
Oh, it's way more than one page. Okay.
so 2013 to 2024.
All right, we don't need the ones past when Mr. Sledge himself used the term.
And so, Your Honor, we have never
And how did-
disputed that anybody else said that Mr. Sledge, in his testimony, he said it's a saying that people say. I didn't
Yeah.
argue with that because he said a lot of people say you lie to your mom, you lie to your sister. My question
Yeah.
was, do they say you need to get killed?
Yeah.
So this is irrelevant, showing that somebody else says you lie to your mom, you lie to your sister.
Okay, but no, it goes beyond that though, because all of these also include, but tell the God on.
Yeah, and
truth
tell
to
the God's honest
police.
truth, right?
So that, yes, you can use some of those to show that because you did ask him about all of that part and it will be clear that none of these say, but then you need to be killed. So, all right.
So
I
are
don't need
all of
anything
them,
past that though.
is he going to be putting in 12 pages of this?
I don't know how many pages there are that are before 2015, but I think you can probably establish that point with a couple of pages worth. All right. What
And-
else?
So the court as the court ruled earlier, at the point that state believes is cumulative, make
he's
that
gonna-
objection then.
When I say a couple of pages, I mean one or two or three. Because they're like 7 or 8 on each page, so that'll make the point.
And that's all prior to
I
2015.
just expect this, I know we haven't defined a smattering, but I've defined a couple now. So I expect Mr. Steele to abide by that. And then what else? Yes, all before whenever he used it. When did he use it?
2015,
Okay. so
January
yes.
2015.
Mr. Steele has,
Huh.
when did he use it?
July 2015, Mr. Sledge.
That's when Mr. Sledge used.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking.
Okay.
So what you use to demonstrate that it's in common parlance needs to all be before that. What else?
255 Bravo is this, wait.
That's what we just were looking at, I think.
So 255 Alpha is the same thing
Okay,
apparently?
that's the, that's the one with all of the flyers for, yeah, we've done that one.
So no, 255 Alpha literally is another 32 pages of tweets.
Oh, 255, okay, I'm sorry.
Is a PDF, a 32-page PDF
We don't need that, right?
of
The same thing.
the same
All right,
thing.
Mr. Steele, we don't need 255 Alpha and Bravo, right? Okay,
A couple of pages through there.
with 2 or 3 pages showing that. Okay. All right, what's next?
Is the same ruling in effect with respect to, and I think the court said it's smattering, I don't remember which one that applied to, with the wiping of the nose?
The
How many-
smattering was the flyers showing his
Okay.
shows.
Okay, so
He's
we-
gonna pick 2 or 3 from his,
Cockle-doodle-doo.
I don't, or wherever they are, 15, whomever it is, I don't know whether you want to
Ma'am.
use famous people or non people, but
Can this lady, can you hear me?
the ruling,
Can you hear me?
those are just out.
Oh, I can hear you now. You still have the video playing.
Pick 3.
Okay.
I don't care what they are.
Ma'am, have you been
Uh,
asleep?
I just nodded a few minutes and I woke up and I saw, your crazy ass.
Now, see, if you would have went to sleep earlier, see, now you'd be ready to have this discussion.
I am ready.
All right then, Slime.
I,
Now listen.
uh-huh.
I don't even know what to say. This trial is so epically ghetto. Like, just, I mean, put everything aside that we done seen. Half the
Yeah.
time, they IT equipment don't even work.
Yeah.
I mean, the judge done got fired on his day off.
Yep.
It's been going on for years and years and years. One of the lawyers was almost in jail, and then asked could he be in the same jail as his client, in the same cell as his client, so that they could work on the case. I just
It's so much.
it's ghetto, and then none of the witnesses that they called. I mean, they done said, "I'm high. I'm about to fall asleep on you. I need a break. You frustrating me. I got cramps. You making my blood pressure high." I mean, like, it's really too much, Angie. It's too much.
It is. And let me tell you, Georgia, and I said this even before it was even a trial. When you complain about Georgia, and I just you just cut it off. You know what I'm saying, honey? This is a hot ghetto mess, but you got to realize where you are, okay? Because majority of the county is what. So I mean, come on.
But I was excited to see all these black people in these high positions. But this is just a mess.
It is, honey. And I mean, and when you turn the white people ghetto, that's when you know you done reached all new low. When the bald headed attorney Sharp, the one that we talking to, usually behind attorney Steele.
Mm-hmm.
Already got, I don't know if you seen before the trial started or in the early days or whatever, I don't know what it is. It was an eruption that broke out in the courtroom.
Mm-hmm. What happened?
Girl, I don't know what happened. People were being detained. It was just a whole big old mess, honey. He done stood, he up there standing up. He done assumed the role of the white Martin Luther King, telling him, chill out. chill out. They
Oh, God.
want you to act like this. Like, oh my
Oh, no.
God, yes. You got to see it.
Oh, God. I got to go look for that one.
It
Lord.
was too much. Yes, it's too much. No, no, no self-respecting white person should have to be made to do this type of shit. It's too much.
Oh, my God.
Girl,
Oh,
he
don't.
got like, got his hands extended, like, chill out, chill out. They want you to act like this. I'm like, oh my God.
Oh, my God.
It is, this
Oh.
is a bit much, baby.
It's a lot going on, and then the allegations of passing the drugs. It's really something to see. And she talking about, okay, Sly. Oh, Sly. And Sly, I hope you don't get offended when I call you Sly. I actually think that I like that nickname. I actually like most of the nicknames that they've made up about people in this sector. I be thinking they're so funny, including calling OCO the COVID team. So anyway, so Sly, I wanted you to have a moment on the big screen. I promise you I did, because I was thinking, it'll blow up your channel even more. Oh, but no, this wasn't the moment I wanted you to have. I was embarrassed.
Oh my God.
I about fell out of my chair when I saw this, because I heard them say they were going to have a Rule 22 meeting, right? And Sylvia said, but it didn't have anything to do with her. Yes, it did. And I'm sure she must have known it had something to do with her. I thought that it was just like, applications for new Rule 22s. But oh no, when she said we're going to have Sylvia Toombs sing, I was like, wait, what?
Yeah, honey, and Eric, let me tell you something. I try to keep my head low to the ground and stuff
You
like that.
need to do that, because they'll be after you soon.
Right. Okay. And because I do try to maintain my level of professionalism. I try to honor my licenses, certification, anything I had. Yes, it was a long time ago, and back in, well, I ain't gonna tell y'all the year, but it was in the 90s. Okay. And listen, you got the white. I don't have time for this. This is too much. This is too much. You motherfuckers are crazy. You're drunk. You're on drugs, and you're ghetto as hell. This is nigga shit. I can't do it.
Sylvia told that judge that the nicknames were from her favorite movies: Eyes, Nose, Glasses. How you gonna tell you nickname somebody knows?
Yes, honey. Oh my God, that shit took me out. That shit took me out. It took me out.
That was embarrassing. I mean, hopefully though, she's still getting new people to her channel, but that was embarrassing as hell. Like, that judge was like, she was like repeating the questions about the ethics of it. She was like, "Do you really think that?" And she told her, "No, that sounds like some playground stuff." I was like, "Oh, Sylvia. Ooh, girl. Ooh, girl."
That was funny. And I'm trying to tell you, Sylvia is gonna end up having a goddamn Tubi movie made about her ass.
Yes, come on, Sylvia.
I'm tuning in.
Me too.
Yes, honey. Yes,
I'm proud
to have exchanged a conversation with Sylvia. Sylvia is motherfucking a celebrity.
Right.
Okay.
I promise you that's what I was thinking yesterday. I was thinking to myself, when they talk about Sylvia like that, all up on the court, I be thinking, I know famous people.
Yes, I know famous goddamn people, baby. Y'all better stop playing with me. Y'all better stop playing with me.
Yes, Sylvia, all up in the courtroom. Now, it was embarrassing, but all up in the courtroom. They know your name in there, Sylvia.
Yes, and you was dressed, and she was dressed cute, honey.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, ma'am, honey.
Ready for her moment.
Yes, I'm like, oh my. And I wanted the actor to go down there with his motherfucking ass.
Well, he can't come in that room though. He don't have a Rule 22, so he can go down there, but he can't go in there. He outside the club looking in. So
okay. So in her particular courtroom, is she not allowing spectators, the public?
Not in that room, no. Because you got to think about this. They got all those defendants, right? and then they got media, some in the room, and then somewhere there's a hidden jury. I'm trying to figure out where they could be located, because I feel like when they pan to the back with the attorneys, that I see the back of the wall, so I don't know where these jurors at.
They on the other side. I thought that she had opened the courtroom up for the public. I didn't know. You know, I you know, I don't always watch this, but this is crazy as hell. This
Now
is crazy.
I could be wrong. We might need to check with somebody else, but I was under the assumption that this was just the people with the Rule 22s, and that the rest of the people were in an overflow room, kind of like the R. Kelly case.
But you have family that attend, and you have spectators. You know.
No, family too. Family, like the R. Kelly case, like close family, those kind of people. The legal teams and assistants or whatever, and then, well, in the R. Kelly case, they
Unless
didn't have
some kind of special situation, they don't usually set the courtroom up like that. You know, you have your officers of the court. You know, of course you have your defendants. You have your and you have your public, because that is a part of the amendments for the public to be able to, view what the fuck is going on, pretty much, right? So,
well, no, I mean, I think that they're viewing it, but if they would have to be like in a separate room, I just don't. I mean, I could be wrong. We might need to ask Sylvia. I just don't see how they could have room for any more people.
Okay, that's another thing. So I don't know if they are directing them to the overflow. I'm not sure, but I know that unless the judge has said something, nothing really bars anyone from the courtroom. You know what I'm saying? It's like, because you can't have it in secret and all that. So I don't know.
Well, I mean, it's on the internet, so none of it's in secret, right?
Well, some parts are the ones that, the stuff that pertains to the jury, and the parts that are supposed to be off the record. You have to cut the cameras off that. So things of that nature, and the discussions you have when you're not in front of the jurors. We get to see that, but they don't. So,
well,
I screamed when I saw Sylvia come up there.
I mean, I wasn't ready. I wasn't prepared for that. I don't know what I thought they was going to discuss in this meeting, but I heard Sylvia's name, and then I was in an area where I didn't get good reception. I was like, God damn it!
You were there walking. I don't know.
Yes, ma'am.
This is being well, and one thing I get out of it, my ability to explain things that's new, right? Because there's a lot of stuff that differs from the R. Kelly case that you can explain, right, when it comes to the law. But all these shenanigans and shit like that, and people I'm on a first name basis with and shit, showing up on all this, people putting people in jail and false charges and all that. I don't be involved in no shit, all that type of stuff like that. I be ducking down. I don't want
Sylvia is famous. Do you hear me?
Yeah.
They gonna be mad.
This is crazy. You got it, honey. You got it, because we ain't got it. I throw my hands up. I'm gonna let you win. You can win.
I bet Dennis can't wait to go live.
Oh, he done already did it.
Oh God! See
Yeah,
what I'm saying?
Let me see if I can. Oh no, I can't find one to play it in the middle of this. I want to continue to go this try.
I was thinking, Judge, please don't kick Sylvia out. Please don't kick her out. She good for ratings.
Yeah, I didn't want her to be kicked out, and but the fact that that judge had to stop and address this stuff, based on hating ass people mailing a letter and all
that's crazy.
You know what I'm saying? Well, this is a wild situation here. This whole thing from top to bottom. And listen here, and we still have some more niggas to come. We still got the YFN to come up, and you know that the two cases kind of connect to each other. So I mean, we're like, what we doing? There's a lot going. It's going. They gonna
Did
step.
you hear this morning when she told him about the banana and she was just like, "Why is
Yes,
there food in the courtroom?" And like the way she handled them, like I done told y'all to stop eating in your rooms.
yes. See, that is the unit leader slash the Lord, I can say unit leader. So y'all know I'm sleeping or whatever. But
That's Mama Judge lady. Mama Judge lady. That's what I'm calling her. She be getting
who
them together.
was that?
The judge, Mama Judge lady.
Oh, okay.
Cause she do not play with them.
Yeah, she does not. She only want them eating a damn banana.
She said that there's no food in court. This isn't a break.
Uh-huh. She's mean as shit too.
Yeah.
She's not going far. Her little cheese sandwiches. She's not going far. She is an enforcer of the damn law.
Yeah, I like her. Well, all right, girl. I'm about to eat. And I'm gonna see what's going on, and I'll probably be back a little later. You should get you some rest. Angie, did you hear me? Hello?
I'm here.
Oh, I said, I'm gonna see what's going on in the streets, and I might be back a little bit later, but you should get you some rest.
I know, and I just dozed off real quick right there.
See what I'm
But yeah,
saying? Just go to
I
sleep.
can keep it. I can let it keep running and be back in sleep. So,
Oh, okay. Well, have a good nap.
all righty, man.
Okay, bye.
Bye. Yes, that's y'all fave, honey. Just be popping it. I forgot the person that told me that they um like when she comes on in the morning and uh, say I forgot who that was. Oh my god. I apologize. I had a lot of shit going on and I didn't respond just right away, but I did respond. Who the hell was that? Yeah, Just Be is quite entertaining. Quite entertaining, honey. But yeah, all of this right here, I don't do all of this. I'm like Michelle Obama. What she told them people, wherever she was, no, I don't do this.
Okay, so what else?
So Mr. Williams, for instance, on Exhibit 34, if it's not already in, it's Defendant Williams himself sitting there wiping his nose. And I think that might already be in. So I'm not sure if that's one that is being offered now. But for the ones that are not already in evidence, is the court's ruling that 2 or 3 other people that are not him who are wiping their nose are what will be allowed?
Wiping their nose, or if it's some other hand sign, just 2 or 3 things, 2 or 3 of these to demonstrate, whoever the other people in the world do this to.
And Your Honor,
I don't know that it's going to establish anything because this is 10 years after we have heard that YSL, which might be or might not be a gang, was created, but
so Your Honor, and we would ask as well, because I've seen, I'm not saying anyone in particular, but we would ask that reference to what is contained in
going on? Hold on. Okay. Okay. I don't know if I just I remember the last thing I was talking to y'all and I dozed the hell off. I really did. This poor white lady, it looks distressed. She looks like she needs assistance. The poor judge. Well, we can't hear nothing. Um, so I'm pretty much caught up to where they are. Shout out to y'all folks on Twitter, on YouTube, Facebook if you come across. This is the part I've been waiting for. Hopefully I can stay awake. I want to hear his cross, honey. I want to see how he combat Miss Love's work. She did a good job. In other news, something is going on with Trump. I don't know what it is, but something is going on. He lost something. So I'll be peeping in on that.
Yeah.
Which? Which are we talking about?
Your Honor, I was under the impression that this plea agreement, Mr. Sledge's plea agreement, had been admitted in evidence. But I think I was just basing on the fact that it had a exhibit sticker, which
That
now
says what, A,
One
1A? No, no. It's neither that or
Correct.
444Y is in evidence. That has an exhibit sticker because that's the exhibit sticker from
Previously.
the actual
Plea.
plea
okay,
proceedings.
okay, all right,
And it has the AS because it was for Antonio.
Right,
Sledge.
it hadn't
Okay.
been tendered,
Okay.
neither of those, neither
Right.
it nor the 444Y has been tendered for admission here. Was it 444Y?
444Y, right?
That's
It
what
not
she was
tendered.
using before, and she had him compare the two. But it's not in either.
And for the record, I do not want Trump to go to jail. I just don't want him to be the president.
The vi-
The video is 442Y,
thank you.
and that's the one that's just the portions.
Right, and that's been admitted.
Yes. We're ready.
I'm catching up.
It's a lot of numbers.
Thank you. You're talking about the numbers now?
We'll figure it out later.
Okay, thank you.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Sharp.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court. Good afternoon, Mr. Sledge.
Good afternoon, Mr. Sharp.
All right. We had just, last thing I asked you was about your representation. Do you recall?
Yes,
Okay, and that you had not hired Mr. Wright for trial.
no,
On December 28th, 2022, okay, you were aware that, well, let me back up. Typically, have you ever had appointed counsel?
Objection relevant.
Just trying to educate on how it usually works. I'll move on.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
On December 28th, 2022, you were aware of co-defendants on this case who had been arrested.
yes,
And there were some of those individuals who could not afford attorneys, correct?
right,
And you were aware that some of those individuals were in Rice Street,
yes,
or they were in Rice Street,
yes,
and those individuals that could not afford attorneys had not been appointed attorneys as of December 28th, 2022, correct?
yes,
Okay. And isn't it true that you did not want to be in their position?
Yes,
meaning you did not want to be in Rice Street without an attorney.
yes,
Okay. You believed, for the purposes of having representation, it was in your best interest to resolve your case via plea on December 28, 2022.
yes.
Do you know what coercion means?
No,
Okay. What about pressure?
yes, I know what pressure means.
Okay. Being in, and this is your truth, I'm not asking for a legal definition, okay?
Yes,
Okay. Being in Rice Street for 7 months prior to your plea, did that put pressure on you to accept this deal?
yes, a lot.
Okay. Being separated from your sick mother and your children. Your Honor, he testified for 3 days already. I've been going for 10 minutes.
Yeah, but you did already ask him that.
Well, I'm just trying to conclude this line of questioning, then I'll move on.
Okay.
I haven't asked him about pressure yet.
No.
He wanted to go home, and now I'm asking about
Okay.
pressure. Being separated from your sick mother and your children, did that create pressure to plead guilty on December 28, 2015?
Yes,
Excuse me, December 28, 2022.
yes,
And the fact that you did not have a lawyer for trial, did that create pressure on you?
Yes. That,
Ask and answer, relative of
how about facts not in evidence too?
The fact that you had not hired an attorney for trial, did that create pressure on you to plead guilty?
object, that is true fact finding evidence. And it also calls for.
Overruled.
The fact that you had not hired an attorney for trial, did that create pressure on you to plead guilty on December 28, 2022?
yes,
All right, I want to talk to you about the plea offer. And when you need to, you can refer to it, but I want you to listen to my questions, and if you can answer without, that's fine.
yes,
Okay. At some point in late December 2022, you became aware that the state was making a plea offer in your case.
yes,
Okay. And the state's plea offer was an offer for probation.
yes,
Okay. And probation, I know we know what it is, but for the jury, probation is you don't have to be in custody, right? You're released.
yes,
Okay. And you have to check in with a probation officer.
yes,
In your mind, that's preferable to prison.
yes,
That's preferable to sitting in Rice Street jail, correct?
yes,
Okay. Probation would get you back to your family,
yes,
get you back to your ill mother,
yes,
and that would solve your issues as far as hiring an attorney to try the case.
yes,
You were interested in a plea for probation.
yes,
Okay. Now, as it turned out, there were factual acknowledgments that you would have to initial to receive that offer of probation, correct?
yes,
Okay, when you first learned about probation, did you realize that there would be factual acknowledgments that you had to initial?
no,
Okay, but at some point, your attorney told you to get this probation, you're going to have to agree to factual acknowledgments.
yes,
Let's talk about the factual acknowledgments. Do you remember the first time you saw the factual acknowledgments on that plea form? Was it December 28th?
yes, I want to say yes.
Okay. Could it have been earlier? To the best of your recollection?
Yes, I think if I'm not mistaken, yes.
Okay. Did you ever write a statement with your truth about what happened in 2015 and give it to Miss Love or any other prosecutor in this case?
Objection vague as to your truth and what had happened in 2015, vague overall.
Did you say 2015?
I did. About what this case is about. Did you ever write a statement?
Oh, about, not in 2015.
No, about 2015.
Overruled.
No,
Okay. Did you ever sit down with Miss Love before this plea?
no,
Okay. Did you write the factual acknowledgements?
no,
Okay. On that sheet of paper in front of you, I believe it has, do you know what letterhead is?
I think it's the stamp, something like that.
Okay, on the top of the paper.
Yes,
Is there letterhead that indicates whose office that paper is from?
it's a Fannie Williams, that what you talking about, right?
Yes.
Yes,
Okay, from the Fulton County District Attorney's Office?
yes,
Okay. Do you know who wrote the factual acknowledgements?
no,
Okay. Who presented the factual acknowledgements to you? Was it Miss Love?
yes,
Okay. Did you know Miss Love back in 2015?
no,
Was she hanging out with you in 2015?
no,
Okay. I'm not trying to embarrass you. You're a smart man, okay?
right,
But you did indicate that you didn't know what the word notoriety means.
yes,
And you've also just said you didn't know what the word coercion means.
yes,
Okay. Could you look on that in that document with the factual acknowledgements? Should be page 3. I'm going to ask you to look at factual acknowledgement 1. On the last line, does it have the word notoriety?
yes,
Okay. I'm going to look at factual acknowledgement 5 on the last line. Does it say notoriety?
you sound 5,
Yes.
yes,
I'm going to ask you to look at number 16. On the third line down on 16, does that say notoriety?
give me 1 second. You sound what line?
The third one down on number 16, that's page 5.
Yeah, I'm on page 5.
Okay.
Yes,
All right. Could you go to page 6 and look at the last word on page 6? Does it say coercion?
yes,
And those are words to this day, I guess before this trial maybe, that you never knew the meaning of.
still don't know the meaning of them.
Okay. Do you write sentences using words that you don't know the meaning of?
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance.
Sustained.
Now, in preparation of your plea, whether it was on December 28th or before that, you did speak to your attorney, Mr. Wright,
Yes,
about the acknowledgements,
yes,
correct?
yes,
And you brought certain acknowledgements that are on that sheet to the attention of Mr. Wright and told him you don't agree with those.
yes,
Okay. And were you present for discussions that Mr. Wright had with Ms. Love or the state?
no,
Okay. But to your understanding, some of the acknowledgements that you did not agree with, the state refused to change, correct?
yes,
Okay. And you wanted to go home.
yes,
Did you let a disagreement with those acknowledgements stop you from getting home to your sick mother?
Objection, speculation, and.
I said, did you let?
Objection as to the form of the question, whether did you let that? Objection.
Can you rephrase your question?
Those disagreements with the acknowledgements, did you let those disagreements get in the way of you getting home to your sick mother?
no,
Objection, Your Honor.
I mean, you basically asked the same thing, the same way, you just moved the phrasing around. I don't really know. Can you rephrase it again?
Okay. Can I break it up?
You
Okay.
can try.
You disagreed with some of the factual acknowledgements that Ms. Love presented to you, correct?
yes,
Okay. And you brought that to your attorney's attention.
yes,
And you were told that the state was not going to change those factual acknowledgements.
yes,
Okay. On December 28th, 2022, did you let your disagreement with the factual acknowledgements stop you from entering that plea?
no,
Why not?
because I wanted to go home to my sick mother.
You have, during direct testimony, when Ms. Love was asking you questions, you've stated that you disagree with several of the factual acknowledgements in this plea agreement that you
Yes.
signed, correct?
Yes,
You watched the video of your plea earlier today, correct?
yes,
Okay. Those acknowledgements on that video, who was reading those acknowledgements? Was it you or Miss Love?
Miss Love,
Okay. When you were saying yes, ma'am, do you remember that? To
yes,
pretty much every question, is that fair?
yes,
Weren't there times during that plea, during that video, where you were saying yes, ma'am, before Miss Love even asked the question?
yes,
Why were you saying yes, ma'am, if you disagreed with the factual acknowledgements?
I was just trying to get home to my sick mother.
Okay. Did your attorney tell you, or you testified that your attorney told you that you could explain those disagreements later, correct?
If I was called into the stand, yes,
Okay. And you were advised not to let those disagreements get in the way of going home, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. Objection as to attorney-client privilege, objection as to hearsay, objection as to an improper line of questioning to an improper topic.
Okay, sustained on facts not in evidence.
Okay. When you came to testify in front of this jury, you were under the impression that you would be able to explain what you disagreed with, correct?
yes,
Do you know the saying, you're between a rock and a hard place?
yes, I heard of them.
Okay. Do you consider yourself in between a rock and a hard place right now?
Yeah. Yes.
The rock is that you know some of these things in this plea agreement aren't true, correct?
Yes.
The hard place is you don't want to go back to prison, do you?
Yes.
Yes, you do not want to go
I
back.
don't want to go back to prison.
Okay. And the problem is your plea agreement, correct?
Yes.
Let's talk about this plea agreement. In this indictment, you were charged with 2 counts, correct?
Yes.
Count 1, RICO,
Yes.
or conspiracy to commit RICO, I should say.
Yes.
And count 30 was a gun charge, correct?
Yes.
Specifically, possession of a firearm by a convicted felon.
Yes.
For count 1, let's talk about that, what the plea agreement was, okay?
Yes.
The agreement, if you initialed the factual acknowledgements and entered a plea, the agreement was that the state was going to recommend 15 years of probation.
Yes.
And that meant that you would get out of jail immediately.
Yes.
I'm going to ask you to look at Part 5 of the plea agreement, number 2, under defendant's sentencing acknowledgements.
What page is that, Mr. Sharp?
That's
5.
page 5.
Okay. And what number?
It's number 2 under section 5.
Yes, I'm looking at it.
Your agreement states that defendant, that's you, right?
Yes.
Okay. Defendant understands fully that if he violates any provision or any special condition of the plea agreement, his probation for this sentence may be revoked in its entirety, and the district attorney will recommend that defendant serve any remaining portion of this sentence in confinement at the Georgia Department of Corrections. And in parentheses, it says prison. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay, so let's break that down a little bit. You're aware that a condition of your plea is to testify consistently with the factual acknowledgements you signed.
Yes.
That you say are not true.
Yes.
And according to this agreement, if you fail to testify consistently with those acknowledgements, the state can move to revoke your probation, correct?
Yes.
Do you know what revoking probation is?
Yeah, I think take it back, send you to, however, take the probation back, revoke it and send you to prison.
Okay, so if you have 15 years remaining on probation,
Yes.
the state can bring a motion and ask the judge to send you to prison for those 15 years instead of being on probation, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Let's talk about the agreement for count 30, possession of a firearm by a convicted felon. Okay. Your lawyer told you that count,
Sustained.
you were aware that count carries a mandatory 15 years in prison,
Yes.
and that 15-year sentence needs to be consecutive to any other sentence that you have.
Yes.
So it'd have to be 15 on top of the 15.
Yes.
On page 1, under negotiated sentence, it says, where it says count 30,
You said page 1?
Yes, page 1, sir.
Okay. Yes,
It says, for count 30, that was the possession of firearm by a convicted felon, correct?
yes,
Okay. It says sentencing withheld until the completion of the initial trial of this case. After the initial trial of this case, provided defendant, that's you, right,
yes,
has complied with the special conditions outlined in sections B, C, D, F, and I of section 3, special conditions of sentence of this plea agreement, the state agrees the defendant shall be allowed to withdraw his plea on count 30, and the state shall agree to no pros count 30. That's what it says, right?
yes,
Okay, so let's talk about what your understanding of what this means. On December 28, 2022, you pled guilty to possession of a firearm by a convicted felon.
yes,
Okay. And under normal circumstances, that would be 15 years in prison consecutive.
yes,
But the state in this agreement allowed sentencing was withheld, correct?
yes,
So you weren't, even though you pled guilty to count 30, you were not given a sentence.
yes,
You were not given 15 years to serve in prison.
yes,
And sentencing was withheld until after this trial.
yes,
And your understanding is if you testify in accordance with this plea agreement, the state will dismiss that case.
yes,
Even though you've already pled guilty to it, the state will go back, let you withdraw your guilty plea, and dismiss the case.
yes,
You've been in trouble before, right?
yes.
Okay, you ever have an agreement, a situation like this in any of your other cases?
Sustained.
I'm going to ask you to look at part 5, number 4. Okay, and that's under defendant's sentencing acknowledgments. You with me?
Yes, I'm with you.
It's on page 6, right?
Yeah, 6, 7, yeah, I'm with you.
Okay. Number 4 says, defendant understands fully that if prior to the conclusion of the initial trial of this case, defendant fails or refuses to testify to any fact that he acknowledges in his plea agreement, such failure or refusal nullifies. Do you know what nullifies means?
No,
Okay. It says nullifies though, right?
yes, it say that, but I don't know what it means.
Nullifies any promise made by the district attorney to no pros count 30 of this indictment. Right?
Yes,
And to your understanding, regardless of whether you know what nullifies means, if you don't testify consistently with the factual acknowledgments that the state wrote,
yes,
they will take back their promise to dismiss count 30 and you'll be sentenced.
yes,
And you have to get 15 years in prison,
yes,
consecutive to the probation that would be revoked.
yes.
Can you look at number 3 under section 5? So I'm on page 5 now, going into page 6.
I'm with you.
Says defendant understands fully that any violation or of any provision or any special condition of the plea agreement shall result in defendant being sentenced on count 30 of this indictment, and the district attorney will recommend that the defendant serve the maximum sentence allowed by law.
Yes,
All that on that video talking about he has to testify truthfully. In your mind, who gets to determine whether you testified truthfully or not?
Objection, relevance, and objection improper. And A, who gets to determine?
He was about to answer. He knows what I'm asking.
It's a binary question whether it's true or not. Determining whether something is true is irrelevant.
It's
Rephrase your question.
who
please.
who gets to revoke your who moves to revoke your probation if they're not happy with what you say here today?
Miss,
Objection. Objection, Your Honor.
Unfair characterization. What is your objection?
One, yes, that.
I said who moves.
Relevance is not a fair characterization, and the terms of the agreement that Mr. Sledge entered into have already been put before the jury, and the characterization that is being made at this point is improper and not relevant.
Sustained on the improper part. You wanna, if you wanna try to rephrase it.
Have you, in your life, have you ever seen a defense attorney try to revoke someone's probation?
Sustained.
Can you go to section 5, number 5?
which,
Okay, and that's on page 7.
yes, 6, 7. Right.
Excuse me, you're right, 6. Thank you. Says defendant understands fully that defendant's violation of the provision of any special condition of this plea agreement prior to the conclusion of the initial trial of this case shall nullify any promise made by the district attorney to null pros count 30 of this indictment and may result in defendant being sentenced to serve as much as 35 years of confinement in the Georgia Department of Corrections / prison. So it says, right?
Yes.
Okay. We talked about 15 plus 15, that equals 30, right?
Right.
But in number 5, it's saying you're going to serve as much as 35 years.
Yes.
And even though that's an extra 5 years, you initialed it.
Yes.
Why did you initial it?
Because I wanted to get home to my mother.
Okay.
And let me see. I ain't understand whatever the words you've been using. I don't understand the words there.
That I'm using or that are in this document?
In this document, right?
I just want some clarity.
Yes.
You testified that you have a 9th grade education. You attended Southside High School, now Maynard Jackson High School, right?
Yes.
Okay. In the video, you said 10th grade. Is it 9th or 10th, or you?
I was actually trying to say I completed the 9th, but I was in the 10th grade.
Okay. You ever receive any legal training?
No.
I'm going to ask you some questions, and I'm not asking what the acknowledgements say at this point, okay?
Yes.
Well, let me take that back for a second, okay?
Yes.
Just to make sure we're on the same page.
Yes.
Okay. Let's talk about the acknowledgement. Now, number 3 on the factual acknowledgements, that's on page 3. You with me?
Yeah, I'm with you.
All right. Now, you testified that this acknowledgement is in fact false, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to read the acknowledgement with you, and then we're going to talk about the truth, okay?
Yes.
The acknowledgement says, while associated with YSL and to support and express loyalty to YSL, defendant and co-defendant Demekion Garlington and Quindarius Zachary appeared in a video with another person, AS, wherein defendant brandished a weapon used to drive in a drive-by shooting, and wherein, on behalf of YSL, defendant threatened to harm a person named Kel, a rival gang member who had begun a relationship with defendant's ex-paramour, parentheses, girlfriend.
Yes,
Okay, that's what it says.
yes,
And so you see where it says, and to support, in the first line, I'm just going to reiterate, and to support and express loyalty to YSL, says that in there, right?
yes,
And it says, on behalf of YSL.
yes.
Okay. Let's talk about that. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Mr. Sledge, I'm showing you a document marked DS-36,
Yes,
okay? Do you see that there's 3 pictures in that document?
yes,
Okay. Can you identify the 3 people in those pictures?
me, Antonio Sledge, and Trivia Smith, and what his name, Watson or Kevin Watson, whatever.
Kelvin Watts?
Yes.
Is that also Shell Kel?
Yeah, okay, yes,
You also call him Kel?
yes,
Okay. Your Honor, at this point, I would ask to admit DS-36 into evidence.
Submitted.
Permission to publish, Your Honor.
Okay.
Mr. Kokomo, would you please publish DS-36? Okay. Now, Mr. Sledge,
yes,
we talked about how you're with a lady with the initials DB now, correct?
yes,
Okay. Before DB, back in 2015, was there a young lady that you were involved with?
yes.
Okay. And what was that young lady's name?
And Trivia Smith,
Okay. And what did you call her?
Treva,
Treva?
yeah, Treva,
Treva. Okay. Do you see Treva in DS-36?
she at the top of the photo,
Okay. And do you see yourself in DS-36?
right there to the left.
Okay. And who's the other gentleman in the bottom right on DS-36?
That's Kel,
Kelvin Watts?
yes,
Okay. Do you recall when you started, how would you describe in respectful terms your relationship with Miss Entrevia Smith?
how did I, at the time,
Yes.
it was great,
You cared about her.
right,
Would you call her your girlfriend?
yes.
Okay. When did you start dating, we'll say, Miss Smith?
I've been knowing her since probably I've been dating since probably 2009, but as the relationship, probably 2013.
Okay, so by 2015, you'd been in a relationship with her for at least 2 years, maybe longer.
Yes,
And you've known her for 8 years at that point,
yes,
9 years. Okay.
yes.
At some point, did she start dating another man?
From my understanding, yes,
Okay, and who was that other man?
Kevin Watt,
Okay. And do you know, was she dating, and I'm not trying to embarrass you, was she dating you first or Kelvin Watts first?
me,
Okay. Do you know from your vantage point when she started dating Kelvin Watts?
I don't know at the time when she started dating.
Okay. And when you found out that she was dating Kelvin Watts, did you immediately break up with her and say, no, I don't have anything to do with you? Or did you keep having a relationship with her?
We kept conversing.
Okay. Did the fact that you and Mr. Watts were simultaneously dating Miss Smith, did that create problems between you and Mr. Watts?
Yes.
Okay. Did that lead to an internet back and forth between you and Mr. Watts?
Yes.
At some point in 2015, did you hear that Mr. Watts was looking for you?
Yes.
And was all that revolving around your rivalry over Antrevia Smith?
Yes.
You remember when the state played a video of you and Mr. Zachary with guns?
Yes.
Okay. You said it was childish, right?
Yes.
And at this point, Your Honor, I would ask for the state to publish what's 441Y. It's either 441Y or 395Y. 441 Yankee, thank you. Could you publish that?
Little strip this ass nigga. When little strip this ass.
Okay, thank you.
Little strip this ass nigga. We ain't really going back and forth no nigga. We don't go. You little bitch ass nigga. I know who we hit. I'm everywhere. Yeah, fuck you nigga, Cam. Whoever else, nigga. Well, nigga. Nigga. Whoa. They said I ain't really going back.
Okay, thank you. All right. Back in 2015, were you a little bit emotional about the situation?
Yes.
Okay. And in that video, that was posted on the internet, correct?
Yes.
Did you post it on the internet?
I think me or Zachary posted, one of us posted.
Okay. You intended for Mr. Watts to see the video.
Yes.
And in the video, you said you heard that Mr. Watts was looking for you, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you're in that video with guns,
Yes.
and you're in that video with Mr. Zachary,
Yes.
and that's Quindarius Zachary, right?
Yes.
Lil D from Cleveland.
Yes.
Okay. And that is someone that you have known since he was little, right?
Yes.
You grew up together in the Capitol Homes neighborhood in Atlanta.
Yes.
Apartments.
Yes.
How far did you grow up from him?
How far did I grow up?
That was a horrible question.
Mm.
You guys were both living in the same apartment complex, right?
Yes.
Now you're older than him,
Yes.
and he was a little boy at that time, right?
Yes.
Okay. Would you see him every day?
No, I wouldn't see him every day.
How often would you see him?
When I used to walk past his door to get to the basketball court, he'll be on the porch.
Okay. Are you particularly close with him? Or
At
were you back in
At that time?
Yes.
No.
In 2015, you weren't.
Oh, 2015, we were very close.
Okay. And in that video, did you ever hear anyone say YSL?
No.
Did you ever hear anyone say gang?
No.
Did you hear anyone say on behalf of?
No.
Okay. Did anyone tell you to make that video?
No.
That was your decision.
Yes.
And you made that video because you were mad at Kelvin Watts because he was running his mouth.
Yes.
Because y'all were dating the same woman.
Yes.
Okay. So let's go back to factual acknowledgement 3, which deals with this video. Says, Again, it says, while associated with YSL, and to support and express loyalty to YSL. Did anything about making that video and talking junk to Kelvin Watts, did any of that video have to do anything with supporting and expressing loyalty to YSL?
No.
Okay. And then later on in factual acknowledgement 3, it says, and wherein on behalf of YSL. Was there anything about that video that was done on behalf of YSL?
No.
Thank you. Okay. Let's talk about factual acknowledgement 5. Says, okay, let me back up. Factual acknowledgement 4, let's look at that, and that's on page 3. You with me?
Yes.
All right. Says, on or about April 28, 2015, as reflected in Fulton County Indictment 15 SC 138994, defendant, that's you, right?
Yes.
And fellow YSL associates Demekion Garlington and Quindarius Zachary committed a drive-by shooting using the firearm defendant wielded in the video, referenced in part 3 of this section, targeting family members of a rival gang. Okay?
Yes.
All right. And then on number 5 of the factual acknowledgements, it says, defendant and his fellow YSL associates committed the drive-by shooting referenced in sections 3 and 4. Okay? Above, on behalf of YSL and to increase the notoriety, reputation, and fear of YSL. See where it says that?
Yes.
Okay, and I'm just reading that. I'm not saying it's true.
You okay?
Okay, let's talk about that case. And that was 15 SC 138994.
Yes.
You were charged in that case, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Demekion Garlington was charged in that case, correct?
Yes.
And Mr. Quindarius Zachary was charged in that case, correct?
Yes.
No one else was charged in that case.
No.
And that night, April 28th, 2015, I believe you testified you were at the Club Crucial.
Yes.
And Demekion Garlington was at Club Crucial.
Yes.
And you didn't go together, right?
No.
But you both happened to be there.
Yes.
And you're friends with Demekion Garlington, or you were at that time?
Yes.
Okay. And at some point, well, let me ask you one other thing. There were some young ladies at the club that you knew as well, correct?
Yes.
Alexis Bryant was at the club, right?
Yes.
And a young lady named Summer Good was at the club.
Yes.
And Summer Good is the girlfriend of Quindarius Zachary.
Yes.
Okay. Quindarius Zachary was not at the club.
No.
Okay. But his girlfriend was.
Yes.
Okay. And you indicated that Demekion Garlington was jumped by certain individuals.
Yes.
Okay. Did you observe the fight?
Not from the beginning, no.
Okay. On that date, did you know, while you were at the club, did you know who was jumping Demekion Garlington?
No.
Okay. Was this a major fight?
It was
Let me ask a better question. 'Cause
Okay.
that was vague.
Okay.
Was this the type of fight where people were punching and kicking Demekion Garlington?
Yes.
Okay, and there are a lot of people at Club Crucial, right?
Yes.
A lot of other people you knew.
Yes.
Okay. Demekion, you said you left the club without Demekion Garlington.
Yes.
Okay. But then you received a call from Demekion Garlington.
Yes.
And the reality is Demekion didn't have a car.
Yes.
Okay. You had a car.
Yes.
Right. So Demekion asked you to pick him up.
Yeah, he asked me to come back and pick him up. Yes.
Okay. Demekion was upset, correct?
Yes.
Was Demekion drinking that night?
I can't tell you if he was drinking that night. He probably wasn't even in the club that long. So I don't know if he was drinking or
Do you
not.
know if he was using drugs, popping pills, anything like that night?
Probably before he got there, but I didn't see him pop any pills.
Okay, were you drinking that night?
Yeah, I was drunk.
You said you were drunk?
Yeah, I was drunk. Yeah, drunk. Yeah.
Okay. So Demekion is upset after getting jumped in the club, and he calls you to come pick him up. And you're drunk, and you think he might have been popping pills and don't know what else, right?
Yes.
Demekion had been publicly humiliated, right?
Yes.
When you guys were driving from the club, Summer Good and Alexis Bryant were following y'all's car, correct?
Yes.
They were leaving the club at the same time.
Yes.
And again, Summer Good being Quindarius Zachary's girlfriend.
Yes.
And to your understanding, Summer Good was scared
Yes.
because people were following her car.
Sustained.
Okay, well, it was your car and Summer's car. Was there another car following behind y'all?
Yes.
Okay. And Quindarius Zachary, who wasn't in the club, was called about the situation, correct? Well, you went to pick up,
Sustained.
okay, you went to pick up Quindarius Zachary, right?
Yes.
Okay. And the purpose of you picking up Quindarius Zachary was to take him to the house where Summer Good was,
Yes.
to protect her.
Yes.
It's going to be, she knows the discovery. It's going to be completely obvious.
Well, I mean, it's happened at this point. Let's kind of get to whatever it is that you're trying to get to here.
Summer Good was at a house, at Alexis Bryant's house on Landrum Drive, correct?
Yes.
And you and Demekion Garlington, this is after the fight, picked up Quindarius Zachary and drove to that house on Landrum Drive
Yes.
where Summer Good was.
Yes.
Okay. And when you all arrived at that house, you saw someone shooting at that house,
Yes.
shooting at the house that Summer Good and Alexis Bryant were in.
Yes.
You were driving the car, right?
Yes.
Not the car that was shooting. You saw a car shooting and you're driving in a car pulling up.
Yes.
You chased those people off that were shooting at the house, correct?
Yes.
Okay. At some point, and I think your testimony is that you don't know who they were, but one of the other individuals in the car, your car, determined who was shooting at the house that Summer Good was in, correct?
Yes.
And it was determined that you were to drive them to the house where those people stayed at.
Could you repeat that? Because I didn't understand.
I asked in a bad way. You're in the car, and it was determined someone, not you, but someone felt they knew who was shooting at the house with Summer and Alexis, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then you ended up driving to a house.
I don't think I went to another house after that, Mr. Shaw. I'm not for sure.
Well, let me back up. in your testimony, you said your testimony was you drove Quindarius Zachary and Demekion Garlington to a house, right?
Yeah,
And they had guns,
yes,
and they got out and did whatever they did to that house.
yes,
Okay. That wasn't the house that Summer Good and Alexis Bryant were in on Landrum.
no,
Okay, so after you saw that house, the first house where Alexis Bryant and Summer Good were being shot at, you drove to another house where Demekion and Quindarius did whatever they did. Right?
yes,
Okay. And you pled guilty to that.
yes,
You don't know who jumped Demekion Garlington.
no,
Okay. You drove to the first house on Landrum where Summer Good was because Quindarius Zachary wanted to protect his girlfriend.
yes,
And once you saw people shooting at the house, Demekion Garlington and Quindarius Zachary wanted revenge, right?
yes,
Quindarius Zachary wanted to go back at the people that were shooting at his girlfriend.
yes,
And Demekion Garlington wanted to go back at the people who he felt jumped him in the club.
yes,
Okay? That was personal revenge, correct?
yes,
In retrospect, you're 43 years old.
yes,
Okay? You know Quindarius Zachary since he was this big.
yes,
You know Demekion Garlington, I believe you knew him since he was a baby too, right?
yes,
Okay, in retrospect, you were the older person in the situation, correct?
yes,
You should have known better than to drive them anywhere, right?
yes,
Okay, but you did.
yes,
Okay, but the bottom line, and you pled guilty,
yes,
and you served your sentence.
yes,
The bottom line is Jeffrey Williams didn't instruct you to go drive to any houses that night.
no, Jeff wouldn't know nothing about it.
Okay.
Objection as to speculation about what someone else knew.
Sustained.
Ask that question is strictly from the record.
Okay, you don't know what Jeffrey Williams knew on any given night, but he didn't order you to go to any house.
No, no,
Okay. And no one was out the window shooting guns, yelling, YSL, YSL.
Objection, compound question.
Overruled.
no,
The reality, Mr. Sledge, is what happened on April 28, 2015 was done on behalf of Demekion Garlington, who got jumped in the club.
yes,
Was done on behalf of Quindarius Zachary, whose girlfriend was getting shot at.
yes,
It was not done on behalf of YSL.
no,
It was not done to increase the notoriety, reputation, or fear of YSL, was it?
no,
Okay. The state asked you about, I'm on page 5, Mr. Sledge. Number 14 and 15. Okay. And I'm gonna read those in a second, but I just want to ask you some questions. Okay. We already established it. Did you grow up, Mr. Sledge?
yes,
We'll get to that in a second.
Okay.
I want you to listen to my question. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. You grew up. We've established that you lived in Capitol Homes. Did you grow up in Capitol Homes?
yes.
Okay. And Capitol Homes, does that still exist, or has it been torn down by now?
They tore down, but they call something else now, Capitol Gateway or something like
Little
that.
Gateway.
Yeah.
Okay. Could you help me understand what area of town, what street is Capitol Homes on?
Memorial Drive.
Okay, it's on Memorial Drive, maybe 5 minutes from this courthouse, right?
Yes.
Okay. It made it nicer now,
Yes.
but back then it was rough neighborhood, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then, how long did you live at Capitol Homes? Till what age?
I don't remember exact how old I was, but whatever year they got tore down.
Were you a teenager or?
Yeah, I
older?
was a teenager.
Like,
I probably was grown.
so if you were a teenager, we're talking about 18, 19, not 13.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And then eventually you ended up living off of Boulevard, correct?
Yes.
Okay, did you go straight from Capitol Homes
To Boulevard.
to Boulevard? And when we say Boulevard, we're talking like the Bedford Pines.
Yeah, Bedford Pine Apartments.
Okay, those are right by the intersection of Boulevard and like North Avenue, right?
Yes.
Okay, great. East side of Atlanta.
Yes.
Okay, both these places, Capitol Homes and Boulevard, are, well, you tell me, how long do you think it would take to drive to Cleveland Avenue?
I can't give you an exact how long, but if my mind regular, probably about 15 minutes from Capitol Home, probably about 19 from Boulevard, 20 somewhere in there.
Okay. Bottom line, it's not the same neighborhood,
No,
miles apart.
miles apart.
Okay. Have you ever lived off
Hey, you black.
Stay off of Cleveland Avenue.
or on Cleveland Avenue or stayed off of Cleveland Avenue?
Yes.
When was that?
I want to say it was probably like 2008, 2009, somewhere in that era.
Okay. And for how long? Could you, I'm not asking for exact address. You live off of in the Boulevard area now, right?
Yes.
Okay. So how long did you stay on Cleveland Avenue?
Not long. Well, my kids stayed over there, but I actually moved to Boulevard.
Okay.
But my kids and their mother still stayed over there, so I used to go over there.
Okay. So you used to go over there.
Yes.
And I'm asking you, okay, correct me if I'm wrong. Did you ever formerly live over there?
No.
Okay. Now, I hate to ask you this, but you've been a drug dealer before in your life, right?
Yes.
Okay, you have a history of, I mean, your criminal record reflects that, correct?
Yes.
Okay, you've been arrested for selling drugs downtown Atlanta.
Yes.
Okay, you've sold drugs in the past. We're talking about the past, off of Boulevard.
Yes.
Okay, you've sold drugs around many areas of Atlanta, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You talked about hanging out in these gas stations. And you said, your testimony, as I recall it, was that sometimes you would hang out in the gas station with your own personal bag.
Yes.
And if people wanted a little bit off of your personal bag, you would sell it to them.
Yes.
Okay. And you would hang out with Christian McMiller and Darius Ford.
Yes.
Okay. Personal bag, we're talking about bag of marijuana?
Yes.
Okay. And we're talking about if someone, for me, for instance, asked you, hey, can I buy some of that marijuana off of you? We're talking about $5, $10 type stuff, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Petty.
Petty. Yeah, some petty.
Okay. Do a lot of people sell drugs out of gas stations in your experience? As foot traffic, right?
Sustained.
Have you sold drugs in gas stations before?
Yes.
Okay, you sold drugs and gas stations downtown, right?
Yes,
It's relevant, yeah.
Harold.
yes,
You sold drugs at gas stations off of Boulevard before, right?
yes,
Okay. And your testimony is that you would occasionally hang out at some gas stations on Cleveland Avenue with your personal bag of marijuana,
yes,
with your friends Big and Mac Miller.
yes,
Okay? Would you be there 24/7?
no,
Okay. How many times would you say total that you hung out at these gas stations? Is it more than a dozen?
yes,
More than 2 dozen?
yes, probably more, yeah. I pull up and just kick it and then leave.
Okay, when you say you would pull up and kick it and then leave, is it fair to say that you were not part of some complex drug distribution network in these gas stations?
No,
Okay, so when you would just kick it and leave, we're talking about you staying around for how many minutes?
sometime an hour less.
Okay. All right. And you say you thought, I want to get this right. You thought maybe more than a couple dozen, more than 25
Yeah,
times total.
Yeah.
Sometimes stay for like an hour.
yes,
You'd also hang out at the park,
yes,
hang out at other stores.
yes,
That's where the mother of at least one of your children lived.
yes,
Okay, that area, not the gas station.
yes, that area.
All right. And from your observation, and I know you don't want to speak on the dead, so I'm going to keep it brief. Your two friends would sell drugs at those gas stations.
Yes,
They'd sell drugs other places too, right?
yes,
Tell me about the time that you and Christian McMiller and Darius Ford pulled out AK-47s and chased everyone out of the parking lot to protect drug turf.
never.
Okay. You just observed two people selling weed at a gas station before.
Yes,
Okay, let's go back to your factual acknowledgments that you signed on December 28, 2022. The gas station at 151 Cleveland Avenue, Atlanta, Georgia, is one of multiple locations where YSL associates sell drugs and do not allow other gangs to operate. Okay. Now, it is true that in your mind, Darius Ford and Christian McMiller were YSL associates in your mind.
yes,
And they would sell drugs at these two gas stations, 151 Cleveland Avenue and 221 Cleveland Avenue, and a bunch of other places, correct?
yes,
Okay. But you haven't seen anyone do anything that would lead you to believe that they did not allow other gangs to operate in those gas stations, did you?
no,
No violence,
no,
no attacks.
no.
The factual acknowledgement that the video about Shell Kel had
Yes,
something to do with YSL, that was incorrect.
yes,
The factual acknowledgement that the shootings on April 28th, 2015 were done on behalf of YSL, that was incorrect.
yes,
The factual acknowledgements that YSL or YSL associates do not allow other gangs to operate at these two gas stations, those were incorrect.
yes,
These money that you would make selling little $5, $10 bags, whatever, of marijuana, would you run to Jeffrey Williams and and give him those $5 bills, $10 bills?
Never,
Okay, would you run to Shannon Stillwell and give him the $5 and $10 bills?
never.
Mr. Sledge. I'm going to ask you to go to page 6 or 7 again. Okay, let me ask you, before you sign these documents on December 28th, you moved for bond on this case, correct?
Yes,
You moved for bond on October 13th, 2022, correct?
yes,
And the state opposed your bond, right?
yes,
They said that you were a danger to the community.
yes,
They said you were a threat,
yes,
and you were denied bond.
yes,
That kept you away from your family.
yes,
On the bottom of page 6, it says, the last sentence. I freely, knowingly, and voluntarily entered into this agreement without force, threat, or coercion. And we already said you didn't know what coercion meant.
yes,
Let's just say pressure.
yes,
That's not true, is it? You were pressured.
yes, I was pressured.
In fact, you were pressured into signing a document that claims that you're entering the agreement without pressure.
Yes,
We talked about that bond hearing before December 28th, where the state called you dangerous, too dangerous to release.
Objection, Your Honor. One fact's not an evidence, two improper,
He was
and
there.
three irrelevant.
He was there. Did they call you? It's not for the truth of the matter asserted, it's for the state's stance.
Objection, relevance. The state
It's
stands
very relevant.
regarding a bond matter for this witness has no relevance or bearing on the guilt or innocence of either of the defendants here.
No, it doesn't, but I don't think that's what he's offering it for.
I'm
I'll
not.
permit it.
They told you, they said to the judge that you were too dangerous to let go, right?
yes,
Okay. When you initialed these acknowledgements that they wrote, they gave you probation, right?
yes,
And then something came up.
And Your
Because-
Honor, I'm sorry. I know that the objection needs to be at the same time, but as I thought about it, that was hearsay as well. What the state told him about his dangerousness or whatever being too dangerous.
I'm not saying
to
it's
let go.
dangerous.
Literally, the question was, did the state say that you were too dangerous to let go? That's hearsay. There is no, that's hearsay.
It's not for the truth of the matter asserted.
Overruled.
Again, they said, not saying you're dangerous. They said you were too dangerous to
Objection,
let go.
already asked and answered.
Well, I'm trying to recap because I keep getting interrupted.
Well, she's entitled to interrupt you if she thinks she's got a legitimate evidentiary objection.
Okay. After you initialed these documents next to the statements that they wrote, they gave you probation on count 1, right?
yes,
Objection, asked and answered.
Okay, sustained.
And something came up in court because you pled guilty to count 30, but weren't being sentenced. You had to be given a bond on that in order to be released.
yes,
And all of a sudden, on December 28th, after you initialed these statements, the state recommended a signature bond. Isn't that correct?
yes,
A signature bond means you get released and you don't even have to pay any bond at all, right?
yes,
Have you ever been able to figure out what made you so dangerous before December 28th?
Sustained.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
All right. Charity, I'll need a break before we move on to the next cross. Okay, let's take a 10-minute or so break. All right, we'll recess.
Let's see where we are. Y'all know I'm back at 9 a.m. So they're breaking. It's lunch. What time is it now? I'll tell y'all, I'll be off the good. Now, oh, sleep. I don't know what happened. I can't even watch the cross. I don't know what happened.
State's attorneys are? There they are. All right, we ready for the witness and the jury? Yes, yes. All right, can somebody get the jury, please? Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Is there other cross-examination of Mr. Sledge? All right, come on.
Good afternoon.
I'd like to ask you, if you don't mind, to lock in on June 9th, Sunday, 2024, if you can. Do you remember being located at a Starbucks in Fayetteville, Georgia?
Yes.
And the gentleman who is seated in the first row here, the nice-looking young man in the who's now smiling. Can you tell, ladies and gentlemen, Jerry, who that person is to you?
My attorney.
Okay. And he has a great reputation.
Yes.
And he's been with you, you said, approximately 15 years. And when I say with you, representing you, and he knows you and your family personally.
Yes.
He has become a lawyer for you, but also a friend to you. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And his name is the Honorable Derek Wright. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. And he was kind enough to put us on a Zoom call at my request. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And that was shortly after, in fact, it was later on Sunday, June 9th, 2024. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And during that call, I identified myself as Mr. Jeffrey Williams' lawyer. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
All right. And you told me, as well as your lawyer, that you met earlier that day with Prosecutor Love,
Yes.
an investigator who's a female with dark hair. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Do you remember her name as you sit here today?
I don't know her name, but I see her in the courtroom.
And is she the very, very kind young lady, third row back, smiling as well?
Yes.
Okay. And she identified herself as a co-worker to District Attorney Love. Is that right?
Yes.
And you freely went there to meet on your own time in Fayette County, right?
Yes.
And you did that to be courteous. Is that
Yes.
fair to say?
Yes.
And you did that because it's also, you knew you were going to testify and you wanted to tell the District Attorney's Office any information that they wanted to hear, right?
Yes.
And you also want to learn from them what it's like to testify. Is that all fair to say?
Yes.
And you said earlier on your, it's called a direct examination, but it doesn't matter what it's called. When you were being questioned by Ms. Love, you said that she had a cell phone with her. You remember that?
Yes.
Either a laptop, an iPad, or some sort of device.
Yes.
And was she taking notes? Do you remember?
I think she wrote some on her notepad. I don't know what she wrote, but I know she wrote some on her notepad.
District Attorney loved that. Okay.
Yes.
When I say that, I'm talking about Wednesday, June 9th. Sunday, June 9th, 2024 at Starbucks, okay?
Yes.
Do you remember telling with your lawyer there and the investigator with District Attorney's Office and District Attorney Love that shortly before, days before, the God forbid death of Donovan Thomas,
Yes.
you and a gentleman named Brian Williams, known as Birdman, do you know who I'm talking about?
Yes.
And others, including Jeffrey,
Yes.
were all together,
Yes.
and you were outside in the parking lot of TIG Studios.
If I'm mistaken, I want to say it was T.I. Studio, not T.I.G.
That's fine.
Yes.
And you were having a good time.
Yes.
When you told District Attorney Love that you were with Donovan Thomas and Jeffrey, did you make it known that there was no animosity? That's a bad word. Let me change it. Let me ask a different question, okay? Did you make it known that everyone was having a good time?
Yes.
Did you see any type of argument or spat or anger from Jeffrey towards Mr. Thomas?
No.
Did you see any anger or spat or argument from Mr. Thomas towards Jeffrey?
No.
In fact, you observed they were friendly, right?
Yes.
You knew they were good friends, right?
Yes.
You knew that Jeffrey really cared for Donovan Thomas. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
You can ask something foundational.
Okay. Did you observe, from your observations, did you observe that Jeffrey liked Donovan Thomas?
Yes.
Did you observe, from your observations, the demeanor is a bad word too. Did you observe that there was friendship between the two of them? me ask you this. When you told that to District Attorney Love, was your lawyer right there at the same Starbucks?
Yes,
Was he there at the same table?
yes,
Do you remember sitting outside the Starbucks?
yes.
Did you see District Attorney Love make any notes when you told her that?
No,
I noticed she didn't ask you about that. Do you remember her asking? Maybe I missed it. Did she ask you about that when her 3 days of questioning you?
no,
Let me ask you this. When you were at that Starbucks on that Sunday, June 9, 2024, in the afternoon hours, do you remember telling District Attorney Love that on the evening after Donovan Thomas was, God forbid, shot, so it's January 10th, 2015. That's the date I'm locking on, okay?
yes,
Remember telling her that you were at Jeffrey's home
yes,
and Kenneth Copeland was there,
yes,
among other people,
yes,
and Jeffrey was there.
yes,
And at some time, Kenneth Copeland was receiving calls, or received a call from the police saying that he was the suspect in this murder, or the shooting of Donovan Thomas. Is that fair to say?
yes,
And that Jeffrey, or Mr. Copeland, was asking, what do I do? You remember that?
yes,
And Jeffrey said to Mr. Copeland, if you had nothing to do with the killing, you should go and talk to the police.
yes,
And you told District Attorney Love that, right?
yes,
In front of the Honorable Derek Wright, your lawyer,
yes,
in front of, or I don't know if she's paying attention, I'm not saying she was, but the investigator was around.
she was there.
And do you remember District Attorney Love telling you that she would prefer if you don't state to the jury that Jeffrey told you to take Mr. Copeland to the police department if he was not involved in the murder?
Yes,
Did you ask why?
no, I never asked why.
Now, you also said, and it's the truth, if
Yes.
it's not, you correct it, that you were very close with Donovan Thomas.
Yes,
In fact, your relative, I think cousin, but tell the jurors if I'm wrong, dated Donovan Thomas's relative.
yes,
And Donovan Thomas is close with your mother.
yes,
And you told District Attorney Love that.
yes,
Now, you were asked by District Attorney Love whether you remember anything else anyone said regarding the murder of Donovan Thomas on the night of January 10, 2015, going into January 11, 2015. Do you remember that question by any chance?
no, not actually, I don't remember that question.
Okay. Do you remember Jeffrey being distraught, that's a bad word, being upset or sad at the shooting of Mr. Thomas?
Yes,
Do you remember ever seeing Jeffrey put out a post, rest in peace, about Mr. Donovan Thomas's death?
Can you ask some foundational questions, please?
Sure.
So you're not talking about that evening, are you?
Yes, ma'am. I'm talking about the morning hours of January 11, 2015.
All
The
right,
gentleman,
we might need to take this up outside the presence of the jury.
well, I'll come back to it then.
All right.
Let me ask you some questions. In front of you is State's Exhibit number 444Y there by any chance? It is it's entitled, it's on the letterhead of the Office of the Fulton County District Attorney. It's dated December 27, 2022. Do you see that document?
Yes,
And it should be 7 pages long?
yes.
Okay. If you can turn to page 3 of 7, I want to ask you some questions about this document. And this is the same document that you've been asked about by Ms. Love, by the Honorable Attorney Sharp, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, at the time of entering this guilty plea, December 28th, right before New Year's of 2022, right after Christmas, right?
Yes.
All right. I want to go through the factual acknowledgments. Do you remember Jeffrey being distraught, that's a bad word, being upset or sad at the shooting of Mr. Thomas?
Yes.
Do you remember ever seeing Jeffrey put out a post, rest in peace, about Mr. Donovan Thomas's death?
Can you ask some foundational questions, please?
Sure.
So, you're not talking about that evening, are you?
Yes, ma'am. I'm talking about the morning hours of January 11, 2015.
All
The
right,
gentleman,
we might need to take this up outside the presence of the jury.
well, I'll come back to it then.
All right.
Let me ask you some questions. In front of you is State's Exhibit number 444Y there by any chance? It is it's entitled, it's on the letterhead of the Office of the Fulton County District Attorney. It's dated December 27, 2022. Do you see that document?
Yes.
And it should be 7 pages long?
Yes.
Okay. If you can turn to page 3 of 7, I want to ask you some questions about this document. And this is the same document that you've been asked about by Ms. Love, by the Honorable Attorney Sharp, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, at the time of entering this guilty plea, December 28th, right before New Year's of 2022, right after Christmas, right?
Yes.
All right. I want to go through the factual acknowledgments. And I'm specifically focusing on Jeffrey, okay?
Yes.
Number 1, it's on page 3 of 7. Do you remember acknowledging and signing, and the jurors heard and watched your guilty plea before Judge Glanville?
Yes.
You saw that too, okay. Number 1, Young Slime Life, aka YSL, is an organization made up of 3 or more members or associates who share common identifiers that include, but are not limited to, colors, hand signals, and terminology, who have committed crimes intended to increase notoriety, street credibility, and reputation of YSL. You see that?
Yes.
And that's, of course, your initial,
Yes.
the A and the S. Okay. Tell the ladies and gentlemen jury about Jeffrey. Focus on Jeffrey. What did Jeffrey benefit from any type of...
Let me hear the question. All right, don't answer the question, okay?
I bet.
What's the question?
From your personal knowledge, when you sign this, tell the jury what Jeffrey benefited.
That's outside
From-
the witness's knowledge.
from his personal observation, it's his acknowledgement that the state introduced.
Dad actually did not introduce these parts.
They read this.
They did. Rephrase your question.
Okay. When you sign that, do you have any evidence to share with this jury
No.
that Jeffrey,
No. Rephrase your question.
did Jeffrey, when you signed that, were you talking about Jeffrey Williams?
No,
Number one, I'm still on number one, I just read, okay? When you were sworn before Judge Glanville, sworn means you take an oath to tell the truth, okay? Remember
Yeah.
that?
yes,
You were asked questions, right?
yes,
Did Prosecutor Love ever ask you, tell us what Jeffrey Williams did?
no,
At that point in time, you wanted to go home, right?
yes,
You would have answered all questions, right? Number two, on page 3 of 7, it
Yes.
states 444Y. It reads that you have been a member or, it says and/or associate of YSL since 2012, right?
yes,
Now, you told the jury that anyone can join YSL. Is that true?
yes,
I mean, if I just today said I want to get a tattoo of YSL on my face, is that a problem?
no,
Is there any type that you know about, like beat-in or initiation to say I'm with YSL?
no,
Do you know personally from your travels, from going to shows and concerts and tours, are people from all over America and throughout the world having tattoos of YSL,
I've seen a couple of fans, yes,
wearing shirts YSL,
yes,
hats,
yes,
tattoos of Jeffrey on their person?
yes,
On issue 3 of that same document, it should read, while associated with YSL and to support and express loyalty to YSL, you, co-defendant Mr. Garlington and Mr. Zachary appeared in a video, and then there's a parenthesis that says the video, with another person, AS, wherein you brandished a weapon used in a drive-by shooting, and wherein on behalf of YSL, you threatened to harm a person named Kel, a rival gang member who had begun a relationship with your ex-paramour or girlfriend. You see that?
yes,
Were you asked any questions about what Jeffrey knew about that?
no,
He knew nothing to your knowledge, right?
Sustained.
On your personal knowledge, did you ever speak with the prosecution? Did they ever want to know what did Jeffrey Williams know about that?
Okay, I mean, it doesn't, that one does not call for speculation, but you have some other issues. that
I don't
I'll
need to
go
approach
ahead.
Your Honor. I'm going to continue.
Okay.
I would rather not stop because that's all Ms. Love does. I'd rather continue. I'll waive that.
Well, we're gonna approach.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Wait, sorry, we need to get Mr. Sledge back in. Yes, ma'am. We can strike that. All right, go ahead, Mr. Steele.
Mr. Sledge, on number 3 that we were just talking about,
Yes,
on the same document,
yes,
during your time before Judge Glanville entering the plea and Ms. Love was asking you questions, you
yes,
saw the video, audio of that as well.
yes,
Did Ms. Love ever ask you anything about Jeffrey at that point?
no,
And you were under oath at that point?
yes,
And you were going to answer questions if asked, right?
yes,
I'd like to go to number 4, same page.
yes,
On or about April 28th, 2015, as reflected in Fulton County indictment number, and I'm not going to read it, but it ends in 8994. You know what you see what I did?
yes,
I just skipped the first bunch of numbers and letters. You and fellow YSL associates, Mr. Garlington and Mr. Zachary, committed a drive-by shooting using a firearm, the firearm that you wielded in the video referenced in part 3 of this section, targeting family members of a rival gang. You see that?
yes,
Okay, and you initialed that, obviously.
yes,
And again, did Miss Love ask you any questions on December 28, 2022, under oath in front of a court reporter on video, audio about Jeffrey?
no,
Number 5, same page, same document. You and your fellow YSL associates committed the drive-by shooting referenced in section 3 and 4 above on behalf of YSL and to increase the notoriety, reputation, and fear of YSL, okay?
yes,
Were you asked anything on December 28, 2022 about Jeffrey?
no,
You would have answered questions asked, right?
yes,
By this time, April 28, 2015, if you personally know, did Jeffrey launch a tour across the United States of America with Travis Scott?
I think it was around that time, if I'm not mistaken, I'm not for sure.
You went on part of that tour?
Did I go on board? Yes,
On part of the tour?
yes,
And you told the jurors what it's called. Do you remember what you called it?
the rodeo tour.
With the court's permission and your permission, I'd like to approach you with a document, okay?
Yes,
Your Honor, may I approach? Ms. Winfrey, may I approach? Partially admitted as on 1/8/24, so it'll be January 8th, 2024. It's Mr. Williams, exhibit number 19.
I'm not sure what you mean by partially.
Parts of it were admitted.
Okay.
Nine. Yes. Yes, I'm going to see if Mrs. Sledge can identify.
yes,
I added that earlier, so that's just called an exhibit sticker. So you can look at that, you can open it up. Just tell me if you recognize it. And if it is accurate, if you don't recognize it, that's fine, and we will, we're going to put it aside, okay?
Yeah, I remember this.
And what is that document, which I believe is number 19 of Jeffrey Williams?
This is the
Put it
booklet.
down until it's admitted.
Okay, I'm sorry.
No, that's
This the booklet of the tour on what days and what areas that we was in.
Okay. And is it look to your memory to be accurate? Meaning, has it been changed in any way? Has it been altered, or does it look similar to the way that you saw it when you went on that tour?
It looked the same.
Your Honor, I move for the admission of Mr. Williams. It's number 19.
For what purpose is this being offered?
The purpose of showing the cities and the states for the certain tour.
And the dates?
That's what it is. That's all it is.
Uh-huh.
It's there. That's the official tour guide to that tour.
Okay, well, I may need to see it myself then, because I don't know
Okay,
what might be problematic, yes.
Yes. Do I need to? Do I need to step out?
You may. So the portion for the ruling is that it was already in, is it?
Yes.
19. Do you see any dates of that rodeo tour?
Yes.
And can you tell the ladies and gentlemen jury, just read it to them, if you don't mind, the date and the city of the tour?
I'll wait from the top to the bottom.
Entirety of the tour dates?
Sure.
Do you want to just post that page?
I don't have it on,
Okay.
Your Honor,
Yes.
also, this witnesses, basis for knowledge of the specific dates, we would object unless there is a foundation.
Okay, well, he said he went on parts of this tour and was familiar with the tour.
Mr.
So
Slade,
overruled.
do you feel comfortable doing that? And if not, just,
Yes, I can read you the dates and,
actually, Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
yeah, yes.
You just tell me. You can put it down, I don't have very good eyes.
Mhm.
All right, I'm gonna start here, okay?
Yes,
Saturday, February 28, 2015,
yes,
Santa Ana, California.
yes.
March,
15,
Sunday, March 15, March 1, 2015, you see that?
yes,
Santa Ana, California show day.
yes,
Monday, March 2nd, Tucson, Arizona show day.
yes.
Yes. Could we maybe give a summary of it?
Okay. Then the next one is the next day, it's a travel day, right?
Yes,
And then it's March 4th, 2015, Denver, Colorado show.
yes,
And then I'm skipping. March 6th, 2015, Milwaukee, Wisconsin show.
yes,
So
This is
he's,
in evidence.
he's confirming the dates. I mean, Mr. Steele is not testifying, so that's overruled.
Saturday, March 7th, 2015, Chicago, Illinois.
yes,
Show day in Rochester, New York as well.
yes,
Sunday, March 8th, 2015, Chicago, Illinois, a show day.
yes,
Monday, March 9th, 2015, Detroit, Michigan, a show day.
yes,
Tuesday, March 10th, 2015, Toronto, Ontario, Canada, show day.
yes,
Wednesday, March 11th, 2015, Buffalo, New York, a show.
yes,
Thursday, March 12th, 2015, New York, a show.
yes.
For concert.
What month are you gonna get to before the list is over with? I mean, is there, can we just say there were show dates pretty much constantly between X date and Y date?
Sure. It goes up to, is it fair to say, consistently through April 3, 2015. Is that true?
Yes,
And the cities that we left off at include Philadelphia, Pennsylvania,
yes,
Washington, D.C.,
yes,
Norfolk, Virginia,
yes,
Charlotte, North Carolina,
yes,
the great city of Atlanta, great state of Georgia,
yes,
New Orleans, Louisiana,
yes,
Austin, Texas,
yes,
San Marcos, Texas,
yes,
Houston, Texas,
yes,
Dallas, Texas,
yes,
Phoenix, Arizona,
yes,
San Diego, California,
yes,
Los Angeles, California,
yes,
San Francisco, California,
yes,
Seattle, Washington,
yes,
Portland, Oregon,
yes,
Boise, Idaho,
yes,
travel home.
yes.
Okay. Now, if you need to see it, just let us know. Knowing Jeffrey Williams since about 2009 when you were released from prison,
Yes,
and seeing him on tour throughout our country, how much time did he spend committing crimes on Cleveland Avenue?
Sustained.
Did District Attorney Love, you, was having you, or you agreed, sign that on April 28, 2015, it's number 5, that this drive-by shooting on April 28, 2015 was done on behalf of YSL to increase the notoriety, reputation, and fear of YSL. How many questions did she ever ask you at that time you were entering the plea, sworn under oath, about Jeffrey Williams?
Sustained.
By April of 2015, how wildly popular from your personal observation is Jeffrey Williams?
Very popular.
When you went to all of these cities throughout America with Jeffrey, how many fans would come?
I mean, if you can estimate it, overruled on relevance.
20 to 30,000, a lot of people. I can.
Were these concerts held in arenas?
Yes.
Number 6, it's on page 3, it goes into page 4, okay? Same document.
Page 6.
Going into, it's number 6. It's on the bottom of page 3,
Okay, yeah.
same document. It's
Yes.
going to go into the next page, okay?
Yes.
You admitted committing and was convicted of aggravated assault and participation in criminal street gang activity, among other charges, and it goes on to the next page, for your participation in the drive-by shooting, and it says reference in 3, 4, and 5 above, meaning the April 28, 2015, right?
Yes.
Okay. Number 7, it says that you were told by another YSL associate that immediately after the murder of Donovan Thomas Jr., YSL associates met at the McDonald's on Cleveland Avenue in Atlanta, Georgia to discuss the murder, right?
Yes.
Anyone ever asked you any evidence that Jeffrey was at the McDonald's? Did Miss Love on December 28th of 2022 ask you, was Jeffrey at the McDonald's?
Oh, that's overruled. Okay, so the entirety of the plea transcript is not actually in there. I don't know, what number are we on right now? 6? 7? So. Okay, but we don't have the entirety of it. Overruled.
Did District Attorney Love ask you on December 28th of 2002, was Jeffrey at the McDonald's?
No.
Do you have any evidence that Jeffrey was at this McDonald's?
Sustained.
Do you know personally, or what you were told is referenced in number 7, was Jeffrey at this McDonald's?
No.
Number 8, you personally know that one or more YSL associates committed the murder of Donovan Thomas on behalf of Jeffrey. That's what you signed, right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have any personal knowledge that Jeffrey Williams committed the murder of Donovan Thomas Jr.?
No.
In any fashion?
No.
You know what a party to a crime is? You know what that means?
Overruled.
Yes.
Was Jeffrey,
Overruled.
do you have any information?
I mean, I'm sorry, sustained, sorry. You may not ask that question. It just feels like, yes. Sorry, my bad, my bad.
He said overruled.
Sorry.
All right, number 9. See where I am, number 9?
Yes.
January 10, 2015.
after the murder of Donovan Thomas Jr., you and other YSL associates gathered at the home of Jeffrey Williams, aka Young Thug, who gave you and other YSL associates cash money to lay low. You see that?
Yes,
You already told the jury, you made it clear that Jeffrey did give you $300. True?
yes,
Because you feared for the safety of yourself and your family, right?
yes,
Did anybody fire weapons, bullets into your home where you were living on June 10th, 2015, or the 11th, or the 12th, or the 13th?
no,
And then even after you you received these, I think you called it anonymous statements that you and Mr. Copeland killed Donovan Thomas, you used some word. It was from an account, social media.
yes.
What was your word?
The DM,
Yeah. Was it from what'd you say?
a fake page.
Fake page. Okay. When you got that though, you made it clear that that bothered you because you didn't want anything to happen to your significant other or your child or anybody, right?
Yes,
Including yourself.
yes,
And you didn't have money at that time because you lost money gambling. Is that true?
yes,
And you asked Jeffrey and he gave you money for a hotel, right?
yes,
And the expression lay low, I know you said it was to get your family members out of harm's way. I think that's what you said.
yes,
But lay low could mean the same, doesn't it?
yes,
It wasn't any type of lay low from the police or anything, right?
no,
It was be safe.
yes,
Do you have any information, personal knowledge to share with the jury that Jeffrey gave any money to anyone as a reward for killing Donovan Thomas?
Overruled. And actually.
no,
I'm going to go to number 10, if you don't mind. Same document, page 4. That you have personal knowledge that on January 10, 2015, after the murder of Donovan Thomas, YSL associates traveled to Miami, Florida, with co-defendant and YSL founder Jeffrey Williams, aka Young Thug. I want to talk to you about that, okay?
yes,
Now, you made it clear that you knew that Jeffrey Williams was already going to Miami, Florida for a video music shoot. Is that, when I say shoot, filming it, is that true?
yes,
And you knew that this was already set up before January 10th, 2015, right?
yes,
And you knew other people were allowed to go if they wanted to,
yes,
that Jeffrey was generous. He would take people outside of that.
Sustained, rephrase.
Jeffrey Williams gave people the opportunity to leave Cleveland Avenue area and see other parts of America. Is that true?
Sustained.
Mr. Williams gave you opportunity to go, right?
yes,
And others.
yes.
Was there anything that on the 28th day of December 2022 that you were asked as to why this was somehow criminal? That Jeffrey had this meeting, this work in Miami, Florida?
Sustained.
Were you asked? Were you asked any questions by District Attorney Love, Judge Glanville, or anyone, whether that going down to Miami, Florida, was not pre-planned?
No,
Number 11 says that you did not murder Donovan Thomas Jr. and you're not a party to that crime. That's true, right?
yes,
Number 12, that you did not murder Mr. Drinks and not party to a crime. True?
Yes.
Number 13, on the bottom of that page, says, you cannot truthfully assert that the persons charged in this indictment with the murder of Donovan Thomas Jr. are not guilty of murder, and you will make no attempt at trial, prior to trial or after trial, to exonerate the persons charged in this indictment with the murder of Donovan Thomas Jr. You see that?
Yes.
Now, you've read this indictment. You've had it because you were charged in this case. Is that true?
Yes.
Are you familiar still with this indictment?
Yes.
Okay. So if you need it, with the court's permission, have a copy if you need to see it. But you're not charged with the murder of Donovan Thomas in this indictment, are you?
No, not in this indictment.
Okay. And you're not, and Jeffrey's not charged with the murder of Donovan Thomas in this indictment, right?
No.
You're not charged with the murder of Mr. Drinks in this indictment, are you?
No.
And Jeffrey's not charged with the murder of Mr. Drinks.
No.
If you go to page 5, it's the top of page number 14. The gas station at 151 Cleveland Avenue, Atlanta, Georgia, is one of multiple locations where YSL associates sell drugs and do not allow other gangs to operate. You see that?
Yes.
And then I'm just grouping it together because they look similar to me. So if they're not, you just correct me. Number 15, the gas station at 221 Cleveland Avenue, Atlanta, Georgia, is another location where YSL associates sell drugs and do not permit other gangs to operate, right?
Yes.
You ever ask any questions about Jeffrey selling drugs at either of these items? I don't know what that means. It was not asked. And I'm asking the gentleman whether he was ever asked that. On the record, off the record, it's not there.
Okay. I don't know if you meant on the record or off the record, but I'm gonna permit it. Go ahead.
That have anything to do with Jeffrey?
No.
Were you asked anything from
No.
District Attorney Love when she had you under oath in a courtroom with your lawyer before Judge Glam?
No.
Number 15. You have personal knowledge that you and other members of YSL have either participated in, directly committed, or at least one of the following crimes in order to increase notoriety and reputation of YSL: murder, armed robbery, aggravated assault, attempted murder, theft, illegal gun possession, and illegal drug and sales. Were you ever asked anything about Jeffrey on December 28th, 2022 when you entered this plea?
No.
Now, you have been prosecuted before this case. By prosecutor, I mean you've been arrested, charged, and brought before a judge, right?
Yes.
Have you ever, in your experience, have you ever been told that your plea agreement is conditioned on what you say at a trial?
No.
Have you ever been told by a prosecutor that she'd prefer you not say things in front of a jury?
Relevance in what? I'm sorry, did you say something else? detail would you like to address that?
Goes to the motivation, interest, and bias of the district attorney in this case.
Well, that's not an issue.
It always is an issue. Telling a witness
The
not
bias
to
of
do
this
something.
witness, maybe. Is that what you mean to say?
It's a party of one.
No, sir, that's not how that works. So if that's your only justification for it, then granted. I mean, sustained.
Okay, I want to talk with you about some items. When you met Jeffrey, he was approximately 17 years of age. Is that fair to say?
Yes,
And it's about 2009.
yes,
And the way you remember 2009 is because you were in prison and then was released in about 2009. Is that true?
yes,
And then you went over and found a place to live on Cleveland Avenue.
yes,
So you met people who were in that area. Is that fair to say?
yes,
And Jeffrey was at times in that area.
yes,
Did you observe Jeffrey working hard? Okay. Did you observe Jeffrey practicing his craft, art, music?
yes,
Did you see him in the studio? Did you ever see him in the studio?
yes,
And is it fair to say that when you first saw him, to however long you've known him, he is a workaholic, meaning he works all the time?
I think I'm relevant system.
You've seen him in studios in the morning time,
yes,
afternoons,
yes,
nights,
yes,
evenings.
yes,
You mentioned on direct examination that Jeffrey idolized Lil Wayne. Remember saying that?
yes,
And that there was this, these are my words, so you correct me, there's almost this belief, this feeling that Jeffrey had that he had to make it out. You said on direct examination, and you were questioned by Ms. Love, that you believed that Jeffrey was going to be a popular.
I don't know because I don't remember the question.
Sure. And it came out on direct that there was a belief by Mr. Sledge that Jeffrey was going to be a successful musical artist. Way back when.
What's your question?
I'm going to follow that up. That was his drive. That was Jeffrey's mission, his drive.
He's asking about this witness's belief. But that's enough.
All right. Now, have you ever observed anyone or have you observed Jeffrey when you first met him? And you got out of prison, I think, May 2009, is that right?
yes, that's correct.
He played in a lot of first local clubs, is that right?
Yes,
When I say local clubs, in the area of Atlanta.
yes,
And then you saw it go bigger location, is that true?
yes,
And then multiple states? This is his career.
yes,
And people, including you, you supported Jeffrey's musical career, didn't you? His personal obligation.
Okay. Sustained on other people and sustained on relevance.
Would you observe, meaning did you personally observe the local community in Cleveland Avenue come out to Jeffrey's shows?
Sustained.
Would you see people, including yourself, put up signs that Jeffrey's performing?
Sustained. Move on to another topic.
All the people that you were asked about, remember being asked about Trontavious Stevens
Yes,
and Mr. Murphy,
yes,
Mr. Murphy, and Mr. Copeland,
yes,
and whoever you were asked about, okay?
yes,
All those people were in poverty at the same time you and Jeffrey were, right?
Sustained.
Were you in poverty in 2009 when you met Jeffrey?
Overruled.
Could you repeat the question, Mr. Steele?
Yes, sir. Were you poor? Were you struggling financially in 2009 when that happened?
Yes,
All those other people that you're asked about on direct, were they struggling to your observation
yes,
financially? Jeffrey gave you a job, right?
yes,
And by that job, you called yourself, and I'm not saying that was not your title, but
Overruled.
you were called head of security, right?
yes,
And by that, what that meant was that you would assist others in
We've
locating.
established what it meant.
I'm sorry?
We've established on direct what it meant, what his duties were.
You would assist in any capacity needed to put on these shows.
yes,
And you got paid by direct deposit, it's called. Is that what you, if you don't know that term,
yes,
you got a bank
yeah,
deposit.
transfer, yeah.
And to your knowledge, Jeffrey offered other people jobs too, from your area. To
Not
your
if
knowledge.
he says to your knowledge. That makes it not speculation. Overruled. Overruled.
Could you repeat it, Mr. Steele?
Yes, sir. To your knowledge, Jeffrey would give other job opportunities to other people too, right?
Yeah, yes,
So instead of giving money, you knew Jeffrey had money by 2014, right?
yes,
He was flying on planes, right?
yes,
He had cars, right?
yes,
He had places to live.
yes,
He had multiple places to live.
yes.
He had jewelry.
I mean, I think you made your point. So just move on to the next question.
But instead of giving just cash to people, he gave people opportunity to earn that money, right?
Yes. Oh,
Now, do you have any evidence to tell this jury that Jeffrey ever told you or anyone else to harm another person?
no,
To your knowledge, and I am not including drugs, drug use, and I am not including gambling, but to your knowledge, did Jeffrey ever
You know what?
encourage?
Apparently we need to take a restroom break, so let's break for a few minutes. Let's try to keep this one to 10 minutes or so. All right, y'all, we just took a fairly long recess an hour ago. I'm going to remind y'all to please, whether you have to right then or not, use the restroom during recesses so that we don't then have to take another bathroom break less than an hour later. Okay, I'm going to just start making y'all hold it if you can't do that, because we take plenty of breaks without interrupting the middle of somebody's testimony. Okay, so keep that in mind for the future, please. You can go if you need to.
Mr. Sledge, when you were permitted to go on the Travis Scott rodeo tour
Yes,
for the dates that the jurors heard,
yes.
Generally, some of the dates, could you rephrase it?
you remember on direct examination when questioned by Prosecutor Love, you explained that you went on the rodeo tour with Jeffrey Williams and others.
Yes,
And do you remember telling the jury that you actually were sent home before the tour ended? Do you remember that?
yes,
And you said for doing stupid stuff. Do you remember that?
yes.
And that stupid stuff was committed a crime, right?
Well, I didn't commit a crime, but
Okay.
it was to that occasion.
And Jeffrey said you and others are going home. True?
Sustained.
Why were you sent home? Who sent you?
Jeffrey.
I'd like to show you, with the court's permission, I'd like to approach and show you what I've marked as Jeffrey Williams exhibit number 220A. And it's consecutive, meaning it goes into 220B.
Yeah.
But it goes up to JW exhibit 220XX.
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
No, he's gonna, no. Yeah. You may.
Yes.
Do you mind if I just move this? You give us the court.
Yes.
So it says JW, Jeffrey Williams, EXH is exhibit, and then you'll see the numbers followed by a letter. Do me a favor, flip through these. If you've seen these before, your lawyer, don't recognize some, put it to one side. If you recognize others, put it to a separate pile, okay?
Your Honor, and the question was if you've seen them before with your lawyer. That wasn't, I thought, the question that the court required.
If you've seen him before today.
If I've seen before today,
Yeah, you may have seen them today. So if the only time you ever saw them was today, then put it aside as something you've never seen. What he means is if you saw it before today. Is that right, Mr. Steele?
Yeah, yesterday, Your Honor.
If you said before yesterday, that's when he gave it to me.
Okay. Before yesterday. If you saw it before yesterday.
Mr. Sledge, I just want to ask you a question if I can. I'm not trying to interrupt you. Any of them that you saw put in one pile like you're doing, any ones you didn't see put in another pile like you're doing, okay? Just keep them separate.
okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And then I know where you might be confused. It's going to be a composite exhibit, and he will publish to the extent this witness says he recognizes any of them, a smattering of those, not the entirety.
done?
Yes,
Okay, Mr. Sledge, did you make 2 piles or 1 pile?
one time.
And do you recognize what has been marked as Jeffrey Williams exhibit number 222A through 220A through 220XX, or do not recognize it?
I recognize.
Your Honor, the question was whether or not he saw them before yesterday, and that was not asked, so I would ask that that be inquired.
Have you seen those items, all of them, in that package, prior to seeing them with your lawyer yesterday?
I didn't see these with my lawyer yesterday, but I have seen these before.
In the past,
Yes,
before yesterday?
before yesterday, yes.
And are they true and accurate? That's just saying, do they look the way that you remember them when you first saw them?
Yes,
Did you see them, those items contemporaneously? It's a bad word. Did you see them at the time that these items were going on?
yes.
Your Honor, I move for the admission of Mr. Williams, and that would be, Your Honor, 2220A, as in Elisa, through 220, then double X.
All right, that's submitted.
Okay. Mr. Sledge, may I, with the court's permission, may I just approach you? And I'm just going to show a couple.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Now, Mr. Sledge, is it fair to say that these exhibits, and I numbered them all, but that they're all advertisements or posters for Jeffrey's work, concerts?
Yes,
And is it fair to say that they range from places all over the United States?
yes,
I'm going to say range from shows, concerts all over the United States. Is that
yes,
true?
yes,
And the date range goes from, this is just from 2014 into 2015. Fair to
yes,
say?
yes.
And if we could just pull up a couple. And this would be with Mr. Kokomo's and the court's permission. Jeffrey Williams exhibit number 220DD. And it should come up on your screen, Mr. Sledge. Could be, or it's maybe to your left, but yes, it's above you too.
Yeah, I think that one might be.
No, that's the,
Mr. Kokomo, can you clear the items on the middle of the screen?
It appears that there's some encryption, Fulton County, on all of the computers, so I'm not sure if it's anything that can.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. May I approach your Honor?
You may.
Let me just show you.
yes,
DD. Take a peek at that. And is this a performance in Chicago, Illinois?
yes,
And is it, do you recognize those performers?
yes.
Tell me, sir.
Birdman and Rich Homie Corn.
And anybody else?
Jeffrey Williams.
Okay. And this is the date,
Yes, December 26th.
and Christmas time,
Yes,
2015.
yes,
To your knowledge and observation, you don't have one.
Yes.
Do not see, and so I would ask for clarification. If the testimony is that there is a 2015 on this exhibit that I'm looking at, because there is no year of 2015, as Mr. Steele has suggested, unless I'm missing it. If you could just show me, I'd be okay.
First of all, it comes from the state of Georgia, when they subpoenaed Mr. Williams' Twitter account for 2014 and 15, A and B.
Your Honor.
If I go through all of them, you can see the dates in here.
Your Honor, there is no,
I mean, I think that the objection was that the date might not be, the year date might not be on this one, and I don't see it on there either, so.
All right.
But but he's already testified that the entirety of that composite exhibit shows dates from 2014 to 2015. So it's one or the other.
Your Honor, there is a difference that matters. It's a distinction with a difference, because what Mr. Steele is putting up is a picture of Defendant Williams with a young man whom evidence has come out did not associate with Defendant Williams after a particular time.
Okay. All right, so we'll take up the motion in just a minute. With regard to this particular exhibit, I don't see a date on it either. Is there a date on it of a year? If not, maybe pick a different exhibit. Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Exhibit here. How about the next exhibit? Jeffrey Williams, exhibit number 220EE. Okay?
It says December 31st, 2015.
Jersey. Oh, there it is. Okay. All right, go ahead. You can make this a
It says December 31st, 2015.
New Year's
New
Eve.
Year Eve.
NYE. You know that stands for New Year's
The Eve, yes.
2015.
Yes.
And did that come, was 220EE come shortly after, immediately after 220DD of Jeffrey Williams exhibit?
Yes.
And this one, again, the date on 220DD is in Chicago, and it is on, thank you, tell the jurors.
December 26th.
And does this help you orient that December 26th on
Thank
220DD
you.
is 2014?
No.
Okay. Does it help you with 220EE? Is the date New Year's Eve going into 2015?
Yes.
And who is performing on New Year's Eve, December 31, 2014, going into January 1st, 2015?
Jeffrey Williams, Birdman, and Rich McCorn.
Thank you. So, Your Honor, regarding the objection as to the year of 220DD, I believe that Mr. Steele said the year was December 26, 2015, and that was where the issue was. I'm asking if now it's understood that it's 2014. We do.
I don't know that we have that understanding because we don't have evidence that, I mean, I realize these are handed to the witness in a particular order, but I don't know that there's any evidence to suggest that the order that they're in is a chronological one, so we still don't have any evidence as to which of the 2 years that other one was. We just know that this one that we're looking at right now, 220EE, is for a concert date, December 31st of 2015, with those performers.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Did you want to ask him about another?
Yes, sir. When you go through these, or you've gone through them,
Yes.
the jurors will have that exhibit out with them. They'll be able to look at it. Are those performances all over the United States?
Yes.
I'd like to, did your lawyer show you any potential exhibits yesterday or today?
He showed it to me today.
I shouldn't have said this, I apologize. All right, I'm going to approach with a screenshot. If you need to see the actual potential exhibit, just say I don't recognize the screenshot, okay?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm showing. Video is good. I would do it this way, but if you need it,
Yes.
49, 47, 46. If you need to see the actual item, there's no problem with the court's permission.
It's only with 3.
One more time.
It's only with 3?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Have you, do you know what their screenshots from? You go over that with your lawyer,
I knew they was just professional people.
okay? And have you seen those items before this week? Do you recognize those images from before this week?
Yeah, I probably seen them on, I think I seen all of them on the internet.
Okay. And when you say the internet, just to be clear, that's
Instagram.
before. Okay, that's fine. But before this week, is that fair to say?
Yes,
Before yesterday?
before, yes.
Or two, okay. And I know you're not seeing the exact video. Do you need to see those videos? Or are you comfortable, confident, how about that, that you've seen these items before?
Yes, I have seen them before.
All right, Your Honor, I move for the admission. Mark Jeffrey Williams, 46, 47, 49.
Your Honor, with the court, I apologize. Would the court permit an inquiry into foundation, because I heard the witness say, I think I've seen them. And then when Mr. Steele said, are you confident that you've seen them? He then said, because at first he said, I think I've seen them somewhere on the internet, Instagram. And then Mr. Steele said, are you confident? He said, yeah, I've seen them. So I would ask permission to inquire where it is, or in what to further inquire as to his foundation.
No, because
basis
he's
for
now said he's confident he's seen it.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
They're admitted.
Mr. Sledge, now, there may be something on the screen, sounds like, that's not anyone's doing, so this may not be the best way to play it, but we're going to try, okay?
Yes.
Your Honor, can Mr. Kokomo, well, before he publishes, I know the first one is Jeffrey Williams, 46. Let me ask you a couple of questions, Mrs. Sledge.
Yes.
Do you remember the prosecutor asked you a lot of questions, or a number of questions, whatever they were, about if you know and if you've done finger to the nose? You remember that?
Yes.
And she asked you to do it for the jurors, finger to the nose, right?
Yes.
Do you know who started? Do you personally know who started a finger across the nose, if anyone?
No.
God bless you. Is there anything about an individual taking their finger, like I'm doing, going across my nose, that means that the person is committing a crime?
A conclusion, a legal conclusion, and objection as to outside the province of this particular witness. It's an improper question to ask whether it suggests that they are committing a crime.
Okay. Sustained.
With the court's permission, Mr. Kokomo, would you play Jeffrey Williams exhibit number 46? Take a look at it, Mr. Sledge. I'll have a question for you. If it's not going to work because of the item up over the screen, we'll just leave it another time, okay?
Yes.
box that says something about a hard reset? Just click close.
Have access to click close on our computers.
Well, I don't- Maybe. So what, it's on this screen up there? Okay, all right. Cause you know, IT. Okay, yeah, I guess it's just somebody, if you don't mind rolling the screen over where the jury and the witness can see it. Hmm? I mean.
Right.
Oh, okay, stop, don't do that. Just. I mean, I don't know the answer to, if y'all are screen sharing from your laptops. Oh, okay, believe me, I do not know the solution to the IT issue. I don't know. Can you see enough of it around it? How big is it? How about? That's fine. I mean, can you just come around the back, Mr. Short? It looks like it just kind of sits on top. Just take it off. Stick it on the back there somewhere where all these can see is the back. It rolls, right?
So you can't turn it.
What if I just close the windows?
I mean, I can.
We
So that was, yes, okay, good job.
just said.
So it was that one. Okay. Thank you. Yeah. Embarrassment, a broken toe, who knows what else. All right, you may take the IT crown away from Miss Percifield since she's not here this week. We can worry about that later. All right, we now have the ability to see on a screen that is not covered by some strange IT notification.
Mr. Sledge, did you note the two basketball players in that screenshot?
Yes,
And do you know them to be professional players?
yes,
And were they doing something similar to what you were asked to show the juries?
yes.
I'd like to show you Mr. Williams' number 47. Do you know who that person is?
Broadway,
Can you tell the jurors, please, into the microphone?
Broadway.
And who is Mr. Wade?
He's a rapper, an entertainer.
That's W-A-D. beginning, did you notice that young lady behind Mr. Wave?
No.
Okay. Look at the young lady right behind her.
Oh, yeah, I see. I don't know.
And is that similar to what you showed the jurors?
Yes.
And then 49, Mr. Williams, 49? Do you remember discussing with the jurors that you've seen Nickelodeon slime? Do you remember that?
Yes.
This is going to be Jeffrey Williams, number 49. And do you recognize that person as a professional football player?
Yes.
You know who that person is?
I don't forget her name, but
Okay. And was it similar to the wiping of the nose that you were asked a lot of questions about or some questions about earlier?
yes.
Did you hear him say slime?
Yes.
Tell the jurors why is slime significant to YSL?
Could you?
Is it evil?
No.
And the wiping of the nose, is that evil?
No.
I'd like to talk with you about a posting that you were shown. I forget the state's exhibit number. Give me 1 second. Your Honor, it's already in evidence. Can I discuss with Mr. Sledge number 435? And that's State's Exhibit, Your Honor.
Yes. 435 why?
Yes. That's what I'm being told. You remember this, Mr. Sledge, being played this? I'm going to ask the court to allow it to be played one more time, Mr. Knight, and then I'd like to ask you some questions, okay?
Yes.
Lie to your kids, you lie to your mama, but you get in the courtroom and in the investigation room and tell them punk ass people the God honest motherfucking truth. Pussy ass.
Now, Mr. Sledge, you told the district attorney when questioning that this is not a new statement. Do you remember something like that?
Yes.
And Had you heard this before from growing up? From where?
Growing up, just I have heard it before.
Okay. Have you seen it and listened to it or read?
I think I have seen it on the internet.
And you related this and you made this statement for, which is now memorialized as State's Exhibit 435Y. Do you remember what was going on at that moment?
No.
I'd like to show you what's already in evidence, and it's the State's Exhibit number. I'd like to show you 447Y. Your Honor, it's already in evidence. When you publish it.
So nigga, a lot of they mama, a lot of they kids, a lot of they brothers and sisters, then get ready in the courtroom and tell the God that it's true. Don't get it. Y'all nigga need to get fucking killed, bro.
You snitching bitches.
From me and why I said.
Were you able to hear that, Mr. Sledge?
Yes.
And was that, you were asked if that was your voice by the district attorney on direct examination. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And your response was something effective, sounds like it.
Yes.
Do you remember the date that was made?
No, I don't remember the date.
I'd like to ask you, do you remember the other persons who are speaking in that video, okay?
Yes.
And was it Jeffrey Williams speaking?
Yes.
Was he the one seen on the video?
Yes.
And was it Martinez Arnold?
Yes, that's what it sounded like.
And was the other person Mr. Metton?
Yes, yes.
Now, I'd like to ask you if you can hear and listen to the very beginning of State's Exhibit number 437Y. Yes, excuse me, 447Y. I'd like to ask you if you can hear at the very beginning, does it say, I'm a swear to God, it's the truth, I'm gonna tell a lie on God. I want you to listen, okay, if it says that.
Okay.
So nigga, a lot of they mama, a lot of they kids, a lot of they brothers and sisters.
Did you hear the beginning of that?
Yes.
And if you want headphones, the judge may allow that. No, the judge would have allow that. But were you able to hear the person speaking?
Yes.
That beginning part? And did they say, I'm gonna swear to God, it's the truth, I'm gonna tell a lie on God?
Yes.
Who said that? Who said that?
I think it sounded like my voice, but yes.
So at the beginning of this video, audio, is it fair to say that you're talking about going to swear to God, to tell the truth, and then tell a lie on God?
Yes.
Was this video something about people who lie,
Yes.
even though they're under oath?
They don't have to be on an oath to tell a lie.
Now, the next part that I'd ask Ms. Knight, the Honorable Ms. Knight, to play should be Jeffrey speaking, and it's similar to what you said in the video you just saw. Okay. Does Jeffrey say, and listen to this, okay? So, and I'm just saying, and lie to their mama, lie to their kids, lie to their brothers and sisters, and get right in the courtroom to tell the God's honest truth. If you can just listen to that and tell me if that's what you hear Jeffrey say, okay?
Yeah.
You just heard me.
So nigga, a lot of they mama, a lot of they kids, a lot of they brothers and sisters, they didn't get ready in the courtroom and tell the God that is true. Fuck, nigga.
Is that Jeffrey speaking?
Yes.
And is that similar to what you said on the other exhibit, which is escaping me, the exhibit number 435Y, State's Exhibit? Is that
Yes.
similar?
Yes.
And are those words that you said are similar words that you've heard before?
Yes.
Did you hear those words before Jeffrey said those words?
Yes.
And then on the next part of it, I'm not going to say it, but it's FN. Ain't going back and forth with you, bro. And then Jeffrey saying, or then another person saying, tell nothing but the truth, so help you God. If you can listen to that, okay?
Yes.
And tell the jurors who's saying that.
Yes.
Don't get it. Y'all niggas get fucking killed, bro.
You snitching bitches.
It's true. Fuck. God, that is true. Don't get it. Y'all niggas get fucking killed, bro.
You snitching bitches.
From me and why I said.
Did you hear that? Tell,
Yeah.
tell nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Is it accurate to say that in the criminal justice system, from your upbringing and your observation, people come in and lie under oath?
Objection, Your Honor. That would call for speculation about other.
He says from your observation. Of course, I don't know how he can know that.
You know it
So.
from personal experience.
The speculation until there is a foundation established for its belief. A basis for knowledge, speculation about other people lying. You can try to lay a foundation.
When you said this, when you were part of this, and when I say this, I'm talking about states 447Y, what's up there right now?
Yes.
Tell the jurors what you were talking about.
Talking about people lying.
Now, I want to show you, may I have one moment?
You may.
Can Mr. Kokomo show the prosecutor? This will be Mr. Williams, exhibit number 255.
I'm looking at 62 pages. Are we talking about 62 pages? That's what this is.
Shorten it, but I just did the dates from the,
That's the same 255 that we looked at before. No, it's a different,
yeah, we stopped in July 2000.
okay, and,
Starts, I think, December and November 2012.
okay. And you were just gonna pick a couple
Yes.
of pages.
I'm not gonna go through this.
Can we, is it possible to have them just specify which two so I can look at those? Or do I need to look at 62
I'm going
and
to show it
guess?
to Mr. Sledge first.
Do you know which ones you want?
No, Mr. Sledge has to.
Okay. I mean, you know generally what,
Yeah. I'll use the one from November 2012, I believe, and I'll look at it, but two or three.
I mean, this is the same thing we looked at over March.
It appears to be, all 62 pages.
Yeah, no, I know.
Well,
I'm,
it's not accurate. It took out after July 15th.
okay.
That's what, but I didn't want to cut it short for the Mr. Sledge to look at, but then I was going to just, once he identifies a few, I was going to stop.
So, okay, so. Can you come up?
Yes,
We are going to clear down some of those items for you,
yes,
for me. And we're going to get back to that, okay?
Yes.
I will not, I promise you I'll come back.
yes.
If the state can show again, Mr. Williams' number and of what number is it for Jeffrey Williams? 447Y. And if you can just look at it with me for a moment, if you don't mind. Now, do you see at the bottom, if any way to clear the, thank you. You see at the bottom, it says repost, whiz
Yes,
at,
Yes,
and then it says, it's tagging at Thugger1. You see that?
yes.
Do you know what a repost is?
Someone else posted it, and it was posted to somebody else posted.
So for an example, if I posted something a week ago and you liked it and you wanted to post it, what would happen?
I hit the repost app, and it'll let me repost it on another date.
So the state was saying that this was done and shown and reposted on January 26, 2015.
Yeah,
Do you remember that in the indictment?
Hang on just a second.
Just as to the characterization of that question, the test.
Okay, yes, I mean, the state would have asked a question and established that through a witness.
It's in the indictment as well. And if you're not familiar, do you remember this being in the
Okay,
indictment?
well, that's just an assertion.
Exactly. So I want to show you, are you ready? What number is it? Actually, can you show it to the prosecution first? What number is this going to be? It's going to be Jeffrey Williams, number 256.
Is this something new that's not in what you sent before?
True.
Okay,
I'm trimming down.
that's fine. Oh, I got you. Okay.
All right, can Mr. Kokomo approach Mr. Sledge?
Yes, you may.
Mr. Sledge, is that okay?
Yes,
Just take a look at this, telling me whether you can recognize it and you could hear it as well, just to make sure, but don't make it loud enough for the jurors yet.
Prior to that being displayed, what we have not heard is the sound in that video, because this is the first time we've seen it. So
Right.
we'd ask that before anything be done with it, the state be allowed an opportunity to hear what is being said in that particular video, which is a little different.
I don't know if it's different or not.
It is, I'm looking at it, it is not the same exact thing that we just
Okay.
put up.
Okay. Then I guess this will be where we break for the evening.
Yeah, it's 11 seconds. I mean, if that matters.
Well, or we can see if Miss Love can hear it without. Do you want to step out into the hall? That would be easier than excusing all of them to the, all right. She'll be right back. We'll sit for just a sec and I'll let y'all go soon.
Go with your computer.
And Mr. Steele, estimate for me how long you think the rest of your cross is gonna take?
30 minutes?
Do y'all want to stay for, who else has, if anybody has gonna have cross for this witness? Anybody? Okay. Okay. Do y'all want to just, well, do y'all want to stay 30 more minutes? Although we'll have a redirect on Monday, but yes, I have some thumbs up for 30 minutes. Lots of nods for, okay.
The only issue I just want to make the court on the, on the
It's always
six,
something.
on the 62
Yeah.
item, that's the only thing I have to go over, which is going to take a little more time. So I just want you to, I won't finish is my
All
point.
right, yeah. We'll get 30 more minutes and then we'll see where we are. Okay. All right. Then I guess he's already seen it.
Yes.
So go ahead and ask whatever you need to ask.
Mr. Sledge, have you seen what is now marked as Mr. Williams number 256? Have you seen that before?
Yes,
And is it accurate? And does it depict the way it was when it was first filmed or, filmed and audioed?
yes.
And Your
Any-
Honor, two things. I object on the basis of the vagueness of the question. Have you seen it before? I don't know if that means before he was shown by his
Well, can you
lawyer.
clarify that?
Were you present when that was made?
Yes, I was
Or
present.
is your voice on there?
Yes, my voice is on there.
Is it the same as, and I always forget, 447?
Oh,
447Y that was shown to the jurors, the repost?
yes, my voice on there.
Okay.
Okay. So on 256, JW 256 is that what you were just asking the questions about he was present for? Okay. All right.
With
Other-
that, I have no
okay.
objection if he's saying he was there.
All right. Go ahead.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, Mr. Kokomo will publish Mr. Williams number 256.
All right.
A lot of they kids, a lot of they brothers and sisters, they didn't get ready in the courtroom and tell God honest truth. Don't get it. Y'all niggas need to get fucking killed, bro.
You snitching bitches.
From me and YC. So nigga, a lot of they mama, a lot of they kids, a lot of they brothers and sisters, they didn't get ready in the courtroom and tell God honest truth. Don't get it. Y'all niggas need to get fucking killed, bro.
You snitching bitches.
From me and YC.
Mr. Sledge, did you hear your voice?
Yes,
The voice of Mr. Jeffrey Williams and the face of Mr. Jeffrey Williams?
yes,
Did you hear the voice of Mr. McMiller?
yes,
Did you hear the voice of Mr. Martinez, also known as Duke?
yes,
Is it the same exact video that was played earlier as the repost?
yes.
And on Jeffrey Williams number 256, I'd like you to tell the jurors, it's small writing, if you could read it to them, what date at the bottom right was this made?
January 4th, 2015.
And on January 4th, 2015, what was Jeffrey Williams' relationship like with Donovan Thomas from your personal observation?
Objection vague.
Overruled.
They had a great relationship.
And does this video on January 4th, 2015 have anything to do from your own personal knowledge from being in it about Donovan Thomas or threatening some witness or anything?
No,
Objection, one is compound, so I don't know which part of that he's asking about. And then the second part, he is speaking to the intent of defendant Williams when he says, does it have anything to do with threatening something?
Okay,
Asking
well,
his
it's his personal knowledge, and while Mr. Steele does ask long questions sometimes, has a lot of clauses in there. I don't believe it was a compound question, just had a lot of descriptive clauses. So overruled.
So the indictment, and if you don't remember, we'll show it to you. No one's trying to keep anything from you. Says that this was done 16 days after the killing of Mr. Williams, that it was reposted. But this was made 6 days before, God forbid, the killing of Mr. Thomas, right?
yes,
Now, if you can look at the very top right-hand side, you see where it says watch your post? You see that at the top?
Yes.
And then underneath it, it says watch your post, and then it says best said at MPA Duke, DUKE 1, the number 1, said it first, 3 exclamation points. You see that?
Yes.
Who, to your knowledge, is MPA Duke 1?
Mr. Arnold.
Martinez Arnold?
Yes.
And then it says video by at Thugger1 pound YouTube pound Young Thug pound Thugger1 pound Urban Post. You see all that?
Yes.
Okay. And when it says best said at MPA Duke 1 said it first, that's Mr. Arnold
Yes.
saying it first.
Yes.
Yeah, sustained as to that.
All right. Now, I want to ask you other questions if I can. Before January 4th, 2015, were you familiar with this type of statement?
Yes.
Now, if a witness, when it says at the end, the prosecutor said, y'all should be killed. Let me make sure hold on one second. Y'all should be killed, and that's from me and YSL. Do you remember that?
Yes.
If I didn't quote it perfectly, something to that effect?
Yes.
Okay. From being there and being a participant in this video, which is 256, Jeffrey Williams 256, what do you believe should happen to a witness who lies about someone in trial?
Sustained.
Okay. All right. Let me ask you this. You were released from prison from the drive-by shooting. Remember, the jurors heard a lot about that, April 2015?
Yes.
And is it fair to say you were released in year 2019?
Yes.
And when you were released from prison, you needed a job, didn't you?
Yes.
Okay. You were financially depleted. You didn't have much money?
No.
All right. And is it fair to say that Jeffrey at that time was even more popular than he was in 2015?
Yes.
And did Jeffrey offer you a job?
Yes.
Was it conditional? Did you have to promise something?
No.
How about no more crime?
No.
Are you withdrawing that objection?
Did Jeffrey tell you you can't commit crimes?
That right there is hearsay.
Sustained.
When you were on tour with Jeffrey and from your personal observation, so I'm not asking you what other people said or anything, did you ever observe people who would steal from other people, from stores or anything like that, and Jeffrey would find out about it and repay those people?
Yeah.
Sustained.
Well, I think it's relevant. You're the leader of a supposed organization.
I object on the basis of whatever the speaking objection is about to be.
I think it's relevant, more than relevant,
Your Honor,
to the conduct after this trial.
his character, he's trying
That's
to
not-
get into character
Sustained.
evidence.
All right. Do you remember seeing in the days before Donovan Thomas was killed? Do you ever remember seeing, personally seeing Mr. Kenneth Copeland with an Infiniti vehicle?
No.
When you drove Mr. Copeland to the police department on the early morning hours of January 11th, 2015, is that true?
Yes.
And your significant other, the mother of your child, was with you, as well as your youngest child at that time, right?
He my youngest child, he my oldest son.
Apologize. Okay. And Mr. Copeland didn't have a car there, right? That's why you drove him? Am I correct?
He didn't have a car there.
Do you remember at all whether Mr. Copeland asked you to pick him up and drive him to Jeffrey Williams' house with you for safety?
I don't remember that.
Okay. Do you know how, as you sit here today, do you remember how Mr. Copeland, if you know, got to Jeffrey Williams' home on January 10th, 2015?
I don't know.
All right. Has Jeffrey ever paid for your lawyer fees?
No,
Has he ever paid for your bond?
no.
Your Honor? I believe except for the, I have to break down the 62, which I probably can't do in a short period of time. I don't have any other questions.
Okay, well, so is your plan to,
I'll try to do it, with the court's permission, I'll try to do it Mr. Wright and figure out if there's a quick way to get it through. I'm not going to speak with Mr. Slade. I don't mean any disrespect, but I'll go through it.
Your Honor, would the court permit outside of the jury's presence for the question to be placed upon the witness so that the court can hear?
sure, yeah,
fine with
that
me.
may be a better way to do it. Okay, all right, so we are going to break for the day and for the weekend, and I am going to remind all of you to not talk about the case with anybody. Don't let anybody talk about it with you. You are only supposed to decide this case based on the evidence admitted inside this courtroom, so don't conduct any research on your own. Don't try to find out anything on the internet or from old school sources or from other people, from social media. Don't do research about the law. Do not read, watch, listen to any accounts of this trial online, in print, television, otherwise, radio, social media, anything like that. And leave your notes in the jury room, and we will see you on Monday at 9. Y'all have a great weekend. You stay here with us for a minute.
Oh, okay.
We're gonna ask you some more questions.
Oh, okay. You better say something. I'm trying to go. I charged it for Monday. It need to be charged.
All right, good. Okay, go ahead and attempt.
Okay, Mr. Kokomo, have those. Mr. Sledge,
Yes.
I'm going to ask the court, there's no jury here, but we're still in trial, okay?
Yes.
I'm going to ask with the court's permission to approach you and show you, and I'm just going to pick out a few, and just tell me whether you have ever seen these postings online before this week, okay? Is that okay?
Yes. Yes.
And I'm going to target a couple, but it's going to take me a moment, but I think I could target a few.
Hey, Your
Okay.
Honor, if Mr. Steele would simply apprise the court and counsel for the state which ones he's targeting and approaching him with, so we could at least write it down.
I'm
I'm
going
sure
to do
he'll
that. Can Mr. Kokomo and I approach this for a minute, Your Honor?
Yes.
Mr. Sledge, can we come to you?
Yes.
So we have a small screen.
And just be real clear of exactly what you're asking him, not post like this.
We're gonna, Mr. Kokomo is gonna show you. Can you pull up the one that it's, it says, it's, have not seen this, oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Mc- okay.
And
If you have not seen this before, you'll just tell us, I haven't read it, I haven't seen it, okay?
Yeah.
If you have seen it and read it, just tell us, I have seen it and read it.
Your Honor, could Mr.
Yeah.
Steele place just on the record the one he just identified for Mr. Kokomo, but I
Yeah,
could
in
barely
some
hear.
way. Or just
Just say
spin
it.
around and show Miss
Yeah,
Love.
if I could
This
see it.
This is DMAC.
Just spin around and show Miss Love will be easier than trying to. Some people's names or tags or whatever are kind of hard to read out.
Thank you.
If you have not seen this, just make it clear. If you have seen it, just make it clear. I'm just going to read it, okay?
Okay.
And it is, I'm just orienting myself. This is Mr. Williams exhibit number 255A. And it's down here. It says DMAC got me to banging at DMAC to banging. And you see the date?
Yes,
December 27, 2014.
yes.
And this is me, I'm not reading it verbatim, okay? And AN lie to their mama, brother, sister, and kids, but get to the courtroom and tell the God's honest truth, question mark, question mark, question mark. I don't get it. Or ION get it, hyphen at Young Thug. You see that?
Yes.
If you can remember it, if you can, it's fine, and just tell us, have you seen that before this week?
Have I seen it
That particular post.
this week?
No.
Oh,
Anytime
anytime.
this week.
I can't even remember exactly what day I seen it, but I don't seen this before.
You have seen it before.
Yes.
Have you seen it
Judge, is he
before?
talking about that?
This
Have you
specific
seen
post.
DMAC got to me too banging on
Yes.
December 27th? That post. You
Yes,
saw that
I
post?
saw this post
All right.
before.
Have you seen it before this week, just to make sure?
Yes, yes.
We're gonna have to mark that. Can you pull up the one that says, no, she died. You know that one? Can't remember the exact time. And if you don't know it, I have my notes. Can I step back just 1 second? Yeah, no.
Mhm. Yeah. This seems to be a convenient time. I don't know, is this like a schedule? I don't think that matters. Mr. Wright has brought it to my attention that he's now under subpoena, a state subpoena. However, he is serving as Mr. Sledge's lawyer, and he's obviously been sitting in here. And I think it would be appropriate for him to continue to sit in here for the remainder of Mr. Sledge's testimony, since he's serving as his lawyer. Is
I
the state
agree.
gonna have any problem with that?
Not at
All
all.
right, and then y'all aren't gonna make any kind of, okay, all right, that's fine. Just wanted to clarify that. Okay. And is this like a cautionary potential subpoena, or is he gonna, I mean, are you gonna let him know when you expect him to? He's got other business, obviously, after he finishes as his attorney role. Will you let him know when he needs to be back?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
All right, that's the only reason I'm asking. Okay. All right, are y'all ready with your next one?
We'll just do the one then, Your Honor.
Okay. Well,
We're
great.
gonna call
then.
it 225.
Okay, and it'll just be that
No,
one.
I said it wrong.
255.
255. Even.
Just 255.
We'll call it 25 with the court's permission, and then we'll just start with that on whatever you tell us.
All right, and it'll just be that one, and then
And we'll
you
we'll
suspect
rearrange
you'll
it.
be pretty much done at that point.
I actually turned the page. I have more, but yes, it's not much.
I mean,
It'll be
that's
15 minutes,
Okay.
20 minutes.
All right,
But I'm gonna start with that, and we'll make it just one, like exhibit,
Okay.
one thing. So we'll crop it.
that works.
So the only tweet now that is that 255A consists of is GMAC Tuvagian.
There's no A though. There's no.
Yeah,
A.
it's not, it's just gonna be 255. But yes, is
And-
that right?
And it's December 27, 2014.
All right, thank you.
That's the one we'll use.
Okay,
I just have one thing to note for the record,
okay. Are we finished with Mr. Sledge for the day?
except Mr. Wright. I'd like to stay just for a minute.
Okay, so are we finished with Mr. Sledge?
I am finished with him. He could stay on whatever the court wants, but yes, I'm not asking him any questions.
You may step out and we'll see you at 9 on Monday.
Okay, thank you.
And I'm sure Mr. Wright will be out in a minute if you want to wait for him.
So it's not my desire to say that a prosecutor or any lawyer or anybody told someone don't say something in front of the jury. But I cleared that with Mr. Wright, and I want the court to note that the state never put us on notice. It's not Brady, because with due diligence, I found out about it. So I'm not saying it's a violation of Brady, but it's just not the way, if believed, it's not the way that I was understand that lawyers conduct themselves. So I'm sure that I wasn't there. I'm sure that Ms. Love will say whatever she says, or maybe say that didn't happen, but I just
Or
wanted to
maybe it didn't happen in quite that way, but
I
I
just wanna
don't know if Ms. Love wants to say anything.
I
or
just
not.
want you to know that I cleared it with Mr. Wright beforehand. And he was on the actual Zoom. So I just want you to know that I didn't speak with Mr. Sledge without Mr. Wright. So
Okay.
thank you.
Just a small follow-up. And of course, Mr. Wright will have the ability to say what Mr. Wright recalls, but I believe that Mr. Wright informed Mr. Steele before Mr. Steele asked that question, that he has no recollection of that ever being stated by me to Mr. Sledge. But I'll let Mr. Wright speak for Mr. Wright. And I inquired, I know that I would not say that. So whatever Mr. Sledge said, Mr. Sledge said. I don't know how the question was posed. I don't, that's all right. It'll happen on redirect. We can flesh it out. But this notion about, all of that, Mr. Steele can ask whatever questions he wants to ask, and Mr. Sledge can answer however he feels he needs to. I'll handle that on redirect.
Okay. Yes, sir.
I have indicated to both sides as I'm trying to stay calling this balls and strikes and
Right.
staying neutral, but my client has repeated to me that that's how he heard it. I indicated to both sides that I heard her indicate that she was not going to be asking him, as in she clearly didn't like the subject matter, but I did not hear her affirmatively try to tell him not to disclose or say or secret it. So it's a slightly different interpretation of the non-lawyer and lawyer.
Sure.
And I think everyone knows I'm the fence through and through. I would have no problem being able to say that, oh, that's exactly what she said. But I will not simply say it because it would be helpful.
Of course not. I would never expect, of course, our sounds out again, but
It was at least a hot topic that it wasn't something that I thought the state was going to go into, but I can't say I have a memory of her saying the specific instruction to Sledge that he remembers. But my client does, that's how he recalls it. So my client's not being untruthful in terms of.
well, we're not
what
gonna
he
get
recalls.
into whether you think he's truthful or not, because that wouldn't be appropriate. But you can say whatever you need to say when asked. And I appreciate you letting court know and letting both sides know what it is that your recollection is.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So do you think that Mr. Wright will be shortly on the heels of Mr. Sledge?
Right on the heel.
All right. So you should just plan to stick around then, and then hopefully we'll be able to release you after that.
I will not do this right now.
Okay. All right. Anything else? Sounds out again. Maybe it's back. Is it back? Allegedly, y'all, they are coming early on Monday morning to replace either the entirety or something in this box. I think they've already tried several things. This is some new thing. We'll see, but
If I buy anything, will they reimburse me?
what you mean?
If I buy some.
Who is we?
I say.
Court administration?
Yeah, they, the people that are responsible for this, will they reimburse me if I buy some?
Miss Love, I cannot guarantee anything like that. I am still trying to get reimbursed for stuff from like 2 years ago. So, I mean, I wouldn't hold your breath. I wouldn't do that. If you plan to buy something, it'll just be for the good of this trial. It won't be. No.
Your
All
Honor,
right.
you
Yes.
allowed me to continue, so I don't have to ask the jurors to leave, but I made a motion,
Oh, yes, yes.
and Mr.
Thank you
Matthews
for reminding me of that.
And what happened was, and please check the record, but what I remember happening was Ms. Love makes a speaking objection, comments, puts her own testimony before the jury and states that the testimony, that there's no evidence and it's already been proven. And I know that there's a strained relationship between Jeffrey Williams and Rich Homie Quan. That is wrong. Rich Homie Quan has given interviews shortly after January 10, 2015, all the way up to 2024, consistently how close he and Jeffrey Williams are. The prosecution said that Rich Homie Quan, his real name is Mr. Lamar, that he was coming to court and he would be testifying. And the prosecution did not call him. He was on a short list. He was under subpoena. They did not call him. I have a good faith belief. They didn't call him because, what? I'm sorry?
Yeah, you need to.
I have a good faith belief that the state did not call him because he gave exculpatory information about his relationship with Jeffrey Williams. So for the prosecutor to then say in front of the jury, and please check the record to make sure that what I'm saying is what was said by Ms. Love, but I immediately would have made this motion if you did not allow me to preserve it. And a lawyer can't tell the testimony. This is what happened. Brian Steele knows this. That is untruthful. In fact, I know the opposite.
Uh-huh. All right. So my recollection is that Miss Love said that the evidence shows that after a certain date, one of the people in this picture no longer hung around Mr. Williams.
Okay, good.
That's a closer
That is not true.
account.
What the state was trying, their crazy theory, in my opinion, is that in the fall of 2014, Mr. Williams somehow cared about Rich Homie Kwan signing with a third party. His name is Mr. Brian Williams, which is Birdman.
Right.
And somehow that because Donovan Thomas said, no, Mr. Rich Homie Kwan, don't sign with Birdman, that Jeffrey Williams has now a motivation to kill Donovan Thomas. None of that comes out. And it's untruthful. As you saw, they are playing together, they being Jeffrey Williams and Rich Homie Kwan, on New Year's of
Well, you know what? There are
2014.
plenty of band members who play together and hate each other. So them playing together doesn't establish anything. But so Miss Love, you maintain that it is in evidence. So can you
That
point
there
to
was,
what part of the evidence and who said it?
yes, and I would ask if the court has in front of it my exact words, or if there's a way
I
to
don't
grab.
have
Okay,
your exact words in front of me, but I'm sure we can get them by Monday.
okay.
But it was
So what I was referring to was the testimony that has been given that after a certain date, at least one witness, there may have been two, testified that the relationship between one person in that photograph and defendant Williams changed. I can definitely say that I can definitely say that apart from that testimony that the jury has already heard, personally, I definitely have a great faith basis
okay, but that's
for
not what
saying
you
it, but that is not what I said. I said what I was referring to the second part of what was asserted by counsel.
Do you know which witness or witnesses it would have been? Because I think Miss Weaver's probably transcribed
It-
a good bit of this, and she's pretty fast. I'm happy to ask her to.
I believe it would have been Mr. Thomas Sr., who was asked about the relationship between one of the people in the photograph or having seen them after a certain time, or that it was strained. That's why I'm asking. And then I'm not certain whether Detective Dennis talked about it. That I'd have to look back.
Okay. Why
But-
don't you look back? I mean, did
That-
Mr. Thomas Sr. testify for any real length of time? I mean,
He
would
was
that
there for
be
a
easy?
day.
Okay, that'd be easy enough for Miss Weaver to put together. I'd imagine Mr.
And-
Dennis testified for longer.
Yes,
All right.
but
Maybe you could look at your notes on that and maybe pinpoint that more directly, and then I could ask Miss Weaver, with
I
some
will.
parameters, maybe.
And I'll also just check with the team because it's not been a topic that has been discussed. So we've discussed those things anyway, and I can clarify because it was not. It was I think that was Miss Hilton's witness, so she probably have a better memory than me. But the reason that I asked exactly what I said is because I think I chose my words carefully before I said them.
Okay.
And I want to make certain of exactly what I said, and I want to point back to exactly what I was referring to.
Okay, and Miss Winfrey over the weekend will be kind enough to find us that little portion of Miss Love's statement that resulted in Mr. Steele having a motion and saying, can I just bring it up later, and me saying yes, and then we'll take all that up first thing on Monday.
Okay.
Thank you.
And
Okay.
the point is, a lawyer, I do remember the father attempting to say things like that, but he couldn't explain later photographs, whatever, that goes to wait.
What?
But the issue is a lawyer to tell a jury what the evidence is testifying. It's inappropriate.
Your Honor, what I think was inappropriate was attempting to mislead the jury by asserting that a photograph that Mr. Steele was aware was taken, or at least that particular concert or whatever, that was not a December 2015 concert as he stated to Mr. Sledge, and Mr. Sledge said yes. Even after Mr. Steele put up the next flyer or whatever it was, and led Mr. Sledge by saying, this happened December 2014,
That
New
was
Year's
actually
Eve
the-
2015.
that was 2015.
That was, it was going into 2015. The second one
So that was 2014?
Yes, the
Okay.
first one was 2014.
All of those.
And so when Mr. Steele said, the reason that I said that I objected the way I did is that Mr. Steele said that that posting, that was Defense Exhibit
So when people say New Year's Eve 2015, they actually mean December 31st, 2014?
yes, ma'am. Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
That's what they meant.
So, Your Honor.
But
and
Your
what
Honor, may I
happened-
finish
excuse me
before
just one
he's
second.
allowed? May I finish
Just-
before Mr.
Okay,
Steele is
okay, hang
allowed?
on. Yeah, let's see what Ms. Love was saying. Go ahead.
So, at the time that Mr. Steele put up the flyer and suggested before this jury that that flyer was for an event in December 2015,
Yeah.
that I objected because, and what I didn't say, what I wanted to say, which was he knows full well that wasn't December 2015, but I said that there has been evidence of something different.
Okay, well, that probably wasn't the best way to handle it.
And if I'm not saying I did, but I may have misspoke. If I misspoke on a date, I wasn't doing it deliberately. And the objection is that shouldn't be 2015. Are you sure, Mr. Steele? Or Your Honor, I don't think that's 2015. Not, and the
I don't think that
evidence
that's a-
shows,
No, no, no,
excuse
no.
me,
No, no, no.
and the evidence shows that there was no relationship. They weren't speaking. That's what I'm complaining about.
Yeah, she said the evidence shows. Okay, I mean, that may
I
not
wanna
have
know
been
what
the
I said.
absolute best way to handle it. And I do wish that both of y'all, I mean, y'all clearly get under each other's skin and try to divorce from the case the fact that each of you is the attorney handling certain evidence or certain witness, because honestly, both of you probably would do your tasks for your clients better if you could focus a little less on the fact that y'all get on each other's nerves, okay? I mean, you do not have to, it does not have to be like a gladiator fight every time anybody says anything when it's the two of you. It doesn't come off well for anybody, honestly. So that's just my 2 cents worth.
Thank you, Your
I'd
Honor.
also like to say that
I
every
appreciate that, Your
evidentiary objection does not need to be made, even if it's a valid one. So think about that too.
Yes,
All
Your
right.
Honor.
Anything else?
Your Honor, just that I'll just await Miss Winfrey's
Okay.
snippet.
Okay. All right. I hate to do this, y'all. I can't stand getting up really early in the morning either, but I think we have enough things to do before the jury joins us that we're going to need to do 8:30 on Monday. And maybe I should just tell the jury from now on 9:30 on Monday, but I haven't. I told them 9. So We're gonna see each other at 8:30, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. All right, everybody have a good weekend.
Mr.
Okay. Alright. Well, Kimmy good. I've been asleep, so I don't know what the hell's going on. Therefore, I'm gonna have to go back and watch it. So, I don't want you to do it now. That's the part I was really interested in is the cross-examination of this dude on the stand, right? What would be the way in which they undo what the prosecutor has done? And will they undo it? I told you, be an observationalist. You need to watch everything, and you need to be asking yourself your questions. Start with your top question, right? And this is if you evaluate the situation, right? Start with your top question. You create whatever question you want. See, over here, okay, I already certified y'all, some of y'all as legal assistants. I like the old word, paralegals, because y'all better legal assistants. Paralegals, okay? Next up is behavior specialist, okay? Yes! I like to hear Carlos King say that. Yes! Oh, man. So let's see what we got. Now, I know I've already put whatever date this is on the record, but I want to go back and see how the defense.
Have y'all had an opportunity to determine for the defense what that exhibit's gonna look like?
Your Honor, that exhibit is.
Okay. All right, anything else before we get the jury in?
Come on, player, speak up. Let's get it on.
It's a lot of numbers.
Come on, player.
We'll figure it out later.
That's still up
All
there.
right, go ahead, Mr. Sharp.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court. Good afternoon, Mr. Sledge.
Good afternoon, Mr. Sharp.
We had just, last thing I asked you was about your representation. Do you recall?
Yes,
Okay, and that you had not hired Mr. Wright for trial.
no,
On December 28th, 2022, okay, you were aware that, well, let me back up. Typically, have you ever had appointed counsel? Just trying to educate on how it usually works. I'll move on. Okay.
Okay.
On December 28th, 2022, you were aware of co-defendants on this case who had been arrested.
yes,
And there were some of those individuals who could not afford attorneys, correct?
right,
And you were aware that some of those individuals were in Rice Street,
yes,
or they were in Rice Street,
yes,
and those individuals that could not afford attorneys had not been appointed attorneys as of December 28, 2022, correct?
yes,
And isn't it true that you did not want to be in their position?
yes,
Meaning you did not want to be in Rice Street without an attorney?
yes,
You believed, for the purposes of having representation, it was in your best interest to resolve your case via plea on December 28, 2022.
yes,
Do you know what coercion means?
no,
Okay. What about pressure?
yes, I know it.
So y'all see where he going now. Now a layperson can determine this. Okay. Y'all see where he's trying to say that maybe the state or maybe the state coerced him or pressured him into that agreement. Probably on down the line gonna say maybe, and he didn't understand what he was doing or saying or whatever. And also maybe I don't know if you want to go there, but maybe you say like the public defender, wasn't afforded the tools to do the best job in his situation, right? I don't know. I'm just speculating. I'm just predicting, forecasting. Let me see what he says.
Personally,
Being in, and this is your truth, I'm not asking for a legal definition, okay?
yes,
Okay. Being in Rice Street for 7 months prior to your plea, did that put pressure on you to accept this deal?
yes, a lot,
Okay. Being separated from your sick mother and your children, Your Honor, he testified for 3 days already. I've been going for 10 minutes.
Yeah, but you did already.
Oh, sharp.
Well, I'm just trying to conclude this line of questioning, then I'll move on.
Okay.
I haven't asked him about pressure yet. He wanted to go home, and now I'm asking about pressure. Being separated from your sick mother and your children, did that create pressure to plead guilty on December 28, 2015?
yes,
Excuse me, December 28, 2022.
yes,
And the fact that you did not have a lawyer for trial did that create pressure on you?
Yes. That, how about facts not in evidence too?
The fact that you had not hired an attorney for trial, did that create pressure on you to plead guilty?
Overruled.
The fact that you had not hired an attorney for trial, did that create pressure on you to plead guilty on December 28, 2022?
Yes.
All right, I want to talk to you about the plea offer. And when you need to, you can refer to it, but I want you to listen to my questions, and if you can answer without, that's fine.
Yes.
Okay. At some point in late December 2022, you became aware that the state was making a plea offer in your case.
Yes.
Okay. And the state's plea offer was an offer for probation.
Yes.
Okay. And probation, I know we know what it is, but for the jury, probation is you don't have to be in custody, right? You're released.
Yes.
Okay, and you have to check in with a probation officer.
Yes.
In your mind, that's preferable to prison.
Yes.
That's preferable to sitting in Rice Street jail, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Probation would get you back to your family,
Yes.
Get you back to your ill mother,
Yes.
and that would solve your issues as far as hiring an attorney to try the case.
Yes.
You were interested in a plea for probation.
Yes.
Now, as it turned out, there were factual acknowledgments that you would have to initial to receive that offer of probation, correct?
Yes.
Okay, when you first learned about probation, did you realize that there would be factual acknowledgments that you had to initial?
No.
Okay, but at some point your attorney told you to get this probation, you're going to have to agree to factual acknowledgments.
Yes.
Let's talk about the factual acknowledgments. Do you remember the first time you saw the factual acknowledgments on that plea form? Was it December 28th?
Yes, I want to say yes.
Okay.
Y'all need everything they ain't
Could it have been
got.
earlier?
Oh, Lord. So I'm stepping away to get something to
To
eat.
the best of your recollection.
Yes, I think if I'm not mistaken, yes.
Okay. Did you ever write a statement with your truth about what happened in 2015 and give it to Ms. Love or any other prosecutor in this case? I did. About what this case is about. Did you ever write a statement?
Oh, about, not in 2015.
No. About 2015.
Overruled.
No.
Okay. Did you ever sit down with Miss Love before this plea?
No.
Okay. Did you write the factual acknowledgments?
No.
On that sheet of paper in front of you, I believe it has, do you know what letterhead is?
I think it's the stamp, something like that.
Okay, on the top of the paper.
Yes.
Is there letterhead that indicates whose office that paper is from?
It's a Fannie Wilson. That what you talking about, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, from the Fulton County District Attorney's Office?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know who wrote the factual acknowledgments?
No.
Okay. Who presented the factual acknowledgements to you? Was it Miss Love?
Yes.
Okay. Did you know Miss Love back in 2015?
No.
Was she hanging out with you in 2015?
No.
I'm not trying to embarrass you. You're a smart man, okay?
Right.
But you did indicate that you didn't know what the word notoriety means.
Yes.
And you've also just said you didn't know what the word coercion means.
Yes.
Okay. Could you look on that, in that document with the factual acknowledgements? Should be page 3. I'm going to ask you to look at
test his
factual acknowledgments.
understanding. And this is typical defense
On the
style
last line,
type
does it
law.
have the word notoriety?
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to look at factual
When
acknowledgement
it comes to
5
plea agreements
on
and,
the last line. Does
and
it say notoriety?
cooperation and stuff like that, this is generally the line of questions.
It's on 5.
Yes.
Yes.
I'm going to ask you to look at number 16.
Y'all, please stop me from eating this old ass chicken Alfredo.
On the 3rd line down, on 16, does that say
This
notoriety?
time I ain't even make my own Alfredo. So, I cheated. This crazy. Y'all didn't tell me that COVID make you come back with a goddamn appetite like Pac-Man.
You said on what line?
The 3rd one down on number 16. That's page 5.
Yeah, I'm on page 5. Yes.
Could you go to page 6 and look at the last word on page 6? Does it say coercion?
Yes.
And those are words to this day, I guess before this trial maybe, that you never knew the meaning of.
Still don't know the meaning of it.
Okay. Do you write sentences using words that you don't know the meaning of? Now, in preparation of your plea, whether it was on December 28th or before that, you did speak to your attorney, Mr. Wright,
Yes.
about the acknowledgements,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
And you brought certain acknowledgements that are on that sheet to the attention of Mr. Wright and told him you don't agree with those.
Yes.
Okay. And were you present for discussions that Mr. Wright had with Ms. Love or the state?
No.
Okay. But to your understanding, some of the acknowledgements that you did not agree with, the state refused to change, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you wanted to go home.
Yes.
Did you let a disagreement with those acknowledgements stop you from getting home to your sick mother? I said, did you let?
Speaking to the mic.
Can you rephrase your question?
Those disagreements with the acknowledgements, did you let those disagreements get in the way of you getting home to your sick mother?
No.
Yeah, same.
I mean, you basically asked the same thing.
Same, yeah,
You just
same
moved
question.
the phrasing around. I don't really know. Can you rephrase it again?
Okay. Can I break it up?
You
Okay.
can try.
You disagreed with some of the factual acknowledgements that Ms. Love presented to you, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And you brought that to your attorney's attention.
yes,
And you were told that the state was not going to change those factual acknowledgements.
yes,
Okay. On December 28th, 2022, did you let your disagreement with the factual acknowledgements stop you from entering that plea?
no,
Why not?
because I wanted to go home to my sick mother.
Very good, Sharp. You walked up to it and let him
direct
give you the answer
testimony.
you wanted.
When Ms. Love was asking you questions, you've stated that you disagree with several of the factual acknowledgements in this plea agreement that you
Yes.
signed, correct?
Yes,
You watched the video of your plea earlier today, correct?
yes,
Those acknowledgements on that video, who was reading those acknowledgements? Was it you or Miss Love?
Miss Love,
Okay. When you were saying yes, ma'am, do you remember that? To
yes,
pretty much every question, is that fair?
yes,
Weren't there times during that plea, during that video, where you were saying yes, ma'am, before Miss Love even asked the question?
yes,
Why were you saying yes, ma'am, if you disagreed with the factual acknowledgements?
I was just trying to get home to my sick mother.
Okay. Did your attorney tell you, or you testified that your attorney told you that you could explain those disagreements later, correct?
If I was called into the stand, yes,
Okay. And you were advised not to let those disagreements get in the way of going home, correct?
Yeah. Attorney-client hearsay.
Okay, sustained on facts not in evidence.
Okay. When you came to testify in front of this jury, you were under the impression that you would be able to explain what you disagreed with, correct?
yes,
Do you know the saying, you're between a rock and a hard place?
yes, I heard of it.
Okay. Do you consider yourself in between a rock and a hard place right now?
Yeah. Yes,
The rock is that you know some of these things in this plea agreement aren't true, correct?
yes,
The hard place is you don't want to go back to prison, do you?
yes.
Yes, you do not want to go
I
back.
don't want to go back to prison.
So Sharp doing a good job, right? Because what he's trying to convey, what is he establishing with to the jury, right? Is establishing that hey, he could be possibly coerced, pressured. His mom was sick, so he was just signing anything. He really didn't understand. I told you probably that was probably the next line of defense. The question that was going, to answer, right? And then now he's going for, you ain't tell the truth, right? On this agreement, okay? Which is, classic defense, very good because he is covering all bases. It's enough to give the jury what? Reasonable doubt. Yes? Okay.
And the problem is your plea agreement. correct?
Yes,
Let's talk about this plea agreement. In this indictment, you were charged with 2 counts, correct?
yes,
Count 1, RICO,
yes,
or conspiracy to commit RICO, I should say.
yes,
And count 30 was a gun charge, correct?
yes,
Specifically, possession of a firearm by a convicted felon.
yes,
For count 1, let's talk about that, what the plea agreement was, okay?
yes,
The agreement, if you initialed the factual acknowledgements and entered a plea, the agreement was that the state was going to recommend 15 years of probation.
yes,
And that meant that you would get out of jail immediately.
yes,
I'm going to ask you to look at Part 5 of the plea agreement, number 2. Under defendant's sentencing acknowledgements.
What page is that, Mr. Sharp?
That's page 5.
Okay.
So y'all, if he is getting 15 years of probation for a gun and all this,
And what number?
It's number 2
think not
under section 5.
Yes, I'm looking at it.
has to make a determination.
Your agreement states
Shoot the man.
that defendant, that's you, right?
Yes,
Defendant understands fully that if he violates any provision or any special condition of the plea agreement, his probation for this sentence may be revoked in its entirety, and the district attorney will recommend that defendant serve any remaining portion of this sentence in confinement at the Georgia Department of Corrections. And in parentheses, it says prison. Is that accurate?
yes,
Okay, so let's break that down a little bit. You're aware that a condition of your plea is to testify consistently with the factual acknowledgements you signed
yes,
that you say are not true.
yes,
And according to this agreement, if you fail to testify consistently with those acknowledgements, the state can move to revoke your probation, correct?
yes.
Do you know what revoking probation is?
Yeah, I think take it back, send you to, however, take the probation back, revoke it and send you to prison.
Okay, so if you have 15 years remaining on probation,
Yes,
the state can bring a motion and ask the judge to send you to prison for those 15 years instead of being on probation, correct?
yes,
Let's talk about the agreement for count 30, possession of a firearm by a convicted felon. Your lawyer told you that count, you were aware that count carries a mandatory 15 years in prison,
yes,
and that 15-year sentence needs to be consecutive to any other sentence that you have.
yes,
So it'd have to be 15 on top of the 15.
yes,
On page 1, under negotiated sentence, it says, where it says count 30,
you said page 1?
yes, page 1, sir.
Okay. Yes,
It says, for count 30, that was the possession of firearm by a convicted felon, correct?
yes,
It says sentencing withheld until the completion of the initial trial of this case. After the initial trial of this case, provided defendant, that's you, right,
yes, has
has complied with the special conditions outlined in sections B, C, D, F, and I of section 3, special conditions of sentence of this plea agreement, the state agrees the defendant shall be allowed to withdraw his plea on count 30 and the state shall agree to no pros count 30. That's what it says, right?
Yes.
Okay, so let's talk about what your understanding of what this means. On December 28, 2022, you pled guilty to possession of a firearm by a convicted felon.
Yes.
And under normal circumstances, that would be 15 years in prison consecutive.
Yes.
But the state in this agreement allowed sentencing was withheld, correct?
Yes.
So you weren't, even though you pled guilty to count 30, you were not given a sentence.
Yes.
You were not given 15 years to serve in prison.
Yes.
And sentencing was withheld until after this trial.
Yes.
And your understanding is if you testify in accordance with this plea agreement, the state will dismiss that case.
Yes.
Even though you've already pled guilty to it, the state will go back, let you withdraw your guilty plea, and dismiss the case.
Yes.
And remember, even on cross, he can ask what? Leading question. And the only way that the prosecution can ask leading questions is if the witness is what? Determined to be a hostile witness or something like that, okay? Other than that, they can't do that. But on cross, you can ask leading questions. All right? Leading questions is, pretty much dictates, what you want the answer to be, okay?
You've been in trouble before, right?
Yes.
Okay, you ever have an agreement, a situation like this in any of your other cases? I'm going to ask you to look at part 5, number 4. Okay, and that's under defendant's sentencing acknowledgments.
A good way to count, if the state needed to counter this, a good way to counter this will be to ask, was this plea agreement, these statements, was the plea agreement created after you made your statement? That's one kill shot question right there. Meaning, you told us this information. Now, I know, I didn't remember the first day that the boy was on stand because I really didn't look at the trial. Of course, I didn't retain no information from yesterday. So, but if she have to get up and redirect after listening to this line of question, she may want to ask, hey, did we create this plea agreement after you told us whatever you need to tell us, and however you need to, it probably won't be acceptable asking just like that, but you can make it, maybe break it up or disguise the question a little bit better, right? That's pretty much to say, hey, we didn't create this this document until you gave us the story, so. Shout out to YouTube and Twitter. I don't know who
Yes,
the
I'm
fuck
with
is on
Page
Twitter.
6,
I don't
right?
know.
Yeah, 6
Right.
and I'm with you.
Okay. Number 4 says, defendant understands fully that if prior to the conclusion of the initial trial of this case, defendant fails or refuses to testify to any fact that he acknowledges in his plea agreement, such failure or refusal nullifies. Do you know what nullifies means?
No.
Okay. Says nullifies though, right?
Yes, it say that, but I don't know what it means.
Nullifies any promise made by the district attorney to null pros count 30 of this indictment. Right?
Yes.
And to your understanding,
Y'all know
regardless of whether you
Nola
know what
Cross
nullifies
means
means,
declined
if
to
you
be
don't
prosecuted.
testify consistently with the factual acknowledgments that the state wrote,
Yeah.
they will take back their promise to dismiss count 30.
Remember, Nola Cross occurred early on during Mr. Kelly's case, state case. Okay, remember that famous shot they have of him in the courtroom where he's look like he got a big belly. I was like, oh, I saw that big belly on Arkansas. I was like, oh, Kale, say it ain't so, Kale. Oh my gosh, you could do scrunches and crunches and 6 inches anywhere. Kales, come on now, Kales. Let them know, Kales, what's going on with that belly? You know, I didn't even recognize him. What the hell is that? That must have seemed like a red. Oh, I got to get my stomach muscles back. Baby, let me tell you, them people hack a shack on your goddamn belly. They fucking with your muscles. Somebody told me that, but you know, I confirmed it with the what is it, ARS? Well, but not more than a nurse, not quite a doctor. Shit. You're like, yeah. I'm like, oh my gosh, because you can literally feel it. I can literally feel me struggling with breathing, hurting when I laugh. So I dare not even try to do no crunches, and I'm so tempted because when I look down, I see a little poke. I said, Now I'm gonna have to find out if I got to put ice on it to make it go down. Is it swollen? What the fuck? But that ain't not what Satan probably these old hating ass motherfuckers praying for my downfall and try to play an active role in it. Come from my motherfucking life, bitch. Motherfucker can die fast or die slow or die medium. I don't give a fuck. Your ass on. You end up on that list with me.
And you'll be sentenced.
Yes.
And you have to get 15 years in prison.
Yes.
Consecutive to the probation that would be revoked.
Yes.
Can you look at number 3 under section 5? So I'm on page 5 now, going into page 6.
I'm with you.
It says, defendant understands fully that any violation or of any provision or any special condition of the plea agreement shall result in defendant being sentenced on count 30 of this indictment, and the district attorney will recommend that the defendant serve the maximum sentence allowed by law.
Yes.
All that on that video talking about he has to testify truthfully. In your mind, who gets to determine whether you testified truthfully or not?
Speak in the mic.
He was about to answer. He knows what I'm asking.
Rephrase your question.
Who gets to revoke your who moves to revoke your probation if they're not happy with what you say here today?
Unfair characterization. What is your objection?
I said who moves?
I can hear.
Sustained on the improper part. You want to
you want to try to rephrase it.
It'd be unfair characterization because his answer would, if he say the state, then I mean that's not something that you can substantiate, and it's unfair to allude to the jury that, hey, you know, this is what's taking place without establishing that as a fact, and you didn't even lay any foundation, you know, to even make that allegation, right? So he wouldn't he also wouldn't be qualified to answer that. Okay. When I say you're not qualified to answer, that means that typically that foundation had not been laid, or facts are not in evidence, things of that nature. And those are objections I'm yelling out right now.
Have you, in your life, have you ever seen a defense attorney try to revoke someone's probation?
Sustained.
Right now, Sharp, no, those are improper questions. He's trying to get it in the head of the jury, definitely on the record. All right. Him and Steele, them some slick little motherfuckers. You hear me? I told you, little, and I like them and things like that, but they little weasels. You understand what I'm saying? So, and that goes back to that question I asked you about Mr. Kelly. Do y'all want a lawyer that would explore every avenue to the path of freedom? Or do you want them to, you know, keep it within the guidelines of the law, right? What do you want? So I'm telling you, so if y'all ask y'all high crime motherfuckers, you know, I'm not sure where Steele and Sharp are licensed to. Well, Sharp might probably took the UBE maybe, and maybe got some other licenses in other states. Well, I mean, Sharp probably took the UBE, and then Steele probably, you know, took the test that I took, and probably have licenses in other states and things like that. So who knows?
Can you go to section 5, number 5?
On which?
Okay, and that's on page 7?
Yes, 6, 7. Right.
Excuse me, you're right, 6. Thank you. It says, defendant understands fully that defendant's violation of the provision of any special condition of this plea agreement prior to the conclusion of the initial trial of this case shall nullify any promise made by the district attorney to no pros count 30 of this indictment, and may result in defendant being sentenced to serve as much as 35 years of confinement in the Georgia Department of Corrections / prison. So it says, right?
Yes.
Okay. We talked about 15 plus 15. That equals 30, right?
Right.
But in number 5, it's saying you're going to serve as much as 35 years.
Yes.
And even though that's an extra 5 years, you initialed it.
Yes.
Why did you initial it?
Because I wanted to get home to my mother.
See, that boy that a little smarter than Woody. That boy there following where the defense is going. Okay? And this is a good witness for him. I told you I like him as a good witness. I like him for both, you know what I'm saying? But I like him as a good witness for the, well, not a good, it's not really a good witness for the defense, but what he's saying is defense friendly. You know what I'm saying? So I'm gonna make sure I have more in the legal jargon and make sure that it's characterized correctly and things of that nature, right? And also, even when I speak, and it's just in my opinion, I use in my opinion, even though I think I would consider myself the expert in this, situation, right? Okay. You have a lot of people that speaking on shit and not using in my opinion. That means that you are putting out information that may or may not be correct based on your own feelings, but based on your lack of knowledge. That if I had on a wig, that would lift my wig straight up. I can't stand that shit. And I've heard people speak on this case, and actually giving legal information about this case, and they're incorrect. Okay, they're incorrect. So that's why I like how Katnot Williams gives her information. And this dude I heard, I said, oh my God, I couldn't. It was loaded with what he's putting out as facts. That is not factual. Like, what are you talking about? That is not law. Okay? So don't make me get in my motherfucking mood and correct your motherfucking ass. Don't do that. My stomach swollen and hurt and shit, and my shit ain't connected. They don't cut my tissue. Oh my goodness, get your shit right. And that's when you speak on anything. I just think, as a person that is coming to give information, you upload and download motherfuckers, the least you could do is make sure your information is correct. Now, people who are conspiratorial, they sometimes don't have to use, in my opinion, because we know they crazy ass it sounds like a conspiracy. We know that. So they do speak in the proper form. They don't technically have to say, in my opinion. And let me be clear. In my opinion, it's something I say. It's in my opinion that you should say, right? And that's something that I tell my students or anybody I speak with. But I'm just saying, I don't like my wig being lifted up off my head. Because when you put out incorrect information and you're not the expert on in that particular situation, it falls back on the people that, are putting out correct information, or are charged with putting out correct information. And also, it fucks up the learning system that, we all trying to be a part of, right? I ain't got time for that. Sit your ass down somewhere. You're doing all of that. So I'm gonna go over there and see what he said.
And I ain't understand whatever the word you've been using. I don't understand the words there.
That I'm using or that are in this document?
In this document, right?
I just want some clarity.
Yes.
You testified that you have a 9th grade education. You attended Southside High School, now Maynard Jackson High School, right?
Yes.
Okay. In the video, you said 10th grade. Is it 9th or 10th, or you?
I was actually trying to say I completed the 9th, but I was in the 10th grade.
You ever receive any legal training?
No.
I'm going to ask you some questions. And I'm not asking what the acknowledgements say at this point, okay?
Yes.
Well, let me take that back for a second, okay?
Yeah.
Just to make sure we're on the same page.
Yes.
Okay. Let's talk about the acknowledgement. Now, number 3 on the factual acknowledgements, that's on page 3. You with me?
Yeah, I'm with you.
Now, you testified that this acknowledgement is in fact false, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to read the acknowledgement with you, and then we're going to talk about the truth, okay?
Yes.
The acknowledgement says, while associated with YSL, and to support and express loyalty to YSL, defendant and co-defendant Demekion Garlington and Quindarius Zachary appeared in a video with another person, AS, wherein defendant brandished a weapon used to drive in a drive-by shooting, and wherein, on behalf of YSL, defendant threatened to harm a person named Kel, a rival gang member who had begun a relationship with defendant's ex-paramour, parentheses, girlfriend.
Yes.
Okay, that's what it says?
Yes.
And so you see where it says, and to support, in the first line, I'm just going to reiterate, and to support and express loyalty to YSL. It says that in there, right?
Yes.
And it says,
Who wrote the word paramour in there? It was speaking to somebody that has a 9th grade education. What the fuck? What is he reading?
and it says, on behalf of YSL.
Yes.
Okay. Let's talk about that. May I approach Sean? Showing you a document marked DS-36.
Yes.
Okay. Do you see that there's 3 pictures in that document?
Yes.
Okay. Can you identify the 3 people in those pictures?
Me, Antonio Sledge, and Trevius Smith, and what his name, Watson or Kevin Watson, whatever.
Kelvin Watts?
Yes.
Is that also Shell Kel?
Shell Kel, yes.
You also call him Kel?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, at this point, I would ask to admit DS-36 into evidence.
Submitted.
Permission to publish, Your Honor.
Okay.
Please publish DS-36. Okay. Now, Mr. Sledge,
Yes.
we talked about how you're with a lady with the initials DB now, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Before DB, back in 2015, was there a young lady that you were involved?
Yes.
Okay. And what was that young lady's name?
And Trevius Smith.
Okay. And what did you call her?
Treva.
Treva?
Yeah, Treva.
Treva. Okay. Do you see Treva in DS-36?
She at the top of the photo.
Okay. And do you see yourself in DS-36?
Right there to the left.
Okay. And who's the other gentleman in the bottom right on DS-36?
That's Kel.
Kelvin Watts?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall when you started, how would you describe, in respectful terms, your relationship with Miss Entrevius Smith?
How did I, at the time?
Yes.
It was great.
You cared about her.
Right.
Would you call her your girlfriend?
Yes.
Okay. When did you start dating, we'll say, Miss Smith?
I've been knowing her since probably like, I've been dating her since probably like 2009, but actually the relationship probably like 2013.
Okay, so by 2015, you'd been in a relationship with her for at least 2 years, maybe longer.
Yes,
And you've known her for 8 years at that point.
yes.
9 years.
Yes.
At some point, did she start dating another man?
From my understanding, yes.
Okay, and who was that other man?
Kevin Watt.
Okay. And do you know?
See, in that particular situation, but Love ain't being picky, and she probably missed it. So in that particular, she could object to a loaded question, right? Because it's saying one, it's suggestion that the person that does have a girlfriend, and two, that they stop seeing. Okay, that's an exact example of a loaded question where the and an attorney can object to. All right, but a lot of times you don't be being all like that, being all picky.
She dating, and I'm not trying to embarrass you. Was she dating you first or Kelvin Watts first?
Me.
Okay. Do you know from your vantage point when she started dating Kelvin Watts?
I don't know at the time when she started dating.
Okay. And when you found out that she was dating Kelvin Watts, did you immediately break up with her and say, no, I don't have anything to do with you? Or did you keep having a relationship with her?
We kept conversing.
Okay. Did the fact that you and Mr. Watts were simultaneously dating Miss Smith, did that create problems between you and Mr. Watts?
Yes.
Okay. Did that lead to an internet back and forth between you and Mr. Watts?
Yes.
At some point in 2015, did you hear that Mr. Watts was looking for you?
Yes.
And was all that revolving around your rivalry over Antrevia Smith?
Yes.
You remember when the state played a video of you and Mr. Zachary with guns?
Yes.
Okay. You said it was childish, right?
Yes.
And at this point, Your Honor, I would ask for the state to publish what's 441Y. It's either 441Y or 395Y. 441 Yankee. Thank you.
Little strip this ass nigga. When little strip this ass. Little strip this ass nigga.
We ain't really going back and forth no nigga.
You little bitch ass nigga wanna be hit. I'm never well. Yeah, fuck you nigga, Cam. Whoever else, nigga. Why, nigga? What, nigga? Whoa.
They said I ain't really going back.
Thank you. All right. Back in 2015, were you a little bit emotional about the situation?
Yes.
And in that video, that was posted on the internet, correct?
Yes.
Did you post it on the internet?
I think me or Zachary posted one of us.
Okay. You intended for Mr. Watts to see the video.
Yes.
And in the video, you said you heard that Mr. Watts was looking for you, right?
Yes.
And you're in that video with guns.
Yes.
And you're in that video with Mr. Zachary.
Yes.
And that's Quindarius Zachary, right?
Yes.
Lil D from Cleveland.
Yes.
Okay, and that is someone that you have known since he was little, right?
Yes.
You grew up together in the Capitol Homes neighborhood in Atlanta.
Yes.
Apartments.
Yes.
How far did you grow up from him?
How far did I grow up?
That was a horrible question. You guys were both living in the same apartment complex, right?
Yes.
Now you're older than him,
Yes.
and he was a little boy at that time, right?
Yes.
Okay. Would you see him every day?
No, I wouldn't see him every day.
How often would you see him?
When I used to walk past his door to get to the basketball court, he'll be on the porch.
Okay. Are you particularly close with him? Or
At
were you back in 2000?
At that time?
Yes.
No.
In 2015, you weren't.
Oh, 2015, we were very close.
And in that video, did you ever hear anyone say YSL?
No.
Did you ever hear anyone say gang?
No.
Did you hear anyone say on behalf of?
No.
Okay. Did anyone tell you to make that video?
No.
That was your decision.
Yes.
And you made that video because you were mad at Kelvin Watts because he was running his mouth.
Yes.
Because y'all were dating the same woman.
Yes.
So let's go back to factual acknowledgement 3, which deals with this video. It says, while associated with YSL, and to support and express loyalty to YSL, did anything about making that video and talking junk to Kelvin Watts, did any of that video have to do anything with supporting and expressing loyalty to YSL?
No.
And then later on in factual acknowledgement 3, it says, and wherein, on behalf of YSL, was there anything about that video that was done on behalf of YSL?
No.
Thank you. Okay. Let's talk about factual acknowledgement 5. It says, okay, let me back up. Factual acknowledgement 4, let's look at that, and that's on page 3. You with me?
Yes.
It says, on or about April 28, 2015, as reflected in Fulton County Indictment 15 SC 138994, defendant, that's you, right?
Yes.
And fellow YSL associates Demekion Garlington and Quindarius Zachary committed a drive-by shooting using the firearm defendant wielded in the video, referenced in part 3 of this section, targeting family members of a rival gang. Okay?
Yes.
And then, on number 5 of the factual acknowledgements, it says, defendant and his fellow YSL associates committed the drive-by shooting reference in sections 3 and 4, okay? Above, on behalf of YSL and to increase the notoriety, reputation, and fear of YSL. See where it says that?
Yes.
Okay, and I'm just reading that. I'm not saying it's true.
You okay?
Okay, let's talk about that case. And that was 15 SC 138994.
Yes.
You were charged in that case, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Demekion Garlington was charged in that case, correct?
Yes.
And Mr. Quindarius Zachary was charged in that case, correct?
Yes.
No one else was charged in that case.
No.
And that night, April 28th, 2015, I believe you testified you were at the Club Crucial.
Yes.
And Demekion Garlington was at Club Crucial.
Yes.
And you didn't go together, right?
No.
But you both happened to be there.
Yes.
And you're friends with Demekion Garlington, or you were at that time?
Yes.
Okay. And at some point, well, let me ask you one other thing. there were some young ladies at the club that you knew as well, correct?
Yes,
Alexis Bryant was at the club, right?
yes,
And a young lady named Summer Good was at the club.
yes,
And Summer Good is the girlfriend of Quindarius Zachary.
yes,
Quindarius Zachary was not at the club,
no,
but his girlfriend was.
yes,
And you indicated that Demekion Garlington was jumped by certain individuals.
yes,
Okay. You don't. Did you observe the fight?
not from the beginning, no,
Okay. On that date, did you know, while you were at the club, did you know who was jumping Demekion Garlington?
no.
Okay. Was this a major fight?
It was
Let
a,
me ask a better question. 'Cause
Okay.
That was vague.
okay,
Was this the type of fight where people were punching and kicking Demekion Garlington?
yes,
Okay, and there are a lot of people at Club Crucial, right?
yes,
A lot of other people you knew.
yes,
Demekion, you said you left the club without Demekion Garlington,
yes,
but then you received a call from Demekion Garlington.
yes,
And the reality is, Demekion didn't have a car.
yes,
Okay, you had a car.
yes.
Right. So Demekion asked you to pick him up.
Yeah, he asked me to come back and pick him up, yes,
Okay. Demekion was upset, correct?
yes.
Was Demekion drinking that night?
I can't tell you if he was drinking that night. He probably wasn't even in the club that long. So I don't know if he was drinking.
You know if he was using drugs, popping pills, anything like that night?
Probably before he got there, but I didn't see him popping the pills.
Okay, were you drinking that night?
Yeah, I was drunk.
You said you were drunk?
Yeah, I was drinking. Yeah, drunk. Yeah.
Okay. So Demekion is upset after getting jumped in the club, and he calls you to come pick him up. And you're drunk, and you think he might have been popping pills and don't know what else, right?
Yes.
Demekion had been publicly humiliated, right?
Yes.
When you guys were driving from the club, Summer Good and Alexis Bryant were following y'all's car, correct?
Yes.
They were leaving the club at the same time.
Yes.
And again, that Summer Good being Quindarius Zachary's girlfriend.
Yes.
And to your understanding, Summer Good was scared.
Yes.
Because people were following her car.
Sustained.
Okay, well, it was your car and Summer's car. Was there another car following behind y'all?
Yes.
Okay. And Quindarius Zachary, who wasn't in the club, was called about the situation, correct? Well, you went to pick up, okay, you went to pick up Quindarius Zachary, right?
Yes.
Okay. And the purpose of you picking up Quindarius Zachary was to take him to the house where Summer Good was,
Yes.
to protect her.
Yes.
It's going to be, he knows the discovery, it's going to be completely obvious.
Well, I mean, it's happened at this point. Get to whatever it is that you're trying to do.
Summer Good was at a house, at Alexis Bryant's house on Landrum Drive, correct?
Yes.
And you and Demekion Garlington, this is after the fight, picked up Quindarius Zachary and drove to that house on Landrum Drive,
Yes.
where Summer Good was.
Yes.
Okay. And when you all arrived at that house, you saw someone shooting at that house.
Yes,
Shooting at the house that Summer Good and Alexis Bryant were in.
yes,
You were driving the car, right?
yes,
Not the car that was shooting. You saw a car shooting and you're driving in a car pulling up.
yes,
You chased those people off that were shooting at the house, correct?
yes,
At some point, and I think your testimony is that you don't know who they were, but one of the other individuals in the car, your car, determined who was shooting at the house that Summer Good was in, correct?
yes,
And it was determined that you were to drive them to the house where those people stayed at.
Could you repeat that? Could I understand?
I asked in a bad way. You're in a car and it was determined someone, not you, but someone felt they knew who was shooting at the house with Summer and Alexis, right?
Yes,
And then you ended up driving to a house.
I don't think I went to another house after that, Mr. Shaw. I'm not for sure.
Well, let me back up. In your testimony, you said your testimony was you drove Quindarius Zachary and Demekion Garlington to a house, right?
Yeah,
And they had guns,
yes,
and they got out and did whatever they did to that house.
yes,
Okay. That wasn't the house that Summer Good and Alexis Bryant were in on Landrum.
no,
Okay, so after you saw that house, the first house where Alexis Bryant and Summer Good were being shot at, you drove to another house where Demekion and Quindarius did whatever they did. Right?
yes,
Okay. And you pled guilty to that.
yes,
You don't know who jumped Demekion Garlington.
no,
Okay. You drove to the first house on Landrum where Summer Good was because Quindarius Zachary wanted to protect his girlfriend.
yes,
And once you saw people shooting at the house, Demekion Garlington and Quindarius Zachary wanted revenge, right?
yes,
Quindarius Zachary wanted to go back at the people that were shooting at his girlfriend,
yes,
and Demekion Garlington wanted to go back at the people who he felt jumped him in the club.
yes,
Okay? That was personal revenge, correct?
yes,
In retrospect, you're 43 years old,
yes,
okay? You know Quindarius Zachary since he was this big.
yes,
You know Demekion Garlington, I believe you knew him since he was a baby too, right?
yes,
Okay, in retrospect, you were the older person in the situation, correct?
yes,
You should have known better than to drive them anywhere, right?
yes,
Okay, but you didn't.
yes,
Okay, but the bottom line, and you pled guilty,
yes,
and you served your sentence.
yes,
The bottom line is Jeffrey Williams didn't instruct you to go drive to any houses that night,
no, Jeff wouldn't know nothing about it.
okay?
Objection is to speculation about what someone else.
Sustained.
Okay, you don't know what Jeffrey Williams knew on any given night, but he didn't order you to go to any house.
No, no,
And no one was out the window shooting guns, yelling, YSL, YSL.
No.
The reality, Mr. Sledge, is what happened on April 28, 2015 was done on behalf of Demekion Garlington, who got jumped in the club.
Yes.
Was done on behalf of Quindarius Zachary, whose girlfriend was getting shot at.
Yes.
It was not done on behalf of YSL.
No.
It was not done to increase the notoriety, reputation, or fear of YSL, was it?
No.
Okay. The state asked you about, I'm on page 5, Mr. Sledge. Number 14 and 15. And I'm gonna read those in a second, but I just want to ask you some questions. Okay. We already established it. Did you grow up, Mr. Sledge?
Yes.
We'll get to that in a second.
Okay.
I want you to listen to my question.
Yes.
Okay? Thank you. You grew up. We've established that you lived in Capitol Homes. Did you grow up in Capitol Homes?
Yes.
Okay. In Capitol Homes, does that still exist, or has it been torn down?
They tore down, but they call something else, you know, Capitol Gateway or something like
Capitol
that.
Gateway.
Yeah.
Okay. Could you help me understand what area of town, what street is Capitol Home, was Capitol Homes on?
Memorial Drive.
Okay, it's on Memorial Drive, maybe 5 minutes from this courthouse, right?
Yes.
They made it nicer now,
Yes.
but back then it was rough neighborhood, right?
Yes.
And then, how long did you live at Capitol Homes? Till what age?
I don't remember exact how old I was, but whatever year they got tore down.
Were you a teenager, or?
Yeah, I was a teenager.
Like,
I probably was grown.
so if you were a teenager, we're talking about 18, 19, not 13.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
All right. And then eventually you ended up living off of Boulevard, correct?
Yes.
Okay, did you go straight from Capitol Homes
To Boulevard.
to Boulevard? And when we say Boulevard, we're talking like the Bedford Pines?
Yeah, Bedford Pine Apartments.
Okay, those are right by the intersection of Boulevard and like North Avenue, right?
Yes.
Okay, great. East side of Atlanta.
Yes.
Okay, both these places, Capitol Homes and Boulevard, are, well, you tell me, how long do you think it would take to drive to Cleveland Avenue?
I can't give you an exact how long, but if my mind reckon, probably about 15. Probably 15 minutes from Capitol Home, probably about 19 from Boulevard, 20 somewhere in there.
Okay. Bottom line, it's not the same neighborhood,
No,
miles apart.
miles apart.
Okay. Have you ever lived off of Cleveland Avenue?
Stay off of Cleveland Avenue.
Or on Cleveland Avenue, or stayed off of Cleveland Avenue?
Yes.
When was that?
I want to say it was probably like 2008, 2009, somewhere in that era.
Okay. And for how long? Could you, I'm not asking for exact address. You live off of in the Boulevard area now, right?
Yes.
Okay. So how long did you stay on Cleveland Avenue?
Not long. Well, my kids stay over there, but I actually moved to Boulevard.
Okay.
But my kids and their mother still stayed over there, so I used to go over there.
Okay, so you used to go over there.
Yes.
And I'm asking you, okay, correct me if I'm wrong, did you ever formally live over there?
No.
Okay. Now, hate to ask you this, but you've been a drug dealer before in your life, right?
Yes,
Okay, you have a history of, I mean, your criminal record reflects that, correct?
yes,
Okay, you've been arrested for selling drugs downtown
yes,
Atlanta.
yes,
Okay, you've sold drugs in the past. I'm talking about the past, off of Boulevard.
yes,
Okay, you've sold drugs around many areas of Atlanta, correct?
yes,
Okay. You talked about hanging out in these gas stations, and you said your testimony, as I recall it, was that sometimes you would hang out in the gas station with your own personal bag,
yes,
and if people wanted a little bit off your personal bag, you would sell it to them.
yes,
Okay. And you would hang out with Christian McMiller and Darius Ford.
yes,
Personal bag, we're talking about bag of marijuana?
yes,
Okay. And we're talking about if someone, for me, for instance, asked you, hey, can I buy some of that marijuana off of you? We're talking about $5, $10 type stuff, right?
yeah,
Okay. Petty.
petty, yeah, some petty.
Okay. Do a lot of people sell drugs out of gas stations in your experience? As foot traffic, right?
Sustained.
Have you sold drugs in gas stations before?
Yes,
Okay, you sold drugs in gas stations downtown, right?
yes,
It's relevant.
yes,
You sold drugs at gas stations off of Boulevard before, right?
yes,
And your testimony is that you would occasionally hang out at some gas stations on Cleveland Avenue with your personal bag of marijuana,
yeah,
with your friends Big and McMahon.
yes,
Okay?
yes,
Would you be there 24/7?
no,
Okay. How many times would you say total that you hung out at these gas stations? Is it more than a dozen?
yes,
More than 2 dozen?
yes, probably more, yeah. I pull up and just kick it and then leave.
Okay, when you say you would pull up and kick it and then leave, is it fair to say that you were not part of some complex drug distribution network in these gas stations?
No,
Okay, so when you would just kick it and leave, we're talking about you staying around for how many minutes?
sometime an hour less.
Okay. All right. And you say you thought, I want to get this right, you thought maybe more than a couple dozen, more than 25
Yeah,
times total,
yeah,
sometimes stay for like an hour.
yes,
You'd also hang out at the park,
yes,
hang out at other stores.
yes,
That's where the mother of at least one of your children lived.
yes,
Okay. That area, not the gas station.
yes, that area.
All right. And from your observation, and I know you don't want to speak on the dead, so I'm going to keep it brief. Your two friends would sell drugs at those gas stations.
Yeah,
They'd sell drugs other places too, right?
yes,
Tell me about the time that you and Christian McMiller and Darius Ford pulled out AK-47s and chased everyone out of the parking lot to protect drug turf.
never.
Okay. You just observed two people selling weed at a gas station.
Yes,
Okay, let's go back to your factual acknowledgments that you signed on December 28, 2022. The gas station at 151 Cleveland Avenue, Atlanta, Georgia, is one of multiple locations where YSL associates sell drugs and do not allow other gangs to operate. Okay? Now, it is true that in your mind, Darius Ford and Christian McMiller were YSL associates in your mind.
Yes.
And they would sell drugs at these two gas stations, 151 Cleveland Avenue and 221 Cleveland Avenue, and a bunch of other places, correct?
Yes.
Okay. But you haven't seen anyone do anything that would lead you to believe that they did not allow other gangs to operate in those gas stations, did you?
No.
No violence,
No.
no attacks.
No.
Factual acknowledgement that the video about Shell Cal had
Yes.
something to do with YSL, that was incorrect.
Yes.
The factual acknowledgement that the shootings on April 28th, 2015 were done on behalf of YSL, that was incorrect.
Yes.
The factual acknowledgements that YSL or YSL associates do not allow other gangs to operate at these two gas stations, those were incorrect.
Yes.
These money that you would make selling little $5, $10 bags, whatever, of marijuana, would you run to Jeffrey Williams and give him those $5 bills, $10 bills?
Never.
Okay, would you run to Shannon Stillwell and give him the $5 and $10 bills?
Never.
I want to know is Sharp
Mr. Sledge.
one of those guys that dibble and dabble, with the black folks. I want to know has the majority of his practice as a litigator been with our, black and brown folks and stuff like that. I like his flavor. Now let's see, hey Sharp, hey Sylvia, put me down, dog. Put me on that. Put me on that. Y'all, I know infamous Sylvia, darling. Okay? She big time, baby. All right? I told you how things work with me, honey. I deal with only the best and the top, baby. The big names in the game, honey. Understand that, baby. Mm-hmm. Yes. Mm-hmm, baby. And you know what? I'm just fucking around. Well, let's be honest. That's true though, but listen. Listen. I love people who can diversify themselves, right? Who gives us a plethora of content. They can create from anywhere. Doing original shit and things like that. You understand what I'm saying? She's been in a different, cases and things of that nature. You know what I'm saying? So she's not stuck on R. Kelly. All right. Then I like that, because my mind, as someone once described it as a twin-engine plane, baby, that's on takeoff all the time. So I like that. I can't stand to hear repetitive ass commentary. over and over and over and over and over again. I'll be like, oh my gosh, I'm gonna take my head off. That you can really predict what they're gonna say next. Now observationalists do that. That's one of the mind games we play with ourselves. Make sure our shit is sharp. See if we can guess what you're gonna say next, just by sitting there listening, or watch you and see what you're gonna do next. And sometimes you get so wrapped up in that shit till like I can be with my child, right? I be like, I almost called her name. I be like, watch, like when we was in this store, and it was this little girl. She was slightly chubby little girl, and she was with her mom. And you know how they be having little candy dishes when you come into. I'm gonna tell you what was the tax office, and I went up there, to give the people, all my stuff, whatever. I'm gonna tell you something about your girl. I'll go to the same tax place, but I ain't trying to keep no accountant on deck and shit, cause it ain't that serious. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm doing major business moves, and the money is a never ending cycle that goes round and round. I can just I know how to keep my stuff together throughout the year. One thing I don't do is I don't be keeping up with all them receipts. I don't do all of that. I ain't got time for all them gas and all the bullshit like that. But I make sure that I just keep the stuff on certain cards and stuff, and that way I can go and just take all my receipts to where to the tax place, and they can file it and and tell me what I owe, and I'm gonna have nobody fucking with me. You know what I'm saying? I have nobody fucking with me. All right, I am not no business. Like the businesses and stuff like that be paying monthly and pay over. Is it quarterly? I have it set up, and they pay over. They have like money in the reserves for the taxes and stuff like that, so they'll never be falling short. But I told you, listen, I might have some white principles, characteristics, and values and things of that nature that I practice. But please believe I'm a nigga first. All right. All the funny looking people in my family, meaning people that aren't black. I ain't saying they're funny looking. I'm just saying their color and all of that. The notes that they, their ancestry ain't all the way like not well, we ain't all the way, but you know what I'm talking about. Mostly black. No. I rep my black ways first. Okay. And black ways does not mean that you got to be out there, to my boo boo and twerking and doing all that ghetto ratchet shit and whatever. It is, and drinking Kool-Aid and stuff like that. That doesn't mean that. Being black, that doesn't mean that. You know what I mean when you're black. Okay. Shit. You don't mean ghettoed and all of that. Ugh, child, I do not. Honey. Even the few gang friends that have more ghetto ways, whatever, they even know not to do that ghetto shit around me. Now, when we used to go out, I can't really stop nobody from getting on a dance floor and bending over and stuff like that, whatever. I can't really stop that. The only thing I can do is, Lord, look with sheer horror and fear on my face. Y'all really think that my people picking process isn't paramount and tantamount in my life. Is it the way I live, honey? I tell you everything. I tell you the way I live. It is emotion. I just refuse to tell you whatever. Cause I'm an originator, never a duplicator. And a duplicate can never be an originator. Duh. But and I know that some people will copy you because of jealousy, envy, and hate, not because they actually think it's a good idea or they like it. They just try to steal your swag, your whatever you put out, and it's like, I mean, you're gonna lose. Okay, there's no way. There's no way, honey. It's quality, not quantity. It's not the numbers. It's the, what you put out. Just like, the people that do sell dope or smoke the dope. I'm talking about all you motherfuckers out here. Okay? You go back to the people with the best dope. Not necessarily the one that gives you a whole bunch of it, because it can be, what they used to say, babbage. What do you call it? That's that babbage. Whatever they used to call it. And hey, while we on that, I just want to know. I don't know if anybody. You know what? I'm gonna make it a not a you be the judge type question. I'm gonna make it a question of the day. All right. Well, we still have 2 hours on here. And shit, I did damn a marathon. You know what I'm saying? So, but I want to ask the question: can you still buy street weed? I mean, weed grown from the bushes. I know you drug dealers and crackheads and shit. I know y'all know the answers to that question. Okay, and and those of us, I don't smoke it, but I have smoked it. So I'm always include myself in those numbers. Those of us that prefer the street weed, please answer the poll question when I put it up. Cause I'm trying to tell you that office weed and all that extra shit they make up in that motherfucker, it's just too strong. It's too strong. It doesn't have you feeling like the old weed. And it isn't because you haven't smoked the old weed in a long time. It's because when it comes into that office and whatever they do to it with the chemicals and shit like that, that ain't bud. That ain't the old bud from in that smell that there used to be out there from the street that you can just, you know what I'm saying? You can be, oh my gosh, it's it smells like, oh shit, you know what I'm saying? It smells so good. When they burn that motherfucking office weed, you be like, why it smell like some kind of oil or something? What the fuck is going on? It's terrible. But shout outs to that person who disagreed with my, somewhat disagreed with my Big Brother post, but I know that I am almost pretty much out of the R. Kelly sector, although it's still R. Kelly work to be done. But and shout out to the folks that have I've peeked in their their chat and let them know eyes back. I don't know if I'll start back being a phone call girl again, because baby, y'all done took the thing to a higher level, child. Y'all, I don't know if y'all still doing phone calls not. I haven't sat through full lives of the old places I used to be all up in to see if that's what y'all doing, still doing or whatever. But I made my presence known that I'm back to a few people that I see that still up in there, and a couple of people from over here. I still need to get with, because I got to get the name of those other channels and stuff. You told me to sub to. That's that's doing it big and all kind of stuff, and people doing community outreach. I'm like, yes, honey, yes. I should have never left. Sensible people doing sensible things, and even the dropouts can know when a word is already plural. How about that? The fuck? Real and it's so crazy. And then I see that I'm getting subs from, it gotta be from those new, not new, but my old but new stomping grounds stuff. So I see that's adding some honey. I love to talk about all kind of shit, and I like that, and I like that the fact that it is dropping into my notifications and shit like that. So, yes, honey. I'm not even getting no suggestions about no motherfucking the R. Kelly motherfucking people. Yes, baby. I'm always winning. Shout out to Ta.
I'm going to ask you to go to page 6 or 7 again. Hey, let me ask you, before you sign these documents on December 28th, you moved for bond on this case, correct?
Yes,
You moved for bond on October 13th, 2022, correct?
yes,
And the state opposed your bond, right?
yes,
They said that you were a danger to the community.
yes,
They said you were a threat,
yes,
and you were denied bond.
yes,
That kept you away from your family.
yes,
On the bottom of page 6, it says, last sentence. I freely, knowingly, and voluntarily entered into this agreement without force, threat, or coercion. And we already said you didn't know what coercion meant.
yes,
Let's just say pressure.
yes,
That's not true, is it? You were pressured.
yes, I was pressured.
In fact, you were pressured into signing a document that claims that you're entering the agreement without pressure.
Yes,
Woo, woo, baby. Hold on. Honey, he landed that. He established that shit. Yes, Shark, whatever your name is. Yes, he hit that one. He hit that one. Y'all see how he accomplished his agenda with those few questions right there with that little segment? Because Love did a damn good job in establishing what she needs to establish, convey what she needs to convey to the jury, stay within the confines of the law, so on and so forth. Everything I was explaining to y'all, right? Shiv's job is to, when I told y'all in the beginning, give the appearance that the guy signed the agreement not because it was true, but more because he was in a predicament, right? Sick mother at home. I don't know whether he had a public defender or not. I don't know. I forgot which one it was, whatever. But anyway, he didn't understand what was going on. He was pressured and coerced. And he also, let me roll this back a little bit, because I really love how he delivered this last shit. Let me roll it back a little bit. I want to quote it right.
Those were incorrect.
Yes.
These money that you would make selling little $5, $10 bags, whatever, of marijuana, would you run to Jeffrey Williams and give him those $5 bills, $10 bills?
Never.
Okay, would you run to Shannon Stillwell and give him the $5 and $10 bills?
Never.
Mr. Sledge. I'm going to ask you to go to page 6 or 7 again. Hey, let me ask you, before you sign these documents on December 28th, you moved for bond on this case, correct?
Yes.
You moved for bond on October 13th, 2022, correct?
Yes.
And the state opposed your bond, right?
Yes.
They said that you were a danger to the community.
Yes.
They said you were a threat,
Yes.
and you were denied bond.
Yes.
That kept you away from your family.
Yes.
On the bottom of page 6, it says, last sentence. I freely, knowingly, and voluntarily entered into this agreement without force, threat, or coercion. And we already said you didn't know what coercion meant.
Yes.
Let's just say pressure.
Yes.
That's not true, is it? You were pressured.
Yes, I was pressured.
In fact, you were pressured into signing a document that claims that you're entering the agreement without pressure.
Woo! He scored right there. So y'all understand what Sharp this undid, what the prosecution had done, and I'm talking theoretically speaking. I'm not saying that this is figuratively. This is literally, okay? I mean, figuratively it is as well, but literally it isn't. What I'm saying is he just did a masterful trick right there with that question. He's saying, damn, they pressured you so much to even say that, you wasn't pressured when you was being pressured. And they had to sign it. Ooh, child Shibuki.
Yes.
We talked about that bond hearing before December 28th, where the state called you dangerous, too dangerous to release.
Objection, Your Honor. One fact, not evidence, too improper.
He was there.
Very irrelevant.
He was there. Did they call you? It's not for the truth of the matter asserted, it's for the state's stance.
Objection, relevant. State
Very relevant.
regarding
Sharp just said it's not coming in for hearsay, it's coming in for the state's stance. That's what this exchange actually that's what they're debating.
a bond matter for this witness has no relevance or bearing on the guilt or innocence of either of the defendants.
No, it doesn't, but I don't think that's what he's offering it for. I'll permit it.
They told you, they said to the judge that you were too dangerous to let go, right?
Yes,
You initialed these acknowledgements that they wrote. They gave you probation, right?
yes,
And then something came up. Because
I'm sorry, I know that the objection needs to be at the same time, but as I thought about it, that was hearsay as well. What the state told him about him as dangerous or whatever he was. Too
I'm not
dangerous to
saying
let
it's
go.
dangerous.
Literally, the question was, did the state say that you were too dangerous to let go? That's hearsay. There's no, that's hearsay.
It's not for the truth of the matter asserted.
Overruled.
Again, they said, not saying you're dangerous. They said you were too dangerous to
Objection
let go.
already asked.
Well, I'm trying to recap because I keep getting interrupted.
Well, she's entitled to interrupt you if she thinks she's got a legitimate evidentiary objection.
Okay. After you initialed these documents, next to the statements that they wrote, they gave you probation on count 1, right?
yes,
Objection asked.
Okay, sustained.
And something came up in court because you pled guilty to count 30, but weren't being sentenced. You had to be given a bond on that in order to be released.
yes,
And all of a sudden, on December 28th, after you initialed these statements, the state recommended a signature bond. Isn't that correct?
yes,
A signature bond means you get released and you don't even have to pay any bond at all, right?
yes,
Have you ever been able to figure out what made you so dangerous before December 28th?
Sustained.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
All right. Charity, I'll need a break before we move on to the next cross. Okay, let's take a 10-minute or so break.
Let's see what he got on his foot. He got some Jordans. Look at this guy right here. He know that man done did his big one. Y'all see my cursor? Oh, I don't know if you can. And I want to pick in on some
Alright.
of the other content creators to see their thoughts, their breakdown, their analysis on what's going on thus far. And, you know, they don't have to be legal professionals. They don't have to be members of the media. You know, I just really enjoy listening to people that can string up a cohesive sentence. I don't want to keep hearing the same bullshit, you know what I'm saying? Because, and I don't even know how that works, because that could mean that you might be stuck somewhere or you're just trying to do too much and can't do enough. You know? Sometimes people trying to compete with someone that they can't even get in their damn game with. They don't even qualify. If you can't qualify as an expert, the awful, I don't even understand. You can't even qualify as a person of knowledge. I don't even understand. What are we doing? I'm not talking about me personally or whatever, and I'm not even talking about in law. I'm talking about in other areas, because there's a whole bunch of other areas I dibble and dab with, right? Like, you know, I'll be over there with the celebrity news and all that type of stuff, and you have people that haven't even done their research, right? I like to listen to those people that before they go to giving out their facts or opinions, they'll give you background. They even take it back. They'll tell you, you know, about where the person was born, how they was raised, blah 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 blah, which gives you an idea of They're it can give you a possible idea or a window into their behavior. There's the subject's behavior. You understand what I'm saying? I like all of that. I like me a great source of knowledge. Mo is one of the secretaries of information. That she be accurate, y'all. Stuff she be sending me, oh, she be accurate. I almost called Karen real name. Karen is another good source of information too. And see, a lot of times her stuff be coming in on the other phone.
Attorney, sir. Here they are. All right, we ready for the witness and the jury? Yes. Yes. All right, can somebody get the jury first? Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, while we wait, let me ask y'all a question. Oh, we got to put the damn poll question up. Hey, do y'all have those friends that like those movies like Pretty in Pink and 16 Candles and with the famous one with Julia Roberts and the man where she is a call girl or something. I have some black friends that love those little movies. Right. My little movie was about last night and stuff like I love me some Rob Lowe. That's a pretty man. Got to be more careful. And you see his wife, you be like, I don't know. It's a lot of actors like that. And I love seeing that. It's not that I love seeing people who pick spouses that are, and if you're female, like the lady Heidi who picked Seal, you know what I'm saying? But it's the fact that it tells me that what they see in people as far as relationships, and it's deeper than cosmetics, right? And even translate into business. Okay, that person is very, it gets deeper, and they're picking process that would translate normally in business and other ways, right? So that's a motherfucker you can fuck with, right? Okay, I'm not saying that they are a hero because they like ugly spouses or spouses that be like, you know, child. Whatever it said, baby. I remember I was we had this IT guy named Doug. Doug was a hottie, honey, white guy. Everybody liked him, you know. And as women in the office, either married or not, whatever, you be, kiki, on the little crushes of the cute, the little cute people in the office, right? So, my work coordinator, Susie, she loved her some goddamn. She was married, but she loved her some Doug, right? And Doug was always, so friendly and I mean, very, very pleasant man. You know what I'm saying? Pleasant is an adjective that you can use to describe a person, which it suggests something else that's different than happy or nice or sweet or whatever. Just a pleasant person, right? To me, that word strikes more at a person's goodness. It goes deeper, right? So, um, he was just a pleasant person. We love pleasant people, right? So, one day, I was at the mall, Avenues Mall, and I was on my lunch break, and he was on his lunch break. He was taking his lunch break with his wife. He saw me, and he was with his wife, child. And baby, he introduced that lady to me, and my ignorant ass. I'm a real person, never fake. My reaction, my first whatever, there's nothing I can do to get it together, to stop it, to like, You understand? I'm saying, I'm like, cause I'm like, he's like, that's my wife. Hey, nice to meet you. Know what I'm saying? You can see I was like, what the fuck? Um, she was one. She had one of them bad bodies. That's number one. And one of them high hip, low hip type situation going on. She looked like she could be his mama. There was a lot going on there, and I was confused. I'm like, oh hey, whatever. So I got back to the office. I told them, I said, man, nobody couldn't believe it until we had a function and he brought her and everything shit after that. Everybody was like, they couldn't believe it. The fuck? They couldn't understand it. But if you understand when I say um, his character is pleasant, then you can understand why he would, and that makes you love him all the more because he goes deeper than that, right? And it was so funny. So I was trying, yeah, baby, I'd be school shopping, right? Back in the day, baby, I'm getting in where it's easy and quick, especially to them in those selective programs. And so I ended up trying to go to this particular school, and I didn't end up going. She was one of the big people that you needed to talk to in order to get in because of the selective process. So I was happy that when I went there, I just so happened to run into her again, and she was one of those big people. I was like, oh shit, and then she had remembered me and so on and so forth. So that was an easy admit, but yeah, that was crazy. Um, but yeah, like when Heidi Bloom said that Seal was one of the the best looking men she had ever met, huh? And I'm talking about Seal the singer. And you be like, huh? Okay, Heidi. All right. And you be thinking about, is that why you cheated on his ass later on down the line? But okay. Something happened there. You know, I just love folks that go deeper. You know, I love people that show their values, um, and it doesn't include material things and shit like that, right? Even in their desires, right? The things that they value is more family, friends, community, the world, shit like that. You know what I'm saying? It's just, you know. But of course, you always gonna have that section of the world that we call niggas. Okay? And if you do a, and this is my opinion, if you do a poll, you're gonna find that there are a high number of bad people in the nigger category. That's just my opinion. The number's gonna be greater. Okay? They don't know how to do. They don't know how to act. All right? Nobody went there to show them, or they buck what their parents are trying to teach them. I don't know. Either way, both scenarios are bad. But it is what I told y'all, you know, in 2023, I got to be me. I can't be editing myself. I'm motherfucking fuck you at. Fuck you and your feelings. And if you're mad about it, fuck it, just do something about it. Get to that part. Don't do all the engineering and the manipulation and the whatever you think is going to be a factor to me, because it's not. Get to that part. Shit. But that time away. You know, like you know, Dennis. That's really disturbing me to see him get triggered. You know, you're gonna keep on. Fuck that. Fuck that. See, it's time for you to take some motherfucking action. You ain't got no root, man. You ain't got no root, motherfucking man from Haiti. Motherfucking shrink his head like Beetlejuice Part 1. Huh? You ain't got no motherfucker that you can get a seance going and y'all can be in that them like Abba doing this motherfucking ass. Every time you turn around, he got to come up here and be and I like Dennis. Well, I don't know what happened to him. There was some other women that put out how he, you know, I'm talking about fun. Like, this is crazy. That means you can't handle. And like I tell people whatever, and I've gotten better, because instead of telling folks how weak they are and blah blah blah, blah and how ridiculous and crazy it is, whatever, I have gotten better, and I tell them, like, listen, the way you are reacting to certain things, that means that you are too weak to handle life. Because this is just natural processes of life, natural situations of life. If you can't handle this, and this is how you react to it, god damn. It is just a volunteer friendship or whatever you want to characterize it as. Walk the fuck away and let it go. That's it. Just don't get bothered. Don't be mad because you bothered. You bothered by the persona of a person, their character. Huh? Huh? Do you know how many characters we have in this world? You're gonna be crazy. You already crazy. That's weird to me. That's evil. I'm telling you, it's some evil shit that's attached to it. And there's some strong feelings going on there. Some bullshit. I don't know what the fuck is going on. Because I'm saying, when I see people act like that, the first questions I'm asking, Did somebody fuck with your children and your family? Did somebody fuck with your money? Did somebody cause you to lose a job? If the answers are no to those questions, I know I got to go to B. Okay, here's some other shit going on. And with the possibility this motherfucker might be crazy. But in his case, I can kind of, I can say all of that, and then I can add, he's on bullshit. All that passive aggressive. I really care. I really try. Bullshit. Really care my ass. That's the shit you got to put out so people won't see you for motherfucking you. And the real motherfucking reason. Sylvia, you need to motherfucking get you a big brother system going on. Okay, ain't got to be the necessary one you got to get from the popos. Okay? And you need to let a motherfucker know you got one more motherfucking chance. Or it's gonna be all over this motherfucker. Yeah, give a person grace period to get their shit together. Get the fuck on. Like, god dang. He can't prove none of that shit. He's a legend about that woman. This shit, that he's a legend. All this, I've been getting calls of who? Because you're the only motherfucker that's coming out here and saying something and whatever. And then the other people that's coming out here, your ass is manipulating them. You are in the midst of that and all that shit. But here's the thing, right? Those type of people benefit greatly because they got dumb motherfuckers like some of you motherfuckers that, don't see it, or motherfuckers that are equally as fucked up as him that is on that type of time. And it is what it is. I told you who I blame. I no longer blame you. It's that mom and daddy. You need to get to the bottom of that. See what happened. Find them. Shit. That's crazy, honey. Cray. Fucking cray. Let me put my poll question up. What was my poll question? Oh, I forget.
Thank you. Is there other cross-examination of Mr. Sledge? All right, come on.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
I'd like to ask you, if you don't mind, to lock in on June 9th, Sunday, 2024, if you can. Do you remember being located at a Starbucks in Fayetteville, Georgia?
Yes.
And the gentleman who is seated in the first row here, the nice looking young man,
in the, who's now smiling. Can you tell, ladies and gentlemen, Jerry, who that person is to you?
My attorney,
Okay, and he has a great reputation.
yes,
And he's been with you, you said approximately 15 years. And when I say with you, representing you, and he knows you and your family personally.
yes,
He has become a lawyer for you, but also a friend to you. Is that fair to say?
yes,
And his name is the Honorable Derek Wright. Is that right?
yes,
All right. And he was kind enough to put us on a Zoom call at my request. Do you remember that?
yes,
And that was shortly after, in fact, it was later on Sunday, June 9th, 2024. Is that fair to say?
yes,
And during that call, I identified myself as Mr. Jeffrey Williams' lawyer. Is that fair to say?
yes,
All right. And you told me, as well as your lawyer, that you met earlier that day with Prosecutor Love,
yes,
an investigator who's a female with dark hair. Do you remember that?
yes.
Do you remember her name as you sit here today?
I don't know her name, but I see her in the courtroom.
And is she the very, very kind young lady, third row back, smiling as well?
Yes,
Okay. And she identified herself as a coworker to District Attorney Love. Is that right?
yes,
And you freely went there to meet on your own time in Fayette County, right?
yes,
And you did that to be courteous. Is that
yes,
fair to say?
yes,
And you did that because it's also, you knew you were going to testify and you wanted to tell the district attorney's office any information that they wanted to hear, right?
yes,
And you also want to learn from them what it's like to testify. Is that all fair to say?
yes,
And you said earlier on your, it's called a direct examination. It doesn't matter what it's called. When you were being questioned by Ms. Love, you said that she had a cell phone with her. You remember that?
yes,
Either a laptop, an iPad, or some sort of device.
yes.
And was she taking notes? Do you remember?
I think she wrote some on her notepad. I don't know what she wrote, but I know she wrote some on her notepad.
And I want to go over with you a couple things that you tell the jurors, whether it's true. And then my second question is going to be whether you told District Attorney Love that, okay?
Yes,
When I say that, I'm talking about Wednesday, June 9th, Sunday, June 9th, 2024 at Starbucks, okay?
yes,
Do you remember telling with your lawyer there and the investigator at District Attorney's Office and District Attorney Love that shortly before, days before, the God forbid death of Donovan Thomas,
yes,
you and a gentleman named Brian Williams, known as Birdman, do you know who I'm talking about?
yes,
And others, including Jeffrey,
yes,
were all together,
yes,
and you were outside in the parking lot of TIG Studios.
If I'm mistaken, I want to say it was TI Studio, not TIG.
That's fine.
Yes,
And you were having a good time.
yes,
When you told District Attorney Love that you were with Donovan Thomas and Jeffrey, did you make it known that there was no animosity? That's a bad word. Let me change it. Let me ask a different question, okay? Did you make it known that everyone was having a good time?
yes,
Did you see any type of argument or spat or anger from Jeffrey towards Mr. Thomas?
no,
Did you see any anger or spat or argument from Mr. Thomas towards Jeffrey?
no,
In fact, you observed they were friendly, right?
yes,
You knew they were good friends, right?
yes,
You knew that Jeffrey really cared for Donovan Thomas. Is that fair to say?
yes,
You can ask something foundational.
Okay. Did you observe, from your observations, did you observe that Jeffrey liked Donovan Thomas?
yes.
Did you observe?
So I don't know if the judge for both sides, do she come close to giving advice to these lawyers. I don't know, right? So what she's telling Steele here to ask something foundational first, so you can then ask the question that you need to ask. Okay. So I told, remember, I keep telling you, on foundation, you are establishing that the person is qualified to answer the question by, either saying, showing that they were there, they got intimate knowledge of what happened, so on and so forth, right? That's foundation. And then, boom, you ask the next question that you want to get in there. So the next question you can ask is about his knowledge, okay?
Observe from your observations the demeanor is a bad word too. Did you observe that there was friendship between the two of them?
Rephrase, please, sustain.
Let me ask you this. When you told that to District Attorney Love, was your lawyer right there at the same Starbucks?
Yes,
Was he there at the same table?
yes,
Do you remember sitting outside the Starbucks?
yes.
Did you see District Attorney
This
Love
is
make
foundation.
notes when you told her that?
No,
I noticed she didn't ask you about that. Do you remember her asking? Maybe I missed it. Did she ask you about that when her 3 days of questioning you?
no,
Let me ask you this. When you were at that Starbucks on that Sunday, June 9, 2024, in the afternoon hours, do you remember telling District Attorney Love that on the evening after Donovan Thomas was, God forbid, shot, so it's January 10th, 2015, that's the date I'm locking on, okay?
yes,
You remember telling her that you were at Jeffrey's home
yes,
and Kenneth Copeland was there,
yes,
among other people,
yes,
and Jeffrey was there.
yes,
And at some time, Kenneth Copeland was receiving calls, or received a call from the police saying that he was the suspect in this murder, or the shooting of Donovan Thomas. Is that fair to say?
yes,
And that Jeffrey, or Mr. Copeland, was asking, what do I do? Do you remember that?
yes,
And Jeffrey said to Mr. Copeland, if you had nothing to do with the killing, you should go and talk to the police.
yes,
And you told District Attorney Love that, right?
yes,
In front of the Honorable Derek Wright, your lawyer,
yes,
in front of, or I don't know if she's paying attention, I'm not saying she was, but the investigator was around.
she was there.
And do you remember District Attorney Love telling you that she would prefer if you don't state to the jury that Jeffrey told you to take Mr. Copeland to the police department if he was not involved in the murder?
Yes,
Did you ask why?
no, I never asked why.
Now, you also said, and it's the truth, and if
Yes.
it's not, you correct it, that you were very close with Donovan Thomas.
Yes,
In fact, your relative, I think cousin, but tell the jurors if I'm wrong, dated Donovan Thomas's relative.
yes,
And Donovan Thomas is close with your mother.
yes,
And you told District Attorney Love that.
yes,
Now, you were asked by District Attorney Love whether you remember anything else anyone said regarding the murder of Donovan Thomas on the night of January 10th, 2015, going into January 11th, 2015. Do you remember that question by any chance?
no, not actually, I don't remember that question.
Okay. you remember Jeffrey being distraught, that's a bad word, being upset or sad at the shooting of Mr. Thomas.
Yes.
Do you remember ever seeing Jeffrey put out a post, rest in peace, about Mr. Donovan Thomas's death?
Can you ask some foundational questions?
Sure.
See what I told you? The judge even stated that ask foundational questions first, right? So she's giving, she's kind of guiding them, but I don't know if you should really, my trial experience is pretty much almost nil. So, I'm not the expert I'm an expert in this right now, but I'm not an expert when it comes to speaking on the trial, this, that, and that, this and that, and whatever. I'm not sure know what's going on, but you with this, and maybe that's probably why I don't hear a lot of, because I'm surfing, trying to see, are there a lot of attorneys out here that's interjecting like I am? And I'm not saying I'm doing such a marvelous job. No, that's not what I'm saying, but I'm just trying to see what they feel. I'm trying to get their feel on what each side is doing. See if I can see if we are agreeing with the same strategy and stuff like that. And unfortunately, the lawyer, doesn't come on all the time, doesn't like, what I'm saying, be on this case like that. And because I know that him and his dad, if there is something they want to upload us with or download us with, they'll jump in, and maybe we'll be lucky enough to get a breakdown, or get a direction they feel that they're going what the agenda is, or do they feel that they either side established, or what have you, or get in to explain the objections, and what we be doing over here and whatever. And I'm searching. I'm trying to find people. I'm running to content creators, but I'm searching. Oh shit! I want to know what they think as well. Shit! I don't like surprises. I want to wait to the end and see what I want.
So you're not talking about that evening, are you?
Yes, ma'am. I'm talking about the morning hours of January 11, 2015.
All right.
The gentleman.
We might need to take this up outside the presence of the jury.
Well, I'll come back to it then.
All right.
Let me ask you some questions. In front of you, is State's Exhibit number 444Y there by any chance? It is it's entitled, it's on the letterhead of the Office of the Fulton County District Attorney. It's dated December 27, 2022. Do you see that document?
Yes.
And it should be 7 pages long?
Yes.
Okay. If you can turn to page 3 of 7, I want to ask you some questions about this document. And this is the same document that you've been asked about by Ms. Love, by the Honorable Attorney Sharp, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, at the time of entering this guilty plea, December 28th, right before New Year's of 2022, right after Christmas, right?
Yes.
All right. I want to go through the factual acknowledgments. And I'm specifically focusing on Jeffrey, okay?
Yes.
Number 1, it's on page 3 of 7. Do you remember acknowledging and signing, and the jurors heard and watched your guilty plea before Judge Glanville?
Yes.
You saw that too, okay. Number 1, Young Slime Life, aka YSL, is an organization made up of 3 or more members or associates who share common identifiers that include, but are not limited to, colors, hand signals, and terminology, who have committed crimes intended to increase notoriety, street credibility, and reputation of YSL. You see that?
Yes.
And that's, of course, your initial,
Yes.
the A and the S. Okay. Tell the ladies and gentlemen jury about Jeffrey. Focus on Jeffrey. What did Jeffrey benefit from any type of...
Let me hear the question. All right, don't answer the question, okay?
I got it.
What's the question?
From your personal knowledge, when you sign this, tell the jury what Jeffrey benefited
That's outside
From-
the witness's knowledge.
Yeah.
from
That's
his
right.
personal observation. It's his acknowledgement that the state introduced.
That actually did not introduce these parts.
They read this.
They did. Rephrase your question.
Okay.
Yeah.
When you sign that, do you have any evidence to share with this jury
No.
that Jeffrey,
No. Rephrase your question.
did Jeffrey, when you signed that, were you talking about Jeffrey Williams?
No.
Number 1, we're still on number 1 I just read, okay? When you were sworn before Judge Glanville, sworn means you take an oath to tell the truth, okay? Remember
Yeah.
that?
Yes.
You were asked questions, right?
Yes.
Did Prosecutor Love ever ask you, tell us what Jeffrey Williams did?
No.
At that point in time, you wanted to go home, right?
Yes.
You would have answered all questions, right? Number 2, on page 3 of 7. It
Yes.
states 444Y. It reads that you have been a member or, it says and/or associate of YSL since 2012, right?
Yes.
Now, you told the jury that anyone can join YSL. Is that true?
Yes.
I mean, if I just today said I want to get a tattoo of YSL on my face, is that a problem?
No.
Is there any type that you know about, like beat-in or initiation to say I'm with YSL?
No.
Do you know
Yes, sir.
from your travels, from going to shows?
Yes, still. So, I like what he just did, right? He was able to get in the some of the traditional culture of gangs, right? And one being like they initiate you in some kind of way, right? And he was able to establish that because the witness said what no, right? Yes, honey. Yes. This is some good shit that I couldn't use this in I'm not teaching law no more, but I couldn't use this in a study.
In concerts and tours. Are people from all over America and throughout the world having tattoos of YSL?
I seen a couple of fans, yes.
Wearing shirts YSL?
Yes.
Hats?
Yes.
Tattoos of Jeffrey on their person?
Yes.
On issue 3 of that same document, it should read, while associated with YSL and to support and express loyalty to YSL, you co-defendant, Mr. Garlington, and Mr. Zachary appeared in a video, and then there's a parenthesis that says the video, with another person, AS, wherein you brandished a weapon used in a drive-by shooting, and wherein on behalf of YSL, you threatened to harm a person named Kel, a rival gang member who had begun a relationship with your ex-paramour or girlfriend. You see that?
Yes.
Were you asked any questions about what Jeffrey knew about that?
No.
He knew nothing to your knowledge, right?
Sustained.
On your personal knowledge.
Yes, hold on. Yes, baby. This is some good shit. This is what the criminal law is made of. Listen. I just picked up that he is going down, I guess, the plea agreement, right? That traditionally wouldn't be allowed to be wouldn't allow to be admissible, right? But he's going down this plea agreement and he's taking every question and doing what? Exploring it further, more than the one or two sentences that's written there, but exploring it further, which means it's opening up and increasing the given the probability that it could mean something else, not just what is written there and what's agreed to, but it could also mean something else, that this didn't happen, or this didn't include my client. You understand what I'm saying? The agreement was pretty much, the question it asks about you, whatever, is about you, not about my client, whatever. So Steele is clearing his client while Sharp did the first part, the what I walked you through, like showing that he was coerced and pressured and so on and so forth, right? Steele is coming on through the back door and trying to get his client up out of that, and also examine what's on the paper, that it could have, it could mean this, but it also could mean this. It could mean that, and I'm just throwing something out there, it could mean that, you're guilty of this, but my client isn't, or you agreed that you only had rocks and paper. A question about you having scissors wasn't even asked. So you could have had scissors too, and they didn't even ask you about it. So thereby showing that what's written there isn't the truth, because it's not including everything that would be true. Okay? Because what would be true is that you had rocks, paper, and scissors. They don't ask you about rock and paper, and ask you about scissors. Yes, honey. He's getting down with the get down.
On your personal knowledge, did you ever speak with the prosecution? Did they ever want to know, what did Jeffrey Williams know about that?
Okay, I mean, that one does not call for speculation. But if you have some other issue, then
I don't need
I'll
to
go
approach,
ahead.
Your Honor. I'm going to continue.
Okay.
I would rather not stop, because that's all Ms. Love does. I'd rather continue. I'll waive that.
Them two don't get along. Lord have mercy, those two don't get along. I know it was like that. I mean, I knew, what I'm saying is, let me change that. I knew it was like that, like the objection, not objections, but the earlier shit that they were going through, they was kind of calling each other out and stuff like that, right? I didn't know that they would get into interrupting each other's job. You understand what I'm saying? And what I mean by that, and I say each other's, right? Because while it is Miss Love interrupting or objecting to what he's saying, he's interrupting her job by trying not to allow her to have um, a moment to approach, right? Words at the bench to go up there and further explain to the judge, her position and her issue with how he's questioning the witness. So they're interrupting each other's job. Shit. Ooh, baby. Baby, I'm trying. The Lord is good to me, baby, because the Lord knew I wouldn't be suitable for no shit like this here. He took me down a different path, baby. No, ma'am. It's some bullshit here. And I like to see this because these are two heavyweights. I read her background, and we know, I don't know Steele's background, but we got a sense of it that he can, he can hold it down for the defense, right? These two heavyweights on the same level going at it. That's one thing I used to love about being in debate, being on the debate team, going back and forth with your peer, somebody that's qualified to go back and forth with you. You understand what I'm saying? Like a lot of times out here, you get the argument with motherfuckers that ain't qualified to go back and forth with you. I'm not talking about just myself. It could be anybody. It could be like a mechanic talking to somebody that's not. And I love the little part that I played on my last live about Lee, how he's breaking it down. You know what I'm saying? Attorneys don't know everything about the law. Because they went to the law school. You crazy? You know how much shit they didn't teach us? That you wouldn't get unless you getting it outside. And what? So I keep telling y'all, in any profession, especially that from a selective program, if you can find somebody that can serve as your mentor, or at least somebody that you can observe and learn from, you better. If not, you're gonna be lost like a motherfucker.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Oh, wait, sorry, we need to get Mr. Sledge back in. Yes, ma'am. We can strike that.
I done ran out of candy. I ain't ate no candy, and I don't know when. I don't eat candy like that. Chocolate candy. I'm eating everything nailed down. I keep forgetting to ask the woman about it. I'm such a baby. I don't like to harass people because they do so much. But I need to ask somebody about this C19. Am I gonna eat everything up? I'm eating a whole lot.
On number 3 that we were just talking about.
Yes.
On the same document.
Yes.
During your time before Judge Glanville entering the plea, and Miss Love was asking you questions.
Yes.
You saw the video, audio of that as well.
Yes.
Did Miss Love ever ask you anything about Jeffrey at that point?
No.
And you were under oath at that point?
Yes.
And you were going to answer questions if asked, right?
Yes.
I'd like to go to number 4, same page.
Yes.
On or about April 28th, 2015, as reflected in Fulton County indictment number, and I'm not going to read it, but it ends in 8994. You see what I did?
Yes.
I just skipped the first bunch of numbers and letters. You and fellow YSL associates, Mr. Garlington and Mr. Zachary, committed a drive-by shooting using a firearm, the firearm that you wielded in the video referenced in part 3 of this section, targeting family members of a rival gang. You see that?
Yes.
Okay, and you initialed that, obviously.
Yes.
And again, did Miss Love asked you any questions on December 28, 2022, under oath in front of a court reporter on video, audio about Jeffrey?
No.
Number 5, same page, same document. You and your fellow YSL associates committed the drive-by shooting referenced in section 3 and 4 above on behalf of YSL and to increase the notoriety, reputation, and fear of YSL, okay?
Let me say this, to add to Love's redirect of this witness. She can also try to get some questions in, like I said, asking, did they create that plea agreement after he said what he said, as well as, you know, were there, I don't know how she would get this in, was there evidence that aided in the creation of that document? Like, do they have the, you know, the gun, the video, the this, the that, the that? Because she got to tackle 2 issues that have been created by the defense. One, that they coerced and pressured and everything in the document that may not be true. And 2, that the information in the document does not include Jeffrey Williams. Remember, this is a conspiracy case. It's RICO. You got to satisfy the 3 B's: behest, behalf, and benefit. Got to tie them all together. Got to make him responsible for the actions of the people that's associated, in fact, with him. I refuse to pull out that goddamn indictment.
Yes.
Were you asked anything on December 28, 2022 about Jeffrey?
No.
You would have answered questions asked, right?
Yes.
By this time, April 28, 2015, if you personally know, did Jeffrey launch a tour across the United States of America with Travis Scott?
I think it was around that time. I'm not mistaken. I'm not for sure.
You went on part of that tour?
Did I go on board? Yes.
On part of the tour?
Yes.
And you told the jurors what it's called. Do you remember what you called it?
The rodeo tour.
With the court's permission and your permission, I'd like to approach you with a document, okay?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach you? Ms. Winfrey? Partially admitted as on 1/8/24, so it'll be January 8, 2024. It's Mr. Williams, exhibit number 90. Parts of it were admitted. 9. Yes. Yes, I'm going to see if Mrs. Sledge can identify.
Yes.
Who I want me one of them strawberry singers. Like,
And if it is accurate, if you don't recognize it, that's fine, and we will, we're going to put it aside, okay?
Yeah, I remember this.
And what is that document, which I believe is number 19 of Jeffrey Williams?
This is the
Put it
booklet.
down until it's admitted.
Okay, I'm sorry.
No, that's
This the booklet of the tour on what days and what areas that we was in.
Okay. And is it look to your memory to be accurate? Meaning, has it been changed in any way? Has it been altered? Or does it look similar to the way that you saw it when you went on that tour?
It looked the same.
Your Honor, I move for the admission of Mr. Williams. It's number 19.
I can't hear her.
For what purpose is this being called?
The purpose of showing the cities and the states for the certain tour.
And the dates?
That's what it is. That's all it is. It's there. That's the official tour guide to that tour.
Okay, well, I may need to see it myself then, because I know
Okay,
that might be problematic, yes.
Yes.
What's happening now? I can't hear her. All right, damn. Yeah, listen here. Once every 5 years, I get this taste for I don't know if y'all familiar with zingers. They be these little three finger type desserts or whatever. You know, when people bake those, like those long little cylinders, could be long or short. They call them like little fingers or whatever, and they are red and they have coconut. Now listen, I love coconut since I was a little girl. Okay, and then I love them zinger, that red zinger. They have that it's like the deep taste of red, and I want to feel that taste that little cream in the middle. Babe, I don't know what the hell going on, but I know I bet not eat this weight back on because I had that C shit. Hell, I'm hungry. I want something sweet. I ate all the candy. Hey, boyfriend, too. What it do? That's the new folk. Hey.
You may. So the portion for the ruling is that it was already in, is in.
Yes.
Third page, 4-page attorney, 6-page, if you count both sides. 19. Do you see any dates of that rodeo tour?
Yes.
And can you tell the ladies and gentlemen jury, just read it to
Yeah,
them,
it's a bit
if you
much,
don't mind,
right?
the date and the city of the tour?
I'll wait from the top to the bottom.
Entirety of the tour dates?
Sure.
Do you want to just post that page?
I don't have it on,
Okay.
Your Honor,
Yes.
also, this witnesses, basis for knowledge of the specific dates, we would object unless there is a foundation laid for that.
Okay, well, he said
I was just going to say that she, when she started off talking about his knowledge, apparently she's trying to say there's no foundation. Her foundation hadn't been established yet. So, why is he being asked these questions and allowed to possibly answer? So, I don't, oh my gosh, it's nasty between these two.
been on parts of this tour and was familiar with the tour.
Mr.
So
Slade,
overruled.
do you feel comfortable doing that? And if not, just,
Yes, I can read you the dates and,
actually, Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
May I approach you, sir?
yes,
Would you mind if I read along with you?
yes.
Okay. You just tell me. If you can put it down, I don't have very good eyes.
Mhm.
All right. I'm going to start here, okay?
Yes,
Saturday, February 28, 2015.
yes,
Santa Ana, California.
yes.
March,
15,
Sunday, March 15, March 1, 2015. You see that?
yes,
Santa Ana, California show day.
yes,
Monday, March 2nd, Tucson, Arizona show day.
yes.
Yes. Could we maybe give a summary of it?
Okay. Then the next one is the next day, it's a travel day, right?
Yes,
And then it's March 4th, 2015, Denver, Colorado show.
yes,
And then I'm skipping. March 6th, 2015, Milwaukee, Wisconsin show.
yes,
So
This is
he's,
in evidence.
he's confirming the dates. I mean, Mr. Steele is not testifying, so that's overruled.
Saturday, March 7th, 2015, Chicago, Illinois.
yes,
Show day in Rochester, New York as well.
yes,
Sunday, March 8th, 2015, Chicago, Illinois, a show day.
yes,
Monday, March 9th, 2015, Detroit, Michigan, a show day.
yes,
Tuesday, March 10th, 2015, Toronto, Ontario, Canada, show day.
yes,
Wednesday, March 11th, 2015, Buffalo, New York, a show.
yes,
Thursday, March 12th, 2015, New York, a show.
yes.
Or concert.
What month are you gonna get to before the list is over with? I mean, can we just say there were show dates pretty much constantly between X date and Y date?
Sure.
Okay.
Is it fair to say consistently through April 3, 2015? Is that true?
Yes,
And the cities that we left off at include Philadelphia, Pennsylvania,
yes,
Washington, D.C.,
yes,
Norfolk, Virginia,
yes,
Charlotte, North Carolina,
yes,
great city of Atlanta, great state of Georgia,
yes,
New Orleans, Louisiana,
yes,
Austin, Texas,
yes,
San Marcos, Texas,
yes,
Houston, Texas,
yes,
Dallas, Texas,
yes,
Phoenix, Arizona,
yes,
San Diego, California,
yes,
Los Angeles, California,
yes,
San Francisco, California,
yes,
Seattle, Washington,
yes,
Portland, Oregon,
yes,
Boise, Idaho,
yes,
travel home.
yes.
Okay. Now, if you need to see it, just let us know. Knowing Jeffrey Williams since about 2009 when you were released from prison,
Yes.
and seeing him on tour throughout our country, how much time did he spend committing crimes on Cleveland Avenue?
Sustained.
Did District Attorney Love, who was having you, or you agreed, sign that on April 28, 2015, it's number 5, that this drive-by shooting on April 28, 2015 was done on behalf of YSL to increase the notoriety, reputation, and fear of YSL. How many questions did she ever ask you at that time you were entering the plea, sworn under oath, about Jeffrey Williams?
We can't hear you.
By April of 2015, how wildly popular from your personal observation is Jeffrey Williams?
Very popular.
When you went to all of these cities throughout America with Jeffrey, how many fans would come?
I mean, if he can estimate it, overruled on relevance.
20s to 30s, 1,000, a lot of people. I can't.
Were these concerts held in arenas?
Yes.
I'm not
Number
sure
6, it's on page 3, it goes
what
to page 4, okay?
Steve was trying
Same
to
document.
say here.
Page 6.
Going into, it's number 6. It's on the bottom of page 3,
Okay, yeah.
same document. It's
Yes.
going to go into the next page, okay?
Yes.
You admitted committing and was convicted of aggravated assault and participation in criminal street gang activity, among other charges, and it goes on to the next page, for your participation in the drive-by shooting, and it says reference in 3, 4, and 5 above, meaning the April 28, 2015, right?
Yes.
Okay. Number 7, it says that you were told by another YSL associate that immediately after the murder of Donovan Thomas Jr., YSL associates met at the McDonald's on Cleveland Avenue in Atlanta, Georgia to discuss the murder, right?
Yes.
Anyone ever ask you any evidence that Jeffrey was at the McDonald's? Did Miss Love on December 28th of 2022 ask you, was Jeffrey at the McDonald's?
Okay, so the entirety of the plea transcript is not actually in there. I don't know, what number are we on right now? 6? 7?
Yes.
So. Okay, but we don't have the entirety of it overruled.
Did District Attorney Love ask you on December 28th of 2002, was Jeffrey at the McDonald's?
No.
You have any evidence that Jeffrey was at this McDonald's?
Sustained.
Do you know personally, or what you were told is reference in number 7, was Jeffrey at this McDonald's?
No.
Number 8, you personally know that one or more YSL associates committed the murder of Donovan Thomas on behalf of Jeffrey. That's what you signed, right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have any personal knowledge that Jeffrey Williams committed the murder of Donovan Thomas Jr.
No,
in any fashion?
no.
You know what a party?
Okay, but see, now, again, Steele is doing his job by trying to clear his client out of this goddamn agreement and getting him away from this crime and things of nature. However, the way the RICO is built and conspiracy, it's on his behalf, but, personal knowledge, the connections between each of them, and if I'm not mistaken, there's something about, hold on, let me look this up real quick. See, I'll tell you if I'm looking up something. Let me look this up real quick, about conspiracy. Hold on. It's a little different when it's conspiracy dealing with high crimes and shit, murders and stuff like that. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. It's not quite under the federal. Okay. Okay, so as I expect, as I thought, I'm just making sure. With conspiracy, what up, DB? With conspiracy, the other members, including Mr. Williams, doesn't have to know the details of the crime. That's what I thought, but when it comes to high crimes and murders and this, that, and there, whatever, I've never dealt with that. But, so, and you can still be found guilty.
To a crime is, you know what that means?
Overruled.
Yes.
Was Jeffrey, do you have any information?
I mean, I'm sorry, sustained, sorry. You may not ask that question. It just feels like, yes. Sorry, my bad.
He said overruled.
Sorry.
All right, number 9. See where I am, number 9?
Yes.
January 10, 2015. After the murder of Donovan Thomas Jr., you and other YSL associates gathered at the home of Jeffrey Williams, aka Young Thug, who gave you and other YSL associates cash money to lay low. See that?
Yes.
You already told the jury, you made it clear that Jeffrey did give you $300. True?
Yes.
Because you feared for the safety of yourself and your family, right?
Yes.
Did anybody fire weapons, bullets into your home where you were living on June 10th, 2015, or the 11th, or the 12th, or the 13th?
No.
And then even after you you received these, I think you called it anonymous statements that you and Mr. Copeland killed Donovan Thomas. You used some word. It was from an account, social media.
Yes,
What was your word?
the DM,
Yeah. Was it from what'd you say?
a fake page.
Fake page. Okay. When you got that though, you made it clear that that bothered you because you didn't want anything to happen to your significant other or your child or anybody, right?
Yes,
Including yourself.
yes,
And you didn't have money at that time because you lost money gambling. Is that true?
yes,
And you asked Jeffrey and he gave you money for a hotel, right?
yes,
And the expression lay low, I know you said it was to get your family members out of harm's way. I think that's what you said.
yes,
But lay low could mean the same, doesn't it?
yes,
It wasn't any type of lay low from the police or anything, right?
no,
It was be safe.
yes.
Do you have any information, personal knowledge to share with the jury that Jeffrey gave any money to anyone as a reward for killing Donovan Thomas?
Overruled. And I actually mean overruled.
No,
I'm going to go to number 10, if you don't mind. Same document, page 4. That you have personal knowledge that on January 10, 2015, after the murder of Donovan Thomas, YSL Associates traveled to Miami, Florida, with co-defendant and YSL founder Jeffrey Williams, aka Young Thug. I want to talk to you about that, okay?
yes,
Now, you made it clear that you knew that Jeffrey Williams was already going to Miami, Florida for a video music shoot. Is that, when I say shoot, filming it, is that true?
yes,
And you knew that this was already set up before January 10, 2015, right?
yes,
And you knew other people were allowed to go if they wanted to,
yes,
that Jeffrey was generous. He would take people.
Dude, like, what keep happening with this shit? Wait a minute.
Now, the next part that I'd ask Miss Knight, the Honorable Miss Knight, to play.
Oh, I'm gonna get off anyway.
Who was at the McDonald's? With the murder of Donovan Thomas Jr. You see that?
yes,
What's your question?
I'm going to follow that up. That was his drive. That was Jeffrey's mission, his drive.
Oh,
Same document, page 4. That you have personal knowledge that on January 10th, okay,
yes,
Saturday, February 28, 2015,
yes,
Santa Ana, California,
yes,
March 28, 2015, right?
yes,
Okay. Same document, page 4. That you have personal knowledge that on January 10, 2015, Avenue, Atlanta, Georgia, is another location where YSL Associates sell drugs in studios in the morning time. And
well, let me stop this right here because apparently when Atlanta 5 is taking their live stream offline, and even if you're in, because people are still in their chat even after it's over, because I'm looking at it. Then when they completely take it offline, it jumps to the end, and and if you're in here watching it, if you're on rewind like I am in them watching it, it's jumping ahead to the end. So it's messed me up and I'm almost at 12 hours into way. So, oh my gosh, y'all, I really can fight all you folks that got me in this YSL shit. It got me on that Dalton, so I gotta go over and see what's going back on with her. Wherever else you people got me, it's crazy. But I'm here. Boy. Okay. So with the conspiracy with this high crimes and stuff like that, they don't even have to prove a specific intent. They just have to prove that there was a thought or a collaboration or something to carry out this stuff. So this should be I mean, if everything is there, if all the elements are proved on, and the facts and all that shit, all that good stuff is there. Oh, you never have smoked the weed? Girl, I just want to know, what are they doing with all that strong ass office weed? That stuff is child, please. That's why they be looking so damn crazy. That's why they be looking like straight up zombies. They high as hell. I'm telling you, that's what's going on with them. Child, this Georgia school shooting shit is just evolving. The parents are being caught up in this stuff. And when I see, because now you're seeing a lot of parents are being, connected to the students with these shootings and all of that. Y'all see you see that's kind of picking up now. I believe that this is a systematic way of trying to support the assault weapons ban bill that's not in law yet for whatever reason. I think this is just a systematic way of going around the law, but using the law to do something else from the inside, right? And I think that a bunch of, if you ask me, a bunch of legal situations can be resolved like that. You know what I'm saying? That's how I do a lot of planning when I have to plan some shit out strategically and shit like that. Okay, well, if you got this roadblock, let me go this route. Let me go this way, So holding motherfuckers responsible. That means, okay, do your sorry ass mammy and daddy want to be held responsible for your crazy ass going and shooting up people's shit because they won't lock the guns up, or they won't they refuse to take your ass target shooting until your ass is 18 or whatever, until you're able to buy a gun or what, and again, they still aren't addressing the actual culprit. It's mental health. Where is the systematic approach to that when it comes to this AR, these mass shootings? And I told you what my thought was. that I actually was a and all that. But I cast my um suggestion and said what you have a tracking system that track when people buy mental health drugs. You have that system. Insurance companies use it. Why not? It's already a platform there. Why not use that same platform to say, hey, motherfucker, you on Zolo? Uh-uh. Got some questions. And you trying to buy you know, uh-uh. No, fuck that profiling shit. Hell. Most of if you really think about it, a lot of things that we have in America that we have legally in America ain't nothing but a quiet form of profiling. Are you crazy? Fuck that. How profiling makes somebody feel. Shit. We talking about saving lives. The fuck? I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get it. Now, DV, do you prefer, not saying that you ever, because I don't know, but do you prefer the old weed from the 90s, the 80s, and the 90s rather than that office weed? Because it's too much. It is too much. That's why them people be like stoned. They be like, they can't move, baby. I told you somebody had got hold to a card, what it was, back in, I think the end, around 22, I believe. And we gonna call ourselves fucking around. Mm-mm. I had a half, not a half, but um a half of the goddamn gummy bear or what a gummy, whatever it was. Half of it. I was zooted and booted the whole day. I couldn't do nothing. I felt so I said, oh hell no. I don't want no shit like this. I can't do no shit like this here. And I remember back in the day, baby, when we could get it from the man on the streets, honey. That when it smelled right. Oh baby, you could grin, you could have some good, sex, eat a good meal, and take your ass to sleep, honey. You weren't sitting up there looking like your ass is eyes just have no movement, just sitting up there looking crazy. Uh-uh. And I want to know what these people be like. These people, they be holding on to that vape thing. I don't know if it's vape weed or if it's that vape smoke. I don't know which one it is. But the people that be doing that 24/7, whatever, I don't know what's going on. Mm-mm. Right, DB. Right. That shit too much. That office weed. Mm-mm. That processed plant weed. Y'all had that. These motherfuckers smoke anything. That shit, that's that embalming fluid shit. I don't know what it is, but I know it's too strong. Y'all listen. Oh my gosh. I'm so glad I got rid of that Walker husband. Do y'all know he used to say strong? He used to say strong, y'all. I swear for God, I had to do too much work. Never again. Never again. I enjoy the mentor programs that I team up with. And I'm going to create a mentor program, official mentor program for my charity once I get it designed in my head. But the thing about those, right, is different because you got people that listening to you and duplicating you, whatever. And I get a lot of shit from them too. Um, um, that actually like you. And you like them, or at least respect. Not, down there on no jealousy shit and competition, some kind of crazy competition. And I think and I'm gonna say this because I got like 5 more minutes. It's gonna be 12. I'm gonna be on 12 hours. Um, um, honey, that Dennis man in his head, because something is off. He is looking at Sylvia as his competition. He done put her in the competition that she didn't even ask to be in. She just been herself, doing her whatever, and he sit back. I can do it too. I can do it better. In his head, this is what I do. Crazy. She thinks she all that. Trust me. I'm gonna put it in the book. I know. And she ain't even on that. And he ain't gonna leave her alone until he get his mental together and get off whatever it is he's on. It's crazy. We're gonna find out what his sign is. I'm finding what his birthday. And I told you I made a big announcement, baby. When I thought you motherfuckers that the men was born in May, June, July, and August, and that men that are Virgos were the worst, well, the jury's still out with you motherfuckers, the men that are Virgos. But you motherfuckers born May, June, July, August. I was wrong. Ain't nothing. Y'all good? I was wrong. Shit. I sorry. I had that wrong, baby. Listen, baby, I am one that can go and correct myself and admit when I got it wrong. I have no problem with that. I got that wrong. Y'all are back on the motherfucking goddamn list. Y'all have been off my list for a minute. I was wrong. My bad. Because I ain't never called y'all motherfuckers evil. So, I was wrong about that. It just may be, people that born in hot months maybe shouldn't try to, whatever. You should keep your interactions as just associates, not friends, or definitely not relationship, because the shit just don't mirror. You know what I'm saying? Just keep it at associates, or just on my other category that I've developed like 25 years ago, motherfuckers I know. Because I have motherfuckers I know, associates, friends, families, non-traditional families, right? All those categories for people that aren't blood, right? And then, of course, you got business associates. That's different, too. I don't mean no harm. You got it, because we ain't got it. Well, baby, I really want to do another 2 with you, but if I do, it's gonna fuck up my clean for the man. I'm a creep, man. Figure out why. And I got to, shit, I got to stop being so thoughtful because some people take advantage of people, whatever. But I got to ask, okay, why this hole still in my stomach? Literally, hole. And can I now pick up something, something that's, they said,